Acknowledgements. I'd like to thank my agent, Richard Curtis, who understands that big things start out small, and Diana Gill, my editor, who knows how to make small things big. Chapter 1. Neck craned, I squinted up between the shadowed apartments. High in the sun, dragonfly-like wings threw back the glow with the transparent sheen of glittery tissue paper. The sporadic traffic at the end of the alley was enough to cover the sound of Jenks's wings, but I could hear them in my memory as the pixie hovered before a pollution-grimed window. The moist dirt smell of damp pavement was a hint under the light but growing scent of frightened vampire coming from near my elbow. I doubted Marcia was having second thoughts, but disobeying your master vampire could have lethal consequences. Still watching Jenks, I surreptitiously edged away from Marcia's tense, middle-class office professionalism. Her heels were this year's style, but she wouldn't be able to run in them. Her hair was a luscious handful that spilled over her shoulders in an ebony wave. Again, it made her an easy target in a close fight. A curvaceous figure sealed the deal that she was beautiful. But as a living vampire, her looks had been selected for over the last 2 generations, and not for Luke's benefit, the man she'd unfortunately fallen in love with. But she knew she was vulnerable. That's why Ivy, Jenks, and I were here. My neck was getting a crick, and I dropped my gaze to the passing cars, confident that distance and recycling bins would hide us from casual sight. A tight hum jerked my attention back in time to see Jenks dart from a winged shadow. A blue jay squawked, and the tips of 5 feathers spiraled down between the buildings. Flapping wildly, the sheared bird managed to get across the street before thumping to the sidewalk. Having already dismissed the bird, Jenks cupped his hands around his face and peered through the window. His skin-tight, thief-black tights and knit shirt helped him blend into the shadows, and the red cap was to tell rival pixies that he wasn't there poaching, a real issue this close to Eden Park. So far, no one had bothered him, but birds were a constant threat. I shouldn't have to do this, the woman at my elbow complained, oblivious that a third of the team here to keep her alive had just had a narrow miss. It's my apartment. I took a slow breath when Jenks lifted the flap to the bathroom vent and vanished inside. You want to risk running into Luke? I said, and she made a sound of frustration. Yes, she did, but to do so would mean her death. A lingering sensation that something was off dogged me, despite, or perhaps because of the ease of the run so far. Restless, I resettled my shoulder bag. I wasn't a slouch when it came to looks, but next to this woman's structured beauty, my frizzy red hair and low heel boots fell flat. Ivy's confident steps against the hush of the side street traffic tightened my gut. The vampire next to me stiffened at my increased pulse, and I gave Marcia a look to pull herself together. Stay here, I said, not liking that Jenks was still inside. Jenks will tell you when you can come in. Hiking my shoulder bag higher, I headed for the sidewalk. The hell I will, Marcia said, then stepped as if to follow. Spinning, I shoved her shoulder, sending her thumping back against the wall. Shocked, the woman stared, not a hint of anger thanks to a lifetime of conditioning. The hell you will, I said. Stay here until Jenks says you can move, or we turn around and walk. Right here. Right now. Only now did her anger show, her pupils widening and the scent of angry vampire prickling my nose. Wanting to nip this show of dominance, I stretched my awareness out and tapped the nearest ley line. Energy flowed in, making the tips of my hair float as it spooled in my chi. My skin tingled, and I leaned into her space, proving I wasn't scared of her little fangs or her greater strength. You're under a conditional death threat, sweetheart, I breathed. Once I verify that Luke isn't in there, you can come get what you want. But if all you're looking for is a way to die that doesn't invalidate your life insurance, do it on your own time. Sullen, Marcia dropped her eyes, the rim of blue around her pupils returning to normal. I rocked back, thumbs in my pockets, satisfied that she'd wait. It was unusual for a vampire to listen to anyone outside her camarilla, but she had come to us. Nodding, I looked up and made a sharp whistle. Immediately, Jenks peeked out of the bathroom vent and gave me a thumbs up. Park it, I muttered, and the woman shrank against the dumpster and out of sight. Appeased, I started for the front entrance. The run had sounded simple enough when Ivy had brought it up over grilled cheese sandwiches and tomato soup last night. Helping a woman get her things out of her apartment was a no-brainer until she told me the separation was being forced by 2 rival vampire camarillas, and if Luke and Marcia didn't comply someone was going to end up dead. No way was Ivy going to do this one alone. This was doing nothing to bolster my already low opinion of the undead vampires, the masters who manipulated everyone and everything in their decades-long games. Once they noticed you, the only way to avoid being a victim was to die and become a player yourself. But not Ivy, I thought as I emerged from the alley and she angled toward me. I wouldn't let that happen to her. Unfortunately, the harder you squirmed, the more they squeezed. Ivy's pace hit a thread of tension I never would have noticed if I hadn't been sharing living space with her for the past 3 years. Sleek in her black slacks and top, she strode forward with her arms free and swinging. Her long black hair was up in a hard-to-grab bun, and even from here I could see the rims of brown around her eyes were nice and steady. She jumped at the distant sound of a door closing 2 streets over, though. She'd noticed something was off, too. Her shoulders eased as she fell in beside me, and we took the steps up to the front common door together. "Luke's car is still in the lot," she said as I pulled the door open and we walked into the foyer of the old apartment building as if we belonged. "By the smell of it, it's not been run for 2 days. So he's doing what he's been told and is still alive." I glanced up at the camera. Jenks had been through the common areas, and according to him, they were fake. The scuffed tile floor was dirty in the corners, and I leaned against the stairway as Ivy leafed through Marcia's mail, pulling out everything she might want before putting the rest back in. "They won't let one of them die without killing the other," Ivy said as she made keep and toss piles. "Otherwise the dead will claim the living as his or her scion." Which wouldn't do at all, I thought, looking up the dimly lit stairwell. It reminded me a little of my first place. "I don't like this." A rare smile came over Ivy, and the letterbox snapped shut with a click. "You worry too much. These two aren't that important." My eyebrows rose. Despite my comments, Marcia was gorgeous. It would be hard for a master to let that much beauty go. "Worry? I only worry about you. I don't like this run." Ivy handed me Marcia's mail, and I tucked it in my bag. "You just don't like the undead," she said, and I pulled my splat gun out and checked the hopper. "Golly, I can't imagine why." Making a soft sound of agreement, Ivy started up the stairs. I knew she wasn't interested in the mail, but it had given us a chance to stand at the foot of the stairs while she breathed the air and decided if anyone was waiting for us on the way up, Jenks's assurance or not. "Relax," she said as I fell into place behind her. They agreed to not see each other. "We go in, get her stuff, get out. End of story." "Then why did you ask me to come with you?" I said, rounding the first landing. Not looking back, she whispered, "Because I don't trust them." "Me either." The door downstairs clicked open, and I spun. My hold on the ley line zinged through me, but it was just Jenks and Marcia. I put a finger to my lips, and she closed the door behind her to seal out the shush of cars. Even 3 stories up, I could see a new, healthy fear in her. Maybe Jenks had talked to her. The pixie's wings softly hummed as he rose straight up in less than a second. "We're clear," he said, the silver dust slipping from him making a temporary sunbeam on my shoulder. Clear, sure, but he couldn't detect charms unless they were active. "Keep her in the hall till I say," I asked. "And let me know if anyone pulls up." Jenks nodded, dropping down to where Marcia was trying to creep up the stairs without her heels clicking. Ivy was waiting for me at the end of the hall, and I closed the gap quickly, eyeing the new detector charms on my bracelet. It had been a pain in the ass to make them that small, but if they were on my bracelet, I could watch them and point my gun at the same time. The wooden apple detected lethal spells, and the copper clover would glow in the presence of a strong charm. The two were not always synonymous. Ivy was starting to smell really good, a mix of vampire incense and leather. I tried to ignore it as I gripped my splat gun tighter, amulets clinking. Marcia's front door had a corkboard for leaving notes, decorated with flowers and a smiley face with fangs. I could hear the woman's heel scrape on the stairwell, and I grimaced. It was noon, a time when most day walkers would be at work and the night walkers safely underground, but there were ways around that. The amulets were a nice steady green and I nodded, splat gun level as I crouched opposite the door's hinges. Ivy worked the key and pushed it open to stand in the opening. Jenks flew in, confident that his first look was sufficient, but I listened as Ivy tasted the air, running it through her incredibly complex brain. "Hi, honey. I'm home," she said, and I followed her in. I had to walk right through Ivy's scent, and even with my breath held, I shivered at the touch of pheromones she was kicking out, wafting over my skin like the memory of black silk. Though still sharing our investigation firm's letterhead, she'd been pulling away from me the last 6 months or so. I had a good idea why, and though I was happy for her, I missed working with her on a more daily basis. My old vampire bite tingled at the obvious aroma of amorous vampires that permeated the one-bedroom, open-floor-plan apartment. Or maybe I just missed the intoxicating mix of sexual thrill and heart-pounding adrenaline she pumped into the air when she got tense. Frowning at my own shallowness, I looked over the small, plush, well-decorated sunlit apartment and the evidence of their love. I knew what it was like having people tell you who not to fall in love with, and my thoughts pinged on Trent before spinning away. "Stay there," I said to Marcia, now at the door. My amulets were still green, but I was only 5 feet into the place. There could be person-specific spells. Person-specific spells, a nice way of saying a bullet with your name on it, and Jenks couldn't detect them. They were a necessity when making lethal, illegal charms. Vampire politics would keep the hit quiet, but if the spell took out an innocent, they'd track down and jail the black witch who'd made the lethal charm. Senses searching, I did a quick walk through the living room before checking out the small kitchen. Ivy was in the bedroom, and I slowed, eyes on the amulets. It was easier to hide stuff among the gleaming metal and new appliances, but if there was anything here, it'd show. "Hey!" Ivy exclaimed, muffled from the walls. My head snapped up and I lurched to get in front of Marcia. Shit, I'd been right. "Jenks!" Ivy shouted, exasperated this time. "Why didn't you tell us about the dog?" I slid to a stop, peeved as Jenks dusted an embarrassed red. Marcia had come in, eyes alight, and I waved for her to stay where she was. "Why?" Jenks said as the jingle of a dog collar became obvious. "It's just a dog. No one had been here for 2 days? The place smelled like candles, not dog crap." "Buddy!" Marcia called out, exuberant as she pushed around me to drop to her knees, and I eyed the small, scruffy pound puppy that timidly walked, not trotted, into the living room. "Come here, baby. You must be starving. I thought Luke had you." My eyes narrowed. I'd never had a dog, but I knew they generally underwent the throes of delight when their owners came back after checking the mail, much less 2 days. "Ah, Marcia?" I said as the dog took a hesitant step in, his tail just hanging there. "I think we're good," Ivy said as she came out of the back room. "You want to sweep it with your charms?" "Sure," I said slowly, something ringing false. "Buddy?" Marcia called again, and the dog gave me a sideways look as he passed me, a mix of excitement and hesitancy I wouldn't expect from an animal. At my wrist, an amulet flashed red. "Shit, it's the dog!" I shouted. Marcia looked up, her beautiful little mouth in an O of surprise. Her hands were outstretched and the dog was almost to her. I'd never get there in time. "Rhombus!" I exclaimed as I pulled on the ley line, feeling it scream into me, harsh from my demand. The energy pooled and overflowed, and I shoved it out again, my word tapping into a hard-won series of mental handsprings that harnessed the energy into a molecule-thin barrier. It took the easiest form, a sphere with me in the center, and the dog predictably ran into it. But instead of the expected yip of surprise, the energy level spiked. It was the only warning I got, and I cowered as a bright flash of energy exploded inside my circle, coming from the dog. The loosed power reverberated, making my circle chime like a sour bell, and I froze, skin crawling as the illegal death spell flooded over me, then fell back into the dog when it didn't find its intended victim. "Buddy!" Marcia screamed as Ivy shoved her into the wall, covering her with her body. "Get her out of here!" I shouted, afraid to move. The spell had been invoked, but it hadn't fastened on its intended victim. It was a loose cannon, and it was trapped in here with me. "That's my dog!" The woman protested, wild with fear as Ivy manhandled her into the hallway. "Buddy! Buddy!" Slowly I realized I was unhurt. Buddy, though. Wincing, I looked at the dog, prostrate and beginning to shake. He wasn't dead, and he wasn't a dog. It was her boyfriend, Luke. I hate vampires, I thought, realizing what had happened. Someone had turned Luke into a doppelganger of their dog and tacked a secondary spell onto him that would kill them both when Marcia touched him. Luke was halfway gone, but until the spell found Marcia, it wouldn't invoke fully. I had a chance. "Marcia!" I stood, carefully watching the energy flow as I broke my own circle. "Where do you keep your salt?" "Stay put," Ivy snarled. "Tell me, Dot." "In the cupboard beside the stove." The woman sobbed from the hallway. "What happened?" "Buddy? Buddy!" I ran to the kitchen and snapped on the faucet. "It's not your dog, it's your boyfriend." Maybe that had been a mistake, since the woman totally freaked out. "Luke!" she screamed. "Oh God, Luke! Stay in the hall!" Ivy shouted, and the sounds of a struggle grew louder. "Salt, salt!" I thought, pulse fast as I found a mixing bowl and dropped it into the sink. "Don't let her touch him. If she touches him, they both die." "Luke!" The woman sobbed, and I triumphantly found the salt. I wedged a nail under the spout and ripped it right out. Hands shaking, I shook it into the mixing bowl. "Is he going to be okay?" Jenks asked, his dust pooling on the surface and running like mercury, but I didn't know. "Oh God! Hurry!" Marcia begged, and I gave the salt water a quick stir, tasting it before I picked up the bowl. The woman was hovering over the dog, terrified. My heart went out to her. Vampire masters were sons of bitches. Every last one of them. "Help him!" she screamed, her perfect face twisted in terror. Ivy held her, and I moved fast, bowl of salt water before me. Stay back, I warned as I stood over the little white dog and dumped it. Water splashed, and Marcia backed up, white-faced and breathless. I had no idea if the entire concentration was optimum for breaking earth charms, but there'd be enough to not just turn him human, but to break the lethal charm as well. As expected, the dog vanished behind a thick puff of brown and blue aura-tainted energy. Luke! Marcia screamed, and Jenks frowned at her. He'd seen enough spells break to know this was normal. I backed up, tense as the cloud grew to man-size. Slowly the mist broke up to show a naked, bruised, and beaten man huddled on the soggy white carpet. Luke took a sobbing gasp of air. He was going to make it, for now, and I eased back to sit on the edge of the cushy couch, elbows on my knees and head dropped into my hands. The amulets on my bracelet clinked, and I sighed. The salt water had ruined them. I'd tack it on to Marcia's bill, but I didn't think she had the money. Besides, she was going to be a little busy trying to survive. You can touch him now, I said, realizing that Marcia was still hovering over him. Frantic, she dropped to her knees. Water squished from the carpet, and she pulled him to her. Oh, baby! She gushed, oblivious that he was covered in salt water. Did he hurt you? By the bruises, clearly someone, probably his own master, had, but he raised a shaky hand and brushed her cheek. I'm okay, he rasped, a flash of ugly memory finding me at the sight of him, his black hair plastered to his face and his eyes not quite open. It hurt like the devil to shift with earth magic, but his toned, athletic, and beaten body covered in easily hidden scars looked as if it was used to pain. Crying, Marcia cradled his head to herself and rocked him. I wondered how many scars were hidden behind Marcia's expensive clothes. This sucked. Vampires looked as if they had everything, but it was a lie. My eyes shifted to Ivy, seeing her inner struggle. A big fat ugly lie. The clatter of Jenks's wings was a short warning as he landed on my shoulder. He looked like a dog to me, he grumped. That's because he was one. I plucked at my wet shirt, sticking uncomfortably to me. The question wasn't how, but why. Why had two minor vampire camarillas spent this much on a double whammy spell like this on a simple Romeo and Juliet? It was Expense SS Civ. Ivy was in the hall to convince the neighbors nothing was going on. It didn't take much. Clearly they were familiar with the situation. Not happy, Ivy shut the door and stomped into the kitchen to turn the faucet off. I'm sorry, Marcia, Luke was saying, and the crying woman stretched for a blanket to cover him. When they told me I couldn't see you again, I went to a witch. She said she could turn me into a dog so I could be with you. No one would know it was me. I watched as Ivy pulled the living room blinds. Her expression was empty, hearing far past what the man was saying. Closing the last, she sat across from me in the shadow light, worried. I didn't care if I was a dog, Luke continued, his eyes still not open as his hand gripped hers. I knew you wouldn't leave Buddy. His eyes opened, and I stared. They were the clearest shade of blue I'd ever seen. I love you, Marcia. I'd do anything for you. Anything. Crying, he pulled himself into a ball in her arms. I'm so sorry. My God, they'd tricked him into buying the charm that would have killed them both. Ivy and I exchanged a worried look. This was bad, but we couldn't just walk away. Jenks, too, was looking ill, and he moved to the decorative bowl of pine cones on the coffee table. He'd loved and lost more than Ivy and me combined, and this wasn't sitting well with him either. But it wasn't one master vampire we'd have to outwit, but two. Ivy was still silent, and I sourly thought of my bank account. You think we should help them? I said softly, and Jenks's dust shifted to a hopeful yellowish pink. Ivy didn't look at me. The couple on the floor was silent. You think we should help them, I said again, this time making it a statement. Ivy's eyes flicked up. I could see her tremendous need to give, to make it right. She'd done so much wrong, and it chewed on her in the small hours. My heart ached for her skewed view of herself, and I wished she could see herself as I did. This would rub the guilt out, for a time. Okay, we'll help them, I said, and Marcia gasped, her tear-wet eyes suddenly full of hope where there'd been only despair. Jenks's wings hummed his approval, and I sat up, gesturing weakly. But I don't know what we can do. You can't, Marcia said, voice harsh as she held Luke. They know everything. Unfortunately, she was right. We couldn't simply set them up in a nice house out of state and hope that they wouldn't be found and made into an even bigger example. Ivy had been trying to wiggle out from her master her entire life only to become more entangled, so much so that they'd ensnared me, too. Trent, maybe? I thought, but as it was, he was struggling to keep his head above the political sharks. Maybe, I said as Luke sat up, muscles beginning to work again. Changing into a dog was a great idea. Actually, it had been a lousy idea, but unless you practiced magic, You wouldn't know how easy it was to circumvent it. My gaze went to the soggy carpet. Obviously. We'll run, Marcia said, tensing as if ready to walk out that exact second. Ivy shook her head. You won't get past the city limits. Marcia, sweetheart, Luke whispered. You know that won't work. But I'd given her hope, and the woman wouldn't let go. We can use the tunnels. Ivy looked toward the shuttered windows at the sound of a horn. They built the tunnels. I can't live without you. I won't. The distressed woman cried out, and I wondered if the place had been bugged. But if it had, Jenks would have heard the electronic whine and disabled them. We had a moment to catch our breath, and then we'd have to move. It wasn't as if we could stake their two master vampires, there were laws against that kind of thing. Unless Marcia and Luke could come up with ironclad blackmail, they were stuck. Okay, I said, feeling the need to get moving. We'd been here too long. There might be some law or something you can tap into. Ivy's going to need access to every document your names are on. Birth certificates, property deeds, insurance, parking tickets, tax returns, everything. Marcia nodded, that same glow of hope back in her eyes hurting me. This wasn't going to work, but we had to try something. Ivy rose to look out through a crack in the blinds. Do either of you have a safe house? None we trust anymore, Luke said, and Ivy let the blind fall. I've got one, Ivy said, coming back to help Luke stand. You should be okay for a few days. Especially if you help out a little with the other guests coming in. Wrapped in the blanket, Luke awkwardly got to his feet, pale and shaking. Anything. Yes. Thank you. Jenks took to the air, humming out under the crack in the door to check the hallway. Almost immediately he darted back in with a big thumbs up. We can't just walk out with them, I said, and Ivy gave me a glum smile. They won't try anything new until sundown, Ivy said, catching Marcia's arm before the woman went into the bedroom and shaking her head to leave everything. They'll want to be present the next time. God help me. I hated vampires. Okay, let's move out. But he needs his clothes, Marcia was saying as I collected my splat gun from the counter. Ivy was almost carrying Luke to the door, and tears began to slip again from Marcia. I totally understood. The entire place was a perfect blending of their love. It was sucky when happiness became this costly. But if they'd fought this hard for it, then it would last their entire lifetime. I just hoped that lifetime would be longer than a week. The hallway was quiet, smelling of dust and old carpet. Eyes were watching through peepholes, and it made me edgy. Marcia took Luke's elbow to help him shuffle down the stairs in his blanket, and Ivy dropped back to talk to me. Jenks, you're going with Ivy, right? I asked, knowing she wouldn't tell me the address of her safe house, much less take me there. Jenks, though. Jenks's wings hummed into invisibility, and he rose up a hand width. Yeah. No, Ivy said, frowning, and he made a face at her. You're not coming, Pixie. Tink's a Disney whore, like you could stop me. He shot back. Smiling, I edged around Ivy to keep Marcia and Luke from heading out without us. I've got my phone on, I said, pushing them back to the mailboxes until I could look at the street. I'll be fine. See you at home, Ivy said, ignoring Jenks and his sword pointed at her nose. Hey, you doing anything tonight? Listen to me, you broken-fanged, moss-wiped excuse for a backdrafted blood bag. Jenks said, a silver-edged red dust slipping from him. I looked back inside from the street, thinking this had been nice, even with the near miss. I liked working with Ivy. Always had. We did well together even when it had gone wrong. I'm working security for Trent, I said, lips quirking as I saw her mentally smack her forehead. You want me to bring you back something? It's probably going to end somewhere with food. Sure. That'd be good, she said, turning to give Marcia and Luke some last-minute instructions on how to get from here to there alive. I'll call if I need help. I touched her arm, and her eyes met mine in farewell. Smiling, I turned away remembering something Kissin had once said, I was there when she had her morning coffee, I was there when she turned out the light. I was her friend, and to Ivy, that was everything. Jenks, I've got this. I heard, and then I shut the door, my steps light as I headed for my car. Ivy would get home okay. She was right that the masters would want to be there when they brought their children in line. Besides, everyone in Cincinnati with fangs knew Ivy Tam would. Head up, I stomped along, eyeing the few pedestrians. Slowly my good mood was tarnished. Love died in the shadows, and it shouldn't cost so much to keep it in the sun. But as Trent would say, anything gotten cheap wouldn't last, so do what you need to do to be happy and deal with the consequences. That if love was easy, everyone would find it. I turned the corner, my head coming up at the clatter of pixie wings. She said no, huh? I said as Jenks landed on my shoulder, his wings tickling my neck as he settled himself. Tink's little pink rosebuds, he muttered. She threatened to dump insecticide on my summer hut. Besides, she's got it okay. God. Vampires in love. The only thing worse is you mooning over Trent. My smile widened. Maybe I'd make cookies. The man loved cookies. He made a rude sound, his silence telling me he was unhappy. Sorry about the dog. I lifted a shoulder and let it fall. You didn't know. I should have it. I didn't answer, thinking about my date tonight with Trent. Well, not a date exactly, but I had to get dressed up as if it were one. I was still trying to decide whether to put my hair up or wear it down. Chocolate chip is his favorite. Oh God, Jenks moaned. You're thinking about him. I can tell. Your aura shifted. Embarrassed, I halted at the crosswalk, waiting for the light. It did not. It did, he complained, but I knew he crapped because he couldn't say he was happy for me lest he jinx it somehow. So it's been like what, 3 months? Does he still curl your toes? Totally, I said, and he made a rude noise at my blissful smile. He's a total toe curler. Ah, this is sweeter than pixie piss, he said with false sarcasm. All my girls happy. I can't tell you the last time that happened. My smile widened, and I pushed the walk button as if that might hurry it along. I think it was when the unmistakable sound of tires screaming on pavement iced through me. My breath caught, and I turned. Jenks was gone, his white-hot sparkles seeming to burn an airborne trail back the way we'd come. A woman screamed for help, and I jumped back when a black sedan roared past me, the front fender dented. Somehow I knew, like when a picture falls off the wall, or the clock stops ticking. Ivy, I whispered, then turned and ran. Chapter 2. The thumps of my feet on the pavement jarred up my spine. Dodging people turning to look, I followed Jenks's fading dust. My heart seemed to stop when I turned the corner and saw Ivy crumpled in the street. Marcia and Luke were standing looking down at her, dazed. A car stopped even as I watched, and a man got out, white-faced, his phone in hand. Call 911. I shouted as I slid to the pavement beside Ivy. Shit. Ivy. She had to be alive. I shouldn't have left you. Jenks was a frantic, darting shape as he dusted the blood from a scalp wound. She'd hit her head. Her chest moved shallowly, and her legs were twisted. I was afraid to touch her, and my hands hovered over her, reminding me of Marcia standing over Luke. Pain charm. I thought frantically as I searched my bag. Fingers fumbling, I dropped the charm over her head. I was putting a band-aid on a concussion when she took a clean breath. Did you call 911? I exclaimed as a pair of Maris dress shoes scuffed before us. No hospital. Her voice was soft, almost not there, and both Jenks and I looked at Ivy. She was pale, and pain pinched her still-closed eyes. That was good, right? She wasn't unconscious, even if her eyes were closed. Damn it, I should have learned how to make a healing curse. But Al was gone and it was too late. Ivy. I brushed her hair back, my fingers trembling. They came away warm and red, and my fear redoubled. She'd hit her head badly enough that Jenks's dust wasn't stopping it. Ivy. I called when her eyes didn't open. More people were ringing us. Look at me, damn it. Look at me. Can you move your fingers and toes? I think so. Her eyes opened as I took her cold hand. The pupils were fully dilated, scaring me. I wasn't sure if it was from head trauma or my fear. The circle of people around us whispered, and when a smile of satisfaction edged over her pain, panic took me. Ivy? Her hand squeezed mine, and she moved her legs, wincing as she straightened them. She could move, and I remembered how to breathe. Marcia and Luke are gone, Jenks whispered as he hovered by my ear. Like I freaking cared? She was trying to sit up, and I gingerly helped her as the heat from the stopped car bathed us. Little fish, Ivy said, hair coming out of the bun as she held her middle. They weren't after them. Oh God, I think I cracked a rib. Don't move, I said, stiffening as a siren lifted into the air. The ambulance is coming. No hospital. Her black eyes fixed on mine, and she went whiter still as she tried to take a deep breath. No safe house. I've been marked. Marked? Her gaze went to the pain charm around her neck, and she gripped it tight, shocking me. She never used my magic. Avoided it. You need a hospital, I said, and she hissed in pain as she tried to turn her head. No. Ivy, you were hit by a car. Jenks had dusted her cuts until they were only a slow seep, but her eyes were dilated and she hadn't taken her other hand off her middle. Cornwall, she said softly, hatred temporarily overriding her pain. I told you Marcia and Luke weren't worth all of this. I wasn't supposed to walk out of that apartment alive. That charm was aimed at me, too. He wants me dead, so you will figure out how to save the souls of the undead. The car was a last effort to salvage their plan before going back with failure. My heart seemed to catch, then it raced as I looked at the surrounding faces for anyone watching too closely, their eyes holding fear. Ivy moaned as she breathed in my alarm, but I couldn't let go of it. I couldn't distance myself. The lethal charm had been aimed at all three of them. If I hadn't been there to break it, Ivy would be dead and I'd be getting a call from the second rising morgue. I don't want to become a dead thing, she whispered, then clenched in pain. Rachel? I closed my eyes. Ivy groaned, her pain doubling as my panic pulsed through her, bringing her alive even as she struggled to stave off death. I couldn't do this. I couldn't be her scion. But I knew I would if it came to that. Cornwall had grown tired of waiting for his soul. If Ivy was dead, me finding out how to return the undead their souls would move way up on my to-do list. We had to get out of here. Even the safe houses held death, and the hospitals would only make her passing smell of antiseptic. Why had I worked so hard to save their miserable existences? I wondered as I found my bag and looped it over my head. But it hadn't been just the undead in the balance when I'd freed the mystics last July, it had been the entire source of magic. Jenks dropped down as I gathered my resolve. They're everywhere, Rake, he whispered, his fear easy to read on his narrow, pinched features, and Ivy nodded. Surrounded by onlookers, we had a small space to breathe, but we couldn't stay here. Slowly I began to think. Trent. He had a surgery suite, one that wasn't staffed by people who could be bought. I wasn't sure where he was, but I could text him. Ivy was sitting. Maybe she could move. Ivy, I said, blanching at the blackness in her eyes when she looked at me from around a stray strand of hair. Can you move? Her boots scraped as she shifted them under her. If I can't, I'm dead, dot. A few in the crowd protested, but they backed up when Jenks rose, his fast, darting shape and the sharp sword in his grip making him a threat. My stomach turned when every hold I tried to help Ivy with only brought more pain. Teeth clenched, I tucked my shoulder under her arm and rose, staggering until we found our balance. Ivy's eyes closed. We hung for a moment, waiting to see if she was going to pass out. In the nearby distance, a siren rose, but it brought death, not life. Okay, nice and easy, I said, and Jenks kept everyone back as we started for the curb. Ivy's head was down, and she moved in sudden, painful limps. Step, pause. Step, pause. Her weight on me was solid, and her scent was tinged with sour acid. Tears threatened, and I ignored them. I couldn't live with Ivy if she was dead. I couldn't be her scion, but I knew I'd do it, even as it would destroy me. I tried to keep Ivy sane, knowing it was a bitter fallacy. I couldn't kill her a second time as she would want me to. I was a bad friend. I'm sorry, Ivy said as we reached the curb and she took her hand from her middle long enough to use the lamppost to help her step up. This isn't your fault, I barked so I wouldn't cry. We'll get you to Trent's, and you'll be fine. His compound was almost deserted since the serious inquiries into his illegal biolabs had begun, but he probably had a surgeon on call. Seeing her standing to catch her breath, I dug in my bag for my phone. Can you hold this? I said, giving her my splat gun, and she held it loosely. My fingers shook as I scrolled for Trent. He was the last person I'd called, and knowing he might not take a call but would always check a text, I wrote 911 in Eden Park and hit send. My stomach was twisting as I tucked my phone in my back pocket. It was all I could do. But we couldn't stay here. Each moment seemed to weigh more heavily on Ivy. She was slipping, and her living vampire endurance would mean nothing if she gave up. You can't go to the car, Rake. Jenks hovered before us, watching us and our backs both. They'll run you down. Shit. He was right. Tears of frustration pricked, and Ivy leaned against the lamppost. Behind her, people were turning away, leaving us to die. Where else can I go, Jenks? I shouted, frustrated. Nowhere on earth is safe from them. He shrugged, even as his dust grew dismal, but behind him was Eden Park, and a flash of hope lit through me. Ivy sensed it, and her eyes opened, glazed with pain. The park. I wiggled under her again, and we staggered into motion. Ivy, hold on. The park. Jenks echoed in disbelief, and then he nodded, rising up to fly 5 feet over us where he could keep watch. The park. There was a ley line in it, thin and broken, but it was there. I couldn't jump the lines without Biss. He wouldn't be awake until the sun went down, but I could shift realities if I was standing in a line. The ever after was a poor choice, but no one could follow us there, and maybe we could walk to the church's ley line and pop back into reality. Ivy stumbled as we found the grass, and we almost went down. Her moans sounded almost like pleasure. Old toxins were being pulled from her tissues to cope with the pain as her body struggled to stay alive. But this time it wasn't a master satisfying his blood urge that was killing her, and her breath quickened as she took in my fear and kindled her own long-suppressed desires. Almost there, I panted, struggling under her weight as I scanned the open grass between us and the footbridge. It was exposed, but they probably wouldn't shoot her and risk hitting me by accident. Cornwall needed me alive and Ivy dead. They only had to wait. This was partly my fault, and I felt the helpless tears trying to start as I took more of Ivy's weight. There was no way to bind a vampire's soul to his body once he died, and as we slowly limped across the green space to Twin Lakes Bridge and the broken ley line, a warm tear ran a trail down my cheek. "Don't cry," Ivy slurred. "It's going to be okay." I wiped my eyes between our lurching steps, my stomach roiling. Almost there. Jenks dropped down, worry pinching his features. "Her aura isn't looking good, Rake." "I know," I shouted. "I know," I said again, softer. "It hurts," Ivy said as I took even more of her weight. "It's not supposed to hurt, is it?" "Oh God." I knew the pain amulet was outclassed, but that the damage was too much for even the vampire toxins to mutate was scary. Almost there. "Hold on," I whispered, eyes fixed on the statue of Romulus and Remus. "You can rest when we get to the line." But I didn't think we were going to make it, especially when Jenks's dust went an angry red. "There are 2 blood bags on the footbridge," he snarled, his blade catching the light. "Keep going. Don't stop no matter what you hear. I'll take care of them." "Jenks!" I cried out as he darted away. Beside me, Ivy wheezed. Her fingers rose to touch her mouth, coming away red with blood. Immediately she curled her fingers up in a ball to hide it, but a flash of fear lit through me. Internal bleeding. My gun, too, was gone, left behind somewhere on the summer-burnt grass. "Almost there," I said again as we moved another few feet, but inside, I was despairing. There were no hospitals in the ever after, only demons who didn't care. I didn't think we'd make it all the way to the church. If Trent didn't show, I might have just killed Ivy by trying to save her. Ivy's breath became labored, and the sudden shouting at the bridge yanked my attention up. With a quick flurry of motion, a woman swung wildly at Jenks, falling down the embankment and into the water, harried the entire way by the pixie. Suddenly she was screaming as Sharps, the resident bridge troll, rose up, swamping her. Without a second look, the other vampire continued toward us, leaving her to sort herself out. He was Vampire Child, beautiful, graceful, and sure of himself, and when he looked at me, I shuddered. Jenks darted in and away, distracting him. "Move faster, Ivy," I begged, knowing Jenks couldn't hold off a determined vampire. Eyeing the statue of Romulus and Remus, I brought up my second sight. A faint haze, ill-looking and sporadic, hung at chest height. It was Ael's line, half dead because of the shallow pond someone had dug out under it, but unable to die because the other half of it lay in the dry, desolate ever after. It reminded me of the demon himself, having given up on life but clinging so tightly to the memory of a love he had once had that now he couldn't live or die. He would never help me. Not now. And an old guilt pulled my brow even tighter. From the water came a gurgling scream as the woman fought to be free of Sharps. Ivy moaned and I dropped my second sight. My eyes jerked to the controlled anger and grace striding toward us despite Jenks's darting flight and bloodied blade. The vampire knew the line was there and was trying to cut us off. Crap on toast. I wasn't going to make it. I'd have to beat him off. Ivy hung on my shoulder as I came to a heart-pounding halt, her head down and her breathing frighteningly raspy. A lousy 20 feet was between me and the line, and the suave man smiled when he rocked to a silent stand before us. He was the expected 8 feet back, his hair moving in the light breeze as he assessed my determination, feeding off my fear even as I found a firmer stance. 8 feet. He'd fought magic users before. It was just far enough that he could dodge anything I might throw at him. Fine. He was between me and the line, but I could still pull on it, and I allowed the line's energy to funnel down to my hand and gathered it in a tight ball of frustration. He was stunning in his black suit, but it was more than his sculpted, carefully bred for beauty. It was his attitude of a complete and utter lack of fear. He was wearing sunglasses, and an old scar on his neck said he was someone's favorite. Behind him, the woman screamed at both Jenks and Sharps as she tried to get out of the water. Morgan, the living vampire, said, his voice holding layers of emotion, and Ivy stirred, drawn awake by either the screams at the lake or the pull in his voice. "Go to hell. Ivy managed, and Jenks joined me. Together we faced him, my knees shaking and Jenks's wings clattering in threat. The man's eyes flicked to Ivy, then back to me. Give it up. Not happening, and I found a better grip on Ivy, my belly full of ever after waiting for direction. Come and get me, I mocked, trying to lure him a foot closer. You're not who I'm interested in. She's almost dead. All I have to do is wait. Son of a bastard. This wasn't the original team sent to kill Ivy. It was probably the one sent to collect her body, and they'd be eager for the extra kudos killing her would bring them. Behind me, a car door slammed. I didn't dare look, but from the edge of my sight, 3 more men in suits started across the grass. Damn it, I couldn't fight off 4 of them and protect Ivy, too, even with Jenks. The living vampire's beautiful brown eyes went black as he breathed in my fear. Let us finish the job, or we beat you up and we finish the job anyway. She's dying her first death before the sun goes down. Over my dead body. The sun was nearing the horizon, but there were hours left in its path. And my broken wings, Jenks added, dusting Ivy's scalp again as blood began to mat her hair. They were almost to us. I had to do something, his being out of range or not. I thought of Trent. Had he gotten my text? Was he on his way? Dead? The vampire said, recapturing my attention. No, he wants you alive. For now. My frustration rose. The hazy red smear of the ley line was just behind him. 20 lousy feet. It can't be done. I shouted, Jenks's dust tingling against my skin. Tell Cormel it can't be done. Then you owe him for the year he's kept you both safe, the man said. Watching you suffer Ivy's second life will do. I already saved him once. I'm not paying the same debt twice. The man chuckled, motioning for the arriving thugs to circle us. I could smell them, the rising scent of vampire incense bringing Ivy's eyes open and a new tension to her face. You prolonged his misery is all. He gestured, and I moved, throwing a single burst of energy at the beautiful man before turning my attention inward. Rhombus! I shouted, relief a slap when Jenks, contrary to his instinct, dropped down, safe inside my circle. The rushing vampires skidded to a halt, stymied. Before me, my black-angled fist-size unfocused magic slammed into the head vampire, throwing him back 4 feet to hit the ground hard. Nothing could get through my barrier unless it held my aura, not bullet, not vampire, not demon, unless he was very determined and I'd left an opening. But we were trapped in it, trapped 20 feet from safety. Damn it! This was so not fair. Every other demon could shift his aura to slip into a line, but I couldn't jump on my own, couldn't jump a lousy 20 feet. The line was so close I could almost feel it humming. Dazed, the vampire found his feet, his beauty ruined by his snarl. She's going to die in there. He shouted, stalking forward to halt so close the barrier hummed a warning and I could see the first wrinkles about his eyes. She's going to die, and then she will fall on you. Ivy stared up at me, clearly in pain, clearly feeling the pinch of instincts and desires she had lied to herself were under control. Tears filled her black eyes, and she reached out, her hand shaking as it found mine. I'm sorry, she said, and anger filled me that they had brought her to this. Please don't let me wake as the undead. I won't remember why I love you. Promise me. Promise me you won't let me wake as an undead. My throat closed, and as Jenks's dust sifted red between us, I dropped down, my arms going around her. She wanted me to kill her if she should die. I couldn't do it. I promise. Liar. She smiled at me, hand shaking as she touched my cheek. Panic renewed, and I felt unreal, dizzy as I looked at the vampires ringing us in the late afternoon. There was no one to help me. I had to find a way. She won't last an hour, the beautiful man said, anticipation making his eyes black. She will wake undead. You will fix her soul to her, or die at her own hands. Ivy shook, and I let her go, resolve filling me as I stood until the shimmer of my circle hummed just over my head. Jenks, I need you to do something, I said, and his face went white. I'm not leaving you, Rake. I eyed the 20 feet and 4 vampires that separated us from the line. I'm going to kick some vampire ass and get to that line. Ivy and I can wait in the ever after. With the surface demons? Jenks barked, his wings clattering harshly. I had no choice. Go try to wake Biss up. He can jump us to Trent's. I looked at the pixie, seeing his fear in his tight, angular face. He didn't want to leave us, was terrified we would die without him. He was probably right. No. His wings clattered as he understood what I was saying. It's ours until sunset. Don't ask me to leave you. I dropped down to grab Ivy's elbow to help her stand up. I'm sorry, Ivy. You have to help me get you to the line. But she can hardly walk. Which means she still can. I shouted, and Ivy clutched at me, halfway to a stand and heavy in my grip. Jenks, please, I said softly, and he hovered, helpless and angry, before us. I can't jump on my own and Biss can't find me. You have to tell him where we are. Slowly his expression shifted from anger to a frustrated understanding. Keep her alive, he said, and I nodded, again making promises I couldn't keep. Scared, I turned to the vampires watching suspiciously. Behind them, Cincinnati drowsed in the late afternoon sun. Al could have jumped us right to Trent's, or the hospital, or the church. But I wasn't one of them any longer. The break with the demons had been clean, even if the jagged edges of it still dug into my soul in the quiet parts of the night. Breath held against the pain, Ivy got her weight over her feet and wavered to arise. I felt her clench in agony as she fought to keep from coughing, her grip on me hurting. She took one breath, then another. Head up, she stared at the men ringing us. At the bridge, the woman finally got out of the water, dripping and bleeding from scratches and with a malevolent gleam in her eye. 5 now. I sucked in the line energy, feeling it hiccup and stutter. Does Al know I'm using his line? I wondered, feeling Al's utter abandonment of me again, jealousy, heartache, and hatred too much for him to forgive. Let me go, Ivy. I have to fight, I whispered, and after the briefest of hesitations, she did, her eyes closing as she uncrimped her fingers from around my arm. I could tell it had taken all her resolve, and she swallowed her saliva back, refusing to give in to her instincts, but instincts die last and hard. I like it when you say my name, she said as her eyes opened. It doesn't hurt anymore. Shit. This wasn't good. Not good at all. I'm glad, I whispered, wishing my knees weren't shaking. I'm going to have to kick some ass. Can you get to the statue on your own? Maybe critique me when it's over? Over a beer, she said. Her hand wasn't so tight against her middle. I didn't know a charm for this. I had nothing. Ivy slowly lost her balance and leaned into me again, unable to stand on her own. She wasn't going to make it, no matter what happened, and I shoved my panic down deep. Thank you, Jenks, I whispered. His wings clattered, and he wouldn't look at me, that same black dust sifting from him and making my skin tingle. I held Ivy close, the chill of her pressing into me as her head hung down and her breathing grew shallow. She was close to passing out. Slowly I lifted my chin and found the eyes of the waiting vampire. You first, I said, yanking a wad of Ever After into me. My breath came in with a sharp sound. Ivy stiffened in my grip, and I wondered if she felt it as I pulled everything I could handle into me. Jenks, grab something. I shouted as the building energy crested, lapped the top of my abilities, and, with a spasm that seemed to shake me to my core, edged into pain as I took even more. I had to take it all. All. Rake. Jenks shrilled, tugging on my hair as he wound himself up in it. What are you doing? I had one shot, and I wasn't going to waste it, even if it burned my synapses to a twisted mass. Corrupto! I shouted, letting the energy explode from me. My knees buckled. I felt airy, light, and unreal. The line hummed through me, smelling of ozone and stardust. A soundless wave sped out, flattening the grass and bowling the vampires head over heels, making them look like crows. Ivy shuddered, her eyes opening black and deep. Together we straightened as a distant bell rang, and then another. Across the river, the basilica's bells tolled, and tears threatened when I recognized my own church bells ringing in echo from the force of my blast. My skin was tingling, and I almost went down as Ivy's weight suddenly became my responsibility. Ivy! I called, bringing up my second sight and looking for the ley line. The vampires were down. We had to move. Come on. Just a few steps. But then panic took me, not that the head vampire was getting up off the pavement, but that the ley line was gone. It wasn't running where it should, through the man-made ponds and beside the statue the vampire was leaning heavily against. Where is it? I shouted, and Ivy sagged in my grip. Bewildered, and head humming as if it held a hive of bees, I strengthened my second sight until reality wavered under a broken landscape of dust, cracked rock, and bloated sun hazing an empty landscape and dry riverbed. The desolation of the Ever After was complete, and the gritty wind lifted through my hair even though I still stood in reality. But there was no line. What have I done? Jenks hovered before me, blinking in shock. You're in it, he said, a weird greenish dust sifting from him. How did you move it, Rake? My mouth dropped open, and I spun, shocked. I moved the line? How? Get her! The vampire screamed, and the present rushed back. Rhombus! I shouted, staggering under Ivy's weight as my circle sprang up heady and thick since I was standing right in the middle of the line. I'd moved it? How? I had only tapped it. But Jenks was right. I was standing in AL's flimsy line, and it was growing stronger, no longer dampened and drained by the pawns. I'd shifted it. I had moved it to me. The vampires slid to a halt, one of them screaming as he touched the circle, and a snap of energy struck him like lightning. We were in the line. Ivy was with me. I looked past the angry vampires, knowing the line had been behind them, knowing it couldn't be moved. But it had. And somehow, I didn't care that I'd done the impossible. Sorry about the beating, I said as I melded my aura around Ivy's to shift her with me to the ever after. Beating? The vampire leaned closer, not knowing what had happened. That wasn't a beating. I tightened my hold on the line, feeling it start to take us. No, the one your master is going to give you. Thank you, Jenks. I will keep her alive. The man's eyes became round, fear shimmering his motion for the first time, making him somehow more captivating with the contrasting shadows of fear and power. We'd bested him, and he was going to be punished. No! He shouted as I shifted my aura and the world moved around us. The red of sunset became the harsh red of the ever-after sun. His howling cry of denial evolved, peaked, and became the scream of the gritty wind. The image of his crooked fingers reaching for us dissolved, and I saw it mirrored in the broken rock surrounding us. The sound of Jenks's wings was gone. We were alone and the world was broken, just like me. My heart thumped and I shifted Ivy's weight until she hissed in pain. I squinted at the distant, red-smeared horizon, then brought my eyes closer, sending it over the remains of the hollows, already in shadow. The spires of the basilica rose over it all, the bastion carefully preserved where most everything was left to crumble. The space where my church would have been was nothing but rock and grass. My idea to walk to it vanished. Ivy was done. You can rest now, I whispered. It's going to be okay. Heart-aching, I eased her down against a boulder, and she gripped my arm, refusing to let go. My eyes shot to hers, and the utter blackness in them stitched all my fears into one smothering black piece. I couldn't kill her to prevent her undead existence. If this didn't find us in time. I didn't know. My throat was tight as I sat beside her and pulled her head to rest against me. She could move no farther, and this was as good a place as any, better than some. Whatever happened, we would face it together, away from the filth she'd struggled her entire life to escape. Chapter 3. The gritty wind had rubbed the skin between my short boot and pants leg raw. I huddled closer to Ivy, trying to get into the lee of the stone, but the boulder wasn't large enough. Ivy didn't move as my weight shifted, and I twisted my leg almost under myself to hide it. It would be asleep in about 3 minutes, but the respite from the wind was worth it. Ivy's shallow breath came and went, her scent obvious under the choking burnt amber reek that permeated the ever after. I listened for the clink of rock or sliding rubble that would mean a surface demon as I looked over the dry bed of the Ohio River and to the crumbled remains of the hollows below. The sun was almost down, and the light was vanishing from the basilica's steeple inch by slow inch. Elsewhere the shadows were already thick. Behind me where Cincinnati would be, things moved, howled, and hooted as the sun vanished. Surface demons. The large circle I'd put around us would keep them at bay, but they were gathering. No one, not even Newt, stayed still on the surface after dark, and we'd been noticed. The horizon was still bright, but directly overhead the sky was that peculiar ever-after shade of reddish-black that reminded me of old blood. A tiny sliver of moon would set just after the sun, and it glowed in eerie silver. It was the only pure thing, but so distant as to depress rather than uplift. Experience told me the wind might abate with the sunset, a prospect I both welcomed and dreaded. It got cold when the sun went down, and Ivy was suffering, drifting in and out of consciousness. We were both thirsty, but she'd never said a word, happy that I was here with her. Vampires suck, I thought, not for the first time as I rested my head against her shoulder and closed my eyes against the upwelling grief. How had we gotten here, playing a deadly game of waiting where Ivy's life hung in the chance between time and pixie wings? Black traces of smut ran over the gold glow of my aura, hazing my protection circle, arching like electricity between poles. The surface demons were gathering outside, not so patiently waiting for my circle to fall. One of them stood so his silhouette would be obvious against the darkening sky. He was taller than the rest, and the way he held his staff made me wonder if he was the same one Newt had tormented last summer in her calibration curse. You should go, Ivy whispered, and I started, not having realized she was awake. I tugged her coat closer around her, careful not to hurt her. No, I said simply, and she turned her black eyes to me, unblinking and catching the faint light from the sky. I'm going to die compromised, she said, as if she were talking about cutting her hair. Without medical intervention, I'll wake hungry and incoherent. You should leave. I don't want to hurt you. My thoughts flashed to the one time we tried to share blood. She'd mistakenly taken her feelings of love from it and had nearly killed me. I'd seen the beast of hunger in her before, and she hurt me because I would hurt her to stop it. No, I whispered, and she sighed. Silent, I watched the tall surface demon elegantly swing his staff to drive another from his rock, and the smaller demon scuttled sideways. This will be awake soon, I said, but it sounded like a prayer even to me. Ivy wasn't shivering anymore, scaring me. It will be okay. Jenks went to get Biss. He can jump you right to Transsurgical Suite. It won't be long now. But I knew she heard the lie as well as I did. I'm sorry, Ivy slurred, and a lump filled my throat. I know you wanted things to be different. I stared ahead, trying not to blink. They weren't going to make it here in time. Forcing a smile, I adjusted her blood-stained coat. They'll be here in a few minutes. I'm scared. I eased closer, not liking the chill she had. I'm not going anywhere. Damn it, I didn't have anything to help her. Nothing. She was going to die, and all I could do was hold her hand. The tears slipped down, cold in the chill wind. I didn't bother to wipe them away. Sensing the end, the surface demon with the staff moved, easing down from his rock to hunch just outside the barrier. He looked like an aborigine, wise, gaunt, and cautious where his kin were simply thin and hungry. Promise me you won't be my scion. I want Nina to do it. Surprised, I stilled my hand against her hair. I'd thought she'd been sleeping. Nina? My voice had been bitter, and I couldn't help but wonder if some of this was Nina's fault. The young woman liked risks, was clever, and was in love with Ivy, and so addicted to the sensations that her master vampire could pull through her that she'd do just about anything to escape him even as she crawled back for more. If Ivy was an undead, she could claim Nina as her scion. At least that way, someone Nina loved would be abusing her instead of a half-mad, dying undead. Felix was insane from the sun already, and his children would soon be orphaned, vulnerable in the extreme unless another undead claimed them. No one would contest it. I can't do that to you, she said, and heartache filled me when I realized she was crying. I don't want you to spend the rest of your life trying to keep me from walking into the sun. If you can't end my second life, then promise me that you'll walk away. That you won't try to help me. Understand that I'm lost. Throat tight, I held her close. I promise, I lied. The wind gusted and died, making the surface demon's tattered clothes shift. I shouldn't have brought you here. I'm feeling better, she said, her breath becoming shallower. Really? That's good, I said, my hand moving against an unbloodied part of her hair. My throat was tight. She tried so hard to be the person she wanted to be. She'd given me friendship, kept me from pain, sacrificed her goals to keep me alive. And I couldn't stop this. I couldn't give her anything back. I could only hold her hand. Maybe it's enough, I thought miserably. The smallest things meant the world to her. But then the head surface demon jerked straight. In a breath, he turned and vanished, rocks clinking to mark his passage. Another was an instant behind him. Tense, I pulled myself up, tasting the gritty night wind. Something had scared them off. This? I whispered, the sound of my voice echoing back off the flat, rocky earth. But the sun was still up. I should have known, a bitterly proud and slightly accented voice said. How did you do it? Elf magic? My pulse thudded. Breath held, I sent my eyes searching. A soft glow blossomed, and I found him. Just outside my circle and between me and the ruins of Cincinnati, Al stood in a soft puddle of light. His velvet frock coat was elegant, and his stance sure. The glow leaking from the archaic lantern hardly made it past his silver-buckled shoes, but I knew it was all that could get through the thick layer of smut on his soul, and I knew it bothered him, for once he'd been able to light an amphitheater to bright noon. Do what? I whispered, not moving, hardly breathing. Al had tried to kill me. Okay, he'd tried to kill me a couple of times, but this last time I think he'd really meant it. My line is no longer in that stinking puddle of water, he said, nose wrinkled. I came to find out why before the sun set. It was you? Lip curling, he dusted a nearby boulder with a silk cloth and set the lantern down. Trying to curry favor makes you weak. Al, I breathed, and pain flashed across his face, ruddy from the setting sun. Do not call me that. My name is Gally. Al, please, I said again, carefully extricating myself from Ivy, hoping she would remain asleep. The heartache of his bitter abandonment hit me hard, my emotions already paper-thin because of Ivy. I felt new tears threaten, hating them. It was an accident. I was trying to while my throat closed up. Ivy slumped behind me, but he wouldn't help, and that hurt even more. Oh, he said in mock distress. Your sad little friend is dying. He could save her with a word, but I remained silent, standing before him, hating his bitter callousness. He was better than this. I'd seen it in unguarded moments. You smell like carrion, he said, nose wrinkled. Behind me Ivy stirred but didn't wake. Butterflies like carrion. He paused as if in speculation. No, that's elf. I can smell the stink from here, even over the putrid reek of burnt amber. Nothing in him had changed. I knew it wouldn't have. My finding love with Trent hadn't hurt him this bad. I was a symptom, not the core of what brought this hatred out. The fear that he might kill Trent just to spite me was real, though, and I backed up a step. Silent? He sniffed, looking disgusted. Miracles do happen. Why is he still here? I heard the scrabbling of claws and I glanced at Ivy. I could use your help, I whispered, knowing he never would. Demons don't help, he said bitterly. Demons torment. Can't you tell the difference? That's not how I saw you. Al eyed the thin bands of smut crawling over the surface of my circle, his lips twisting in jealousy. You did it first. Because that's all you showed me, I shot back. I'd thought he'd understood me. I trusted him, and he turned his back on me because Trent was an elf, the same as the woman he'd once loved and hadn't been brave enough to fight for. What did I ever do to you? Al uncrossed his arms and leaned forward, anger shining from his eyes. You hurt me. He yelled, giving in and punching my circle. With an inward rush of energy, my circle fell into him with a pop. Not expecting it, Al lurched, his hat falling off as he stumbled back and caught his balance. I stared at him in shock as his hat rolled to a stop almost at my feet. There'd been an instant of connection between us, an undeniable spark. He looked just as surprised, his eyes wide in disbelief. How? I stammered, then renewed the circle as claws scraped in the ugly red light. His lips parted to show his blocky teeth. Al put a careful finger to my bubble. The black crawled to him, and when he touched it, my circle fell. Stop that! I shouted, heart pounding as I said it anew, but he was already across it and in here with me. Something was wrong. He'd broken my circle, and he hadn't even tried. That little bitch! Al shouted, and Ivy stirred. I gasped as Al strode to me, halting with an unexpected shortness when I raised my hand in threat. She changed your soul, yes? The demon demanded, fidgeting, and so close I could smell the smoke from his fire on him. Newt changed it so that puking elf goddess couldn't find you by your aura? I nodded, not breathing until he took 3 steps back. Okay, he was pissed, but he wasn't choking me. The crazy bitch changed your aura to mimic mine. My mouth dropped open. Horrified, I looked at my circle. Jenks had said my aura was different, but he never said it looked like Al's. But then, mine wasn't covered in as much smut and probably looked brighter. That's why the demon had been able to drop my circle with a touch. Great. Now I had nothing to block his spells with. She patterned your new aura after mine. The bitch. Al wasn't looking at me, hands on his hips as he watched the surface demons throw rocks at the lantern he'd left behind until it shattered and Al's globe of light rolled in the dust. That's how you were able to move my line. But why? Had it been the crazy demon's perverted attempt at a joke? Or maybe she thought it would bring us back together. But then a new thought sparked through me. If our auras are the same, then Treble can teach me how to jump the lines. Al spun, coattails furling. Expression hard, he pointed a finger at me. I share my soul resonance with no one. My skin was prickling. He was pulling on the line, gathering energy to him. Our eyes met, and he grimaced when he realized I could feel it. He took a breath, and frantic, I dove for cover. Knock it off! I shouted as a ball of black-tinted energy exploded against the ground, peppering me with bits of rock. It wasn't my idea. I added, scrabbling to my feet. But he was already deep in a chant, a glowing mass of forced power stretching between his fingers. Crap on toast. He was using old battle magic. Al! I protested, then stiffened when Al's lantern light rolled into my circle and it fell with the sensation of sparkling tingles. Ivy, I whispered, turning to see a surface demon creeping to her. Son of a bitch, I muttered. Ignoring Al, I dove for her. Howling, I pulled a massive wave of energy from the line. Al lurched to get out of my way, his goat-slitted eyes wide when I threw the unfocused energy at the surface demon instead of him. The surface demon skittered back, scuttling away with an evil chatter. And don't come back! I shouted, shaking as I reinstated the circle. Or I'll give you more of the same. My skin prickled. I spun back to Al. But the demon wasn't even looking at me. Relieved, I turned to Ivy, seeing her eyes black and beautiful. "You okay?" I asked her, and she smiled. "I'll miss watching you work," she said, more alive than I'd seen her in 2 hours. Pissed, I pulled the hair out of my mouth and glared at Al. "You're a prick for standing there when I need help, you know that?" I said, then ducked as something flew over my head. "Rachel!" This called, the cat's eyes gargoyle winging in a tight circle to drop down onto the rock Ivy was slumped against. "Jenks said you were going to walk to the church." "Hold on. I'll be right back. Trent's at the wrong line." "Trent?" I took an elated breath, but the little guy was gone. The sun had gone down unnoticed, and his pebbly black skin was hard to see against the night. I'd hardly recognized him before he'd vanished. My knees were shaking, and I turned to find Al was gone. "Coward! You left me!" I shouted. "And I can love anyone I want," I added, but there was no one there but Ivy to hear me. "Son of a bastard," I muttered, hope a quick flash as a figure stepped from nothing in the soft sound of displaced air. There was the quick pulse of leather wings, and Biss was gone again. "Nina!" I had expected Trent, but it was Nina, the athletic woman in her classy dress suit and black nylons bolting to Ivy with a vampiric quickness despite her high heels. "You've been here for hours!" Nina exclaimed, black eyes angry as she fell to kneel before Ivy and covered her with her jacket. "Why didn't you give her any blood?" It hurt when she said it like that. "She doesn't want any," I said, my relief overwhelming. Ivy pushed weakly at Nina, eyes slipping shut. "No. I'm okay. Rachel did what I asked. She doesn't want blood." "Stop forcing her," I said. Hunched over Ivy, making her Hispanic elegance into a frightening shadow, Nina all but hissed, "This is what she is. What she wants means nothing when it comes to keeping her alive, Adat. But if she quit striving for who she wanted to be, Ivy might as well be dead." I took a breath to tell Nina to back off, startled when Biss jumped back into existence. The little gargoyle was on Trent's shoulder, and he immediately popped back across the lines, for Jenks, probably. "Thank you, God." Trent shuddered as the stink of burnt amber filled his lungs, and something flip-flopped in me. My eyes darted to where Al had last been to be sure he was gone. Trent was here. I didn't have to do this alone. He wouldn't let Ivy die. We'd be in time. "Rachel!" Trent's usual slacks and dress shirt looked out of place, sheened with red from the glow in the sky. His dress shoes slipped on the dust, and he caught his balance effortlessly. His pace crossing the dust was fast, and his eyes were quick. Sunset, even in the ever after, was truly his best time. "Thank God you're all right. Jenks told me what happened. Is Ivy okay?" "She's hurt bad," I said as he reached me. Nina was trying to get her pearl button undone from a silk cuff, but Ivy wouldn't let her, insistently promising she was okay. "She's got internal injuries and a concussion." I hesitated, surprised at the sudden lump in my throat. I probably shouldn't have moved her, but I had to get to a line. Why the hell am I always last? Jenks complained, joining us in a bright flash of pixie dust. His bright sparkle sifted down like a temporary sunbeam over Ivy, making her smile and lift her hand to give him a place to land. She was whispering to Jenks, comforting him when it should have been the other way around. Biss landed on the rock above them, clearly anxious to start jumping us out. His lion-tufted tail wrapped around his feet, looking both submissive and protective, dangerous even as the white tufts on his ears made him cute. We had to go, but I nearly lost it when Trent pulled me close, smelling of green things and spice, his touch real and loving, reminding me of everything I wanted but was afraid to call my own. Suddenly I was fighting the urge to cry, his fingers strong from pulling an unruly horses and tapping out keyboard commands gentled me closer. I'd had to keep it together, and now there was someone to help. Ivy was going to make it. She'd make it. She had to. "You did the right thing," Trent whispered, the deep understanding in his voice bringing my defenses down. I'd never have expected it a year ago, but now, after seeing him lose everything to follow his heart, I could. I could accept his comfort, show my vulnerability, even if it might not last. The undeniable truth was, he was meant for better things than me. One day Elizabeth would have him, and I'd be left with the memory of who he had wanted to be. Rachel? But I'd be damned if I didn't take what I could of the time we had. Catching my tears, I wiped my face, giving Trent a thankful smile as I pulled back and looked for Biss. The little gargoyle had his wings draped around him, looking like a devil himself. "Biss? Can you jump her to Trent's?" "Not until I give her some blood." Giving up on her sleeve, Nina used her little teeth to rip the button off. "She can't be moved yet," the living vampire said as she pushed her sleeve up. Her naturally dark skin showed the scars even in the dim light, and her panic at finding Ivy this close to death obvious. "I can't believe you let her sit here on the cold ground." "Easy," Trent said when I stiffened, and he lifted my chin, reading the strain I'd lived with for the last few hours, the fear. "Why is it harder when those we love are in danger than when it's just us?" He whispered, and I blinked fast. I wasn't going to cry, damn it. I wasn't. "No," Ivy said again, her eyes black as she found Nina's. "No," she said more stridently, and Nina hunched over her, aching with her need to help her. "Ivy, sweetheart, please. Let me make you stronger so we can move you." This waited, wings half open, unsure and unwilling to do anything that might hurt Ivy. Trent, though, was grimacing. He knew it for the lie it was as well as I. Oh, I was sure blood would help stabilize her, but it would be an unredeemable step backward, back to where Nina, in all her expensive perfume and trendy clothes, was back to where Ivy was striving to pull Nina from despite Nina's assurances that she wasn't allowing Felix into her mind anymore. The clever woman was too in control most days not to be. No, Ivy's voice was stronger. "No blood. Not like this. I'd rather die twice." "But, Ivy," Nina protested, breaking off when Ivy fumbled to pull Nina's sleeve down and kissed her fingertips. Frustrated, Nina knelt over Ivy. "It doesn't have to be this hard," she begged, but Ivy only smiled lovingly, feeling good that she'd resisted, that she'd won again for another day. "Why do you do this to yourself?" I turned away as Ivy patted Nina's back, comforting her. In Ivy's eyes, Nina was the one who needed help. Go. "My surgical staff is waiting," Trent said, and the gargoyle awkwardly hopped from the rock. "We need to get out of here before the surface demons find us." Too late. My eyes lifted to the surrounding rocks, glad they hadn't shown themselves yet as they evaluated the threat Nina and Trent might be. "I thought so." Trent sighed, turning to watch my back. "I'm sorry about the church." "My church? What's wrong with the church?" Jenks's blur of wings shone against Trent's fair, almost transparent hair, glowing red as it picked up the red ever after dust. "The pixie piss vampires have overrun it," he almost snarled. "Stinking up the place and stomping everything like fairy maggots looking for spiders. They thought you might jump to the line in the garden, and they've got enough manpower there to make Piscary puke if the putrid pus pile of vampire piss were still alive." Ivy chuckled, the laugh choking off in a pain sound making Nina's eyes go black again. Biss carefully reached a clawed foot out to touch her, and when Biss and Ivy winked out of the ever after, the tight knot around my gut finally began to ease. Nina hunched over the space Ivy had been in for a moment before rising to lean dejectedly against the rock. Slowly her expression changed as she realized where she was. Tension won through her, turning her from uneasy to a threatening shadow, smeared red with the remaining light in the sky. When I'd first met Nina, she'd been lively and eager for anything new. Now, after almost a year under a failing master's warped attention, she was still looking for thrills, but she was also twitchy and unpredictable, her jealousy of any attention I might show Ivy becoming increasingly violent. I didn't believe for a second that Felix was ignoring her, but every time I brought it up, Ivy got mad, wanting her happy lie rather than the inconvenient truth. "Word got out you were finding undead souls," Trent said softly. "That's not true," I exclaimed, but he was nodding as if already knowing it. "Even so, every undead vampire in the city now believes you can," he added. "Especially after what happened last July. In their minds, they don't understand why you haven't done it. No wonder they were camped out at my church." "I don't think you can tie a soul to a mind when the body is dead," I said. "That's why souls leave after the first death." I was tired, but I didn't dare relax, and I strained for any clink of rock, any sliding of dust. "They don't want to believe that." Trent cupped my elbow. Tingles spread from there to the small of my back where his other hand had gone to pull me closer to him. "We'll figure this out. I'm not entirely penniless, you know." That he was there to help without my asking was a guilty relief, but I didn't know how he could. He'd lost almost everything in discrediting the truth of his illegal manufacture of genetic medicines and the very drug that the vampires depended upon for survival. It didn't sit well that both the vampires and the elves had gone after him because of me, and I bowed my head when I realized I'd done the same thing to El, bankrupting the demon before he'd had enough and left. I was an albatross, pulling down those who meant the most to me. Maybe I should leave before I brought Trent down, too. Trent's arms were around me, but I couldn't speak, unwilling to breathe in his clean scent and feel the whisper of wild magic that sometimes rose from him like aftershave. But the guilt of him losing almost everything because of me was a sharp, insistent thorn. "He still cares for you," Trent said, and I looked up, confused. "Al, I mean. He was here, wasn't he?" "Oh. That. Grimacing, I turned in Trent's arms, feeling his grip ease as I looked at Ael's line, knocked off its path by my desperate pull on it. Ael's jealousy wasn't born of affection, but from a weird kinship and maybe a little envy. I'd stood against the demons to keep who I loved, and Ael had worked within the shadows of their hatred for 1,000 years for the same reason, ultimately failing. He was bitter. How can you tell? Smiling, Trent tucked a gritty strand of hair behind my ear. You have that, I yelled at someone who deserves it look. He'll come around. Sour, I bobbed my head and pulled entirely from him. That's what I'm afraid of. This jumped back in, and Jenks yelped, taking to the air and dodging the winged gargoyle until the bigger flyer snagged him. I'm going last. Jenks protested. I'm going last with Rachel, you overgrown worm. And then he was gone. It was just me, Nina, and Trent. The scrape of wood on rock jerked my eyes to a surface demon, its gaunt shadow rising up black against the still darkening horizon. And the surface demons, I thought, setting up a new protection circle and wondering if it was too late. Behind me, a rock clinked. Slowly Trent moved to put his back to mine. Yep, it was. Rachel? The air tingled at the pull Trent drew on the ley line. There, I said, flicking a tiny pop of energy at a swiftly moving shadow. Shit, there were 2 of them in here. Heart pounding, I turned to the first. Da Trudeau! I shouted, and he pinwheeled back, crashing into the inside of my circle. His staff lay on the dirt, and I ran forward, scooping it up before running back to Trent. Hissing, the larger surface demon jumped from rock to rock, looking alien as he circled us. Nina was white-faced, pressed up against that rock, and I beckoned to her. Scared, she inched closer, but she was moving too slowly, and there was a demon creeping up behind her. Nina! Get down! I shouted, leaping to get between them. Without thought, I pulled on the line, sending it from my chi to my hand, condensing it as it took fewer and fewer pathways until it finally reached my fingertips and ran down the staff. Dilataire! I shouted as it exploded from the end, the rod acting like a rifle bore to focus it into a finite point that slammed into the surface demon with a thunderous ache of release. Nina screamed as she dropped, the burst of light showing surface demons doing cartwheels into the rocks and pebbles. The shock echoed back up my arm, and the staff fell from my senseless fingers. Shaking, I looked at it, wondering what the thing was made of. And still. A hunched shadow found its feet, not giving up as it began to creep forward again, low to the ground and hissing. Slow with surprise, Trent helped Nina up before coming to stand beside me. His jaw was set, and he looked fantastic, eyes bright and a glow of magic about his hands. Seeing him as he wanted to be, not the careful businessman he was so good at being and that others had forced on him, I felt my heart swell. I'd had something to do with it, and I was proud of him for finding the courage to be what he wanted. Why can't it last? I thought, aching. Together? I said, and Trent nodded, eager to blend our strengths into one. I quashed the fear that Al was watching. If he'd known Trent was here, he'd be trying to kill him. Pale, Nina scooped up the staff, holding it inexpertly. My hand found Trent's, and my breath came fast as his energies mixed with mine like shades of gold twining together. The rank taint of burnt amber eased, overpowered by the clean scent of grass and trees and sweet wine. My chin rose. This wasn't wrong. I didn't care that the demons and elves said it was. This wasn't wrong. The surface demon hissed, his ragged clothes hanging like a tattered aura. He hunched, preparing to jump, and Trent and I gathered our power. Now! I shouted, exhilarated as our joint energies wound together and struck the demon, sending it rolling back into the darkness. Trent's eyes were alight, his hair almost floating as he inhaled, bringing with it a wash of sparkles through me. My God, it was almost better than sex with the man. Nina's scream iced through me, and we spun. The second demon was on her, the staff the only thing keeping it from her neck. Snarling, the twisted form fought to wrench the staff away. My heart thudded. I reached out, fingertips aching as I made a fist, unable to use my magic for fear of hitting her. Nina, get him off you! I shouted. Let him have the stupid staff. But she couldn't let go, afraid. Her gasping breaths cut through the air, and I jumped when Trent blasted the first surface demon behind us. Jaw clenched, I ran for her, feeling as if my hand sank into the demon when I reached for it. It screamed at my touch, and I stumbled back, ripping it off her as I fell on my butt. It didn't do much good, as the age-twisted thing went right back at her. Oh God! Nina cried, and then both surface demons were on her, smelling the blood. Son of a bitch! I stared, flat on my ass, aghast and panicking as they covered her. I could not go back to Ivy and tell her Nina died in the ever after. Trent! I shouted, head hurting as I pulled in a massive amount of ever after. This was going to end right now. Get off! Nina thundered, and I froze, halfway to her, when first one, then the other surface demon flew through the red-tinted air to land in the rock-strewn shadows. Someone touched me, and I jerked, pulling my energies back when I saw Trent. Trent, I started, words failing when I realized he was dragging me away from Nina. My eyes darted to her, and my mouth went dry. I didn't think it was just Nina anymore. She'd rolled to her feet, hands still holding that staff as she hunched into a ball and bared her teeth at the surface demon still shaking off the fall. Her eyes flicked to Trent and me, and I shuddered as I recognized the second presence smothering her psyche. It was Felix. And it had happened far too fast. In a smooth, unhurried motion, Nina rose, her feet placed wide to bind the skirt about her knees. An almost visible charismatic power spilled from her in the new dark. Black eyes glinting, she whirled the staff in a dangerous arc, making it smack into the earth in a clear threat. Anger tightened my resolve, and I pulled myself straight. Nina had lied. She had outright lied to Ivy, telling her she'd made a break from Felix. There was no way the master vampire would have known she was in danger if she hadn't already had him in her, balancing her emotions and soaking in her thoughts of sunlight and love. From the darkness, a surface demon hissed. Trent spun, his shoes grinding the grit as his magic tugged at my energies. The smaller demon was running at her, Nina screaming at it, egging it on, whirling the staff again as if it were a sword. But it never reached her as that second, larger surface demon plowed into the first. Look out! I cried, pulling Trent back as the demons rolled in the dirt, grappling, hissing and howling, clawing at the tatters of their clothes and gouging each other's eyes. Get back! Trent said when, with a scream of outrage, the larger demon finally beat the first away. Standing between Nina and the darkness, the tall surface demon raised his hands to the sky, howling as if making a claim. His cry echoed against the flat spaces, dying away to leave the demon staring at us, his chest moving up and down as he panted, thin hands clenched. Trent's fingers tightened in mine, his uninvoked charm hovering just under his skin. Wait, I said as the surface demon spun to Nina. No, wait. I demanded as the silence was broken by the soft clicks of rock and the whisper of dead grass as the surrounding surface demon skulked back, leaving us. I think he drove the rest off. With a high-pitched whine, the tall surface demon fell prostrate before Nina, burbling and groaning, the tattered remnants of its aura smearing the dust to leave patterns. Nina/Felix stared, inching backward. What is it doing? I whispered as the demon closed the new gap, his wizened arm black with age or disease, stretched out as if wanting to touch her but afraid to. Biss popped in, winging up for altitude when he saw the surface demon writhing at her feet, gibbering like a monkey. I'd never seen anything like it, and the noise it made crawled up my spine like ice. Go away, you putrid thing, Nina threatened, her voice dropping into the lower ranges. It was Nina, but not, and I started when Biss landed on my shoulder to wrap his tail around my back and under my arm for balance. He wouldn't dare jump her out. Hell, I think he was scared to touch her, much less share mental space with her. But the surface demon cowered like a beaten dog as it couldn't move forward, couldn't move back, snatching glances at Nina and the blood dripping from a scratch under her eye. I'd never been this close to one before and not been fighting for my life. It was almost as if I was looking at him through a fog. His features were indistinct, but gaunt, as if starved. The tattered remnants of his clothes gave no indication of color, and as soon as I looked away, I couldn't remember if his hair was long or short. Again, I was struck by the feeling that he was there, but not, and I shuddered at the memory of how it had felt when I had pulled it off her. I said, go. Nina/Felix shouted, and the surface demon scuttled back at her swinging foot. Feet spread in a way no woman in a skirt ever would, Nina threw the staff after it to clatter into the dust. My circle was long gone, but it didn't matter. The surface demons had left, even the ones at the outskirts. I exhaled, relieved. But another part of me was seething in anger. Felix had taken Nina over far too easily. The woman had been lying to Ivy, lying for 3 whole months. The worst part was, I think Ivy knew it. I ought to leave you here to rot, I said, talking to Felix, but if I did, Nina would be the one to suffer. Nina stiffened, her lip curling to show tiny pointed canines. She wouldn't get the extended fangs until she died, which if I got my way would be tomorrow. Rachel, Biss whispered as his feet pinched my shoulder in worry. Trent, too, wanted to leave, but I couldn't. Not yet. The son of a bastard was playing Ivy for a fool. Get out of Nina, I said, shaking off Trent's hand and moving a step closer. I don't know what you're talking about, Nina said, foolishly trying to hide the fact that it really was Felix, but young women in dress suits do not tug their sleeves down in agitation. Do we have to do this right now? Trent said, eyes on the darkening shadows. Yes, I said, coming another step closer. Felix, get out of Nina. Get out and don't come back. Right now, or I'm telling Ivy. The woman bared her teeth, dark eyes going darker. Ivy? She doesn't matter. Maybe not to you, I said, shaking from the spent adrenaline. But if Ivy knows, she might give up on Nina. That's fine with me. Nina's eyes narrowed, but if she does, Nina is going to find the balls to kick you out for good. Beside me, Trent made a sound of understanding. Nina's expression twisted up in a snarl, hearing the truth of it. Love is funny like that, I added. Nina's expression darkened, anger bubbling up until she was as ugly as the monster seeing the world through her eyes, wallowing in Ivy's love as if it was his to have. My chin lifted, and seeing my determination, he suddenly left her. Nina staggered, collapsing like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Sobbing, she huddled on the ground, exhausted and hyped up on the hormones Felix had pulled into her blood system. She touched her face, shocked at the blood, and my heart just about broke for Ivy. God, I hated the master vampires. He might be gone, but the flash of evil intent that had crossed her left me shaking. He'd be back. Chapter 4. The coffee smell coming from the wax-coated cup was nauseatingly familiar, and I held it listlessly as I sat in the chair I'd pulled into the carpeted hallway. The oil-like sheen on the surface caught the fluorescent lights, showing the shake in my hand. I'd managed a few fitful hours of sleep after Ivy had come out of surgery, and though the beds in Trent's surgical suites were comfortable, I'd been too worried to do more than doze. Besides, the smell of antiseptic and stainless steel kept waking me up. Nina had crashed right in Ivy's room. She was in there still, the guilt that I'd found out her secret making her noticeably passive and pliant. It pissed me off that she'd been lying to Ivy all this time, but I think Ivy had known it, her belief that she didn't deserve anything good or lasting keeping her mouth shut and her eyes blind. I hoped that Biss and Jenks were doing better, the two of them having returned to the church to try to get the squatters out. My breath came in with a harsh sound, and I listened to the voices echoing down from the third floor where Trent had his living quarters. I'd always wondered what took up Trent's second floor. Now I knew. Two well-outfitted hospital suites were tucked between the ground floor and the third story, but the surgery itself was downstairs, closer to his labs. Hand trembling, I sipped the coffee. It had no taste. I'd just been in to check on Ivy. She'd been sleeping, clean and sanitized between ivory sheets. The angry red suture lines and orange antiseptic stains had been hidden behind a cotton nightgown, but I'd seen them before I'd lost it and cried from relief. Now I just felt numb. And yet something sparked in me at the sound of Trent's footsteps on the unseen stairway, and I sat up straighter when Jonathan's voice twined melodiously with Trent's. I didn't like Jonathan, but I'd be willing to bet Trent's number 2 advisor had a singing voice that could make angels weep. I managed to smile as the two of them came around a corner. Trent looked as confident as always with his hands in his pockets like a GQ model, his smile faltering as he took in my tired misery. His hair was free of the ever-after dust, and he was smooth-shaven. I'd taken the time to shower, but I felt scruffy in a pair of jeans and clean sweater I'd left over here a few weeks ago. Jonathan wrinkling his nose at me in disapproval didn't help, and I checked to make sure all my hair was back in a scrunchie, the frizzy red tamed with a band of elastic instead of a charm. A lot had changed since the allegations of drug running and illegal genetic research had been levied against Trent. It had been ages since I'd seen him in a full suit and coat, his business meetings had dropped to almost zero and the research campus had been closed. On the plus side, he was more relaxed, more apt to crack a dry joke, more often smelling like ozone or his stables than the boardroom. He was doing more on his own, needing me less and less for security. My focus blurred, and I looked into the depths of my coffee as I imagined what it would be like to go to the mall with Trent, catch a bad movie and dinner. Maybe I should ask. The one-sided conversation between Trent and Jonathan was clearly coming to an end, and their forward progress halted. Trent gestured elegantly as he made his point, and I stood, leaning heavily against the wall as I waited. I knew he got lonely, even with Quinn and the girls keeping him occupied. Falling out of high society had been good for him and his family, if you ignored the increased number of death threats and his loss of income. Trains still ran, though, and farms still grew food. He wasn't destitute. Yet. Elizabeth was still working on that in her effort to gain control of the girls, and through them, Trent. Not going to happen, I vowed, but after having witnessed the four of them on a good day, the girls playing happily and both Trent and Elizabeth as loving, though not united, parents, a questioning guilt slid through me. Quen, too, seemed to regard Trent's and my relationship as a phase tied to Trent's newest preoccupation with furthering his magical studies. It was irksome, but every time Trent spoke of Elizabeth and the girls, it left me wondering why I was delaying the inevitable. Thank you, John, Trent finally said, touching the tall, almost gaunt man on the shoulder as he gave him a grateful smile. That makes my day 100 times easier. Contenting himself with a short nod and a dry look at me, Jonathan turned and went back the way they'd come. I knew the girls loved the man, but I liked him just as much as he liked me. Which was to say not at all. Is Jonathan going gray? I asked as Trent closed the few steps remaining between us. I haven't noticed. But that might be why he's cutting it so short lately. Trent stopped before me, worry creasing his features. You could have slept upstairs. You did sleep, yes? A few hours. I fell into step beside him when he gestured for us to continue down the hall past Ivy's door. I'm not a spare room kind of girl. It wouldn't have been the spare room you would have been in, he said, matching our steps and giving me a sideways hug. Life is too short for bad coffee, he said, taking my cup out of my hand and setting it on a table in the hall. How's Ivy? Okay, thanks to you, I said, not wanting to talk about it. My arm went around him and my head fell onto his shoulder. Trent eased us to a halt and I pulled him to me, resting my head against his chest. The light scent of his aftershave was a bare hint, just enough, and my jaw finally began to relax. I could hear the sound of his waterfall downstairs, past the great room, and my eyes closed. The relief that he came to help me in the ever-after had almost hurt, even if he'd risked his life and an already failing reputation. There hadn't been a wisp of regret in him, and I shoved the coming heartache down because even though he meshed with my life perfectly, I did not mesh with his. Trent had been moving toward bringing his people back from the brink of extinction his entire life. The path had been laid out. He'd willingly sacrificed for it, and he would again. The ugly truth was, I couldn't help him accomplish what he needed to do, I could only hinder it. That was why Jonathan disliked me and Quinn disapproved, even as he agreed that this was the happiest Trent had ever been despite his dwindling fortune and the lawsuits piling up like cordwood. Trent was all about duty, and I was dragging him down. You okay? He asked, and I tilted my head and turned the hug into a brief kiss. Yes. I dropped my head again, needing to feel him next to me if only for this space of time. I don't like leaving her in that ugly white bed. It's going to be okay. His voice rumbled up through me. I didn't want to move. Ever. I don't know what I would have done if she had. I couldn't even say it, and my eyes warmed as the tears spilled over. His grip strengthened, and I blinked up at him, feeling like a wimp. But she didn't, he said firmly, understanding in his eyes. You did good. You got her out of immediate danger, and more important, gave her a place to meet her future with dignity and peace. If she had died, she would have done so with the person she loved most in the world with her. No one can ask for more than that, even kings. How could he understand so clearly? When you put it like that, I sniffed back the tears, letting go of him to wipe my eyes. Sorry, I said with a sad little laugh that really wasn't one. I haven't gotten enough sleep. I don't know how you do it, getting up at daybreak like this. This is crazy, . He eased me back into motion, heading down the hallway. Coffee helps. Have you found the staff break room? There's a mini kitchen. Frozen waffles, he coaxed. I remembered the homemade ones Maggie had made for us. It had been the first meal we'd ever shared. Sure, thanks. His hand lingered about my waist, and I dropped my head onto his shoulder again, breathing him in, gaining his strength. I wished things were different. Ivy was going to be okay, but that Trent had saved her life wasn't going to help his political standing. Keeping her alive was going to be even harder. Cornwall didn't want money, he wanted his soul. The click of Ivy's door brought me around, and we hesitated when Nina came out looking exhausted and rumpled, worse than the day after she and Ivy had come back from a 5-day backpacking adventure in what was left of a turn-ravaged Guam. Coffee? The bedraggled woman rasped, her hair still dull with dust and hanging in strands about her creased, worried face. The scratch the surface demon had given her was red-rimmed and swollen, looking worse than it probably was. And waffles. Trent gestured for her to join us. Right this way. Relief flickered across her face. Thank you, she whispered, shuffling forward in her torn nylons. She hadn't even taken the time for a shower, and was still in the same clothes she'd had on in the ever-after. The faint scent of burnt amber lingered even now. Her clothes were a monochromatic orange from the dust, and guilt kept her head down. That was fine with me. We keep this stocked for the medical staff, Trent was saying as we found the comfortable, if somewhat sterile, break room, open to the hallway. I'm assuming that you'd rather eat here than upstairs? I nodded as I took in the clean counters, homing tables, and fresh flowers in vases still beaded up with condensation. 4 monitors hung from the ceiling, 3 dark and 1 lit with Ivy's vitals. An entire wall was taken up with one of those floor-to-ceiling vid screens showing a deck and a garden, and I collapsed at a table, thankful for the small comfort. Nina took a chair across from me, easing down with a little more grace and a cautious glance. There were dirty dishes in the sink from the doctor and nurse on call. I'd put them in the dishwasher later. I loved watching a man cook, even if it was only toast, and I collapsed my head onto the cradle my arms made on the table, exhausted, as Trent took waffles out of the tiny freezer in the top of the fridge. "If you want to come upstairs, I can make them from scratch," he said as the door sealed with a sucking sound. "The girls are at the stables with Quen. I thought it better to keep them occupied out of the, house. Frozen is good." I smiled as he ripped the box open, letting my head hit the table as the toaster went down. I liked the girls, but Lucy, especially, was inquisitive to the point of exhaustion. "I never thought I'd ever eat anything out of a box from the freezer," Trent said, his voice distant in thought, "but the girls want everything now, and frankly, these aren't half bad." My breath was coming back stale from the table. It sounded as if he was in the fridge again, and curious, I pulled my head up as he set butter and cold maple syrup on the counter. Nina had fallen asleep in the chair, her head lolling back and her breath even. I had said I wasn't going to tell Ivy, but I couldn't ignore the fact that Felix had been dipping into her Nina as if she were his personal 31 flavor shop. My anger was a slow, steady burn for the lie she was living. Ivy was trying to help her, damn it. Ivy loved her. And Nina wasn't even trying. A muffled thump echoed through the walls, and Nina snorted awake. For an instant, we froze. Alarm slid through me at Nina's expression. She was scared. It wasn't fear for Ivy, it was fear for herself. "What have you done, tricky little vampire?" My eyes went to Ivy's monitor, elevated pulse. Panic dribbled through my thoughts, and I stood. "Rachel?" Nina quavered. Fear slammed into me, and I ran. "Jonathan!" Trent shouted, but I was already sliding to a halt at Ivy's door. Heart pounding, I yanked it open. Fear bubbled up, acidic and paralyzing. Ivy was on the bed struggling with a man all in white. Jaw clenched, I silently grabbed his arm and flung him off her. His mask pulled free and he crashed into a bank of low cupboards, arms and legs askew. Ivy's face was creased in pain. Her eyes met mine as she held her middle and slid off the bed and out of the way. The man's black shoulder-length hair stood out strongly against the white of his suit, and the annoyed expression on his young face ticked me off. "Who let you in?" I said, and he smirked as he got to his feet. Living vampire fast, he made a dart for the door. I jumped for him, careful not to hold him long enough for him to turn and get a grip. It had been years since I'd sparred with Ivy, but hard-won lessons die even harder. My foot jabbed out to hit the back of his knee. He went down, pissed when he caught himself with his palms on the floor. Tossing the hair from his eyes, he shook his head, the promise of hurt in his eyes. He came at me fast and hard. I blocked, the sudden pain in my arm vanishing when his second strike made it go numb. I retreated, pulling the sidebar from the bed and slamming it into his next swing. He hissed in pain, and I spun with it in the bare moment he hesitated. It hit him square across the temple, and he reeled backward. My heart pounded as he staggered, hand to his head. I still had my magic, and as he shook the stars from his sight, I pulled the line to me. "Ivy!" Nina shrieked from the open door. "No!" I cried, reaching out when the attacker dove for her instead. Trent was a dark blur, yanking Nina into the hall and out of danger. "Celiano!" He shouted, hand outstretched, and I felt a drop in the ley line. It was a simple circle, and Ivy's attacker ran right into it. He staggered back into the room, his nose broken and bleeding, unable to see through the blood and tears. I dropped the bed bar. Hands and fists, I spun for momentum and sent my foot into his exposed middle. His air huffed out, and he hit the floor and slid into the built-in wardrobe. Panting, I looked at Trent. We had to take the vamp alive, or we'd never find out who'd sent him. The vampire, though, was finding his feet. "Da Trudeau!" I exclaimed, shoving a wad of energy through my palms. It blew him back onto the bed and sent Trent stumbling into the wall. Ivy rose, shaking and pale. The vampire's eyes widened upon seeing the needle in her fist. "Right," he said, and with no warning, he lunged at Trent, jabbing out in a rabbit punch at the last moment. Trent shifted to avoid it, falling when the vampire hooked his foot behind Trent's and pulled. Trent went down, silent even as he pushed back up. The damage, though, had been done, and the vampire dove for the hall and his freedom. "Get him!" I shouted as I lurched past the bed. Trent was 3 steps faster. My breath came in with a gasp at a sudden pull on the line. Trent stopped short, and I ran into him. "Down!" he shouted, shoving me. We hit the hallway's floor in a tangle. Trent's elbow slammed into my gut even as my shoulder took most of the fall. Wiggling, I tried to shove him off, only to have him grip me tighter. I found out why when a heat-stealing wave of force pulsed over us, and was drawn back, tingling like frost in my nose. It was Jonathan, and only now did Trent slide off me. I propped myself up on an elbow and tossed the hair from my eyes. The vampire was clenched in a ball, either in pain or from cold. Jonathan's aura danced over him like little waves of electricity. Jonathan stood in an aggressive hunch, the charm still dripping from his stiff fingers. Crap on toast, he'd done it again. I was sure the vampire was alive despite it looking otherwise. Jonathan enjoyed wringing information from people more than he should. I had a pretty good idea of how word got out where Ivy was, but confirmation would be nice. Oh God, Ivy! Nina exclaimed, and she passed me in a wave of burnt amber and vampire incense. I pulled my knees together and wiped my mouth. Thanks, Jonathan, I said, reaching up for Trent's hand. He yanked me up, and I stood, catching my balance against a brief wave of vertigo. Felix might not be actively in Nina, but a master that skilled could lay low, take in the world without even being recognized. Damn it all to hell and back. Like it or not, Nina was a threat to Ivy's life. I couldn't let Ivy pretend anymore. Jonathan lifted his eyes from the contorted vampire on the floor and tugged his shirt straight. Why is it every time the Sahan is with you, someone tries to kill him? He wasn't trying to kill Trent, he was trying to kill Ivy. Ivy. Anger bubbled up as I turned to Ivy's room. Pissed, I strode in. Nina was there, crying as she tried to get Ivy into bed. I'm okay. Nina, I'm okay. Ivy protested as she slid into the rocking chair instead. She wasn't okay. She'd sat there because it was too hard to make it to the bed. Shaking, I grabbed Nina's shoulder and spun her up and away from Ivy. Get away from her! I shouted as Nina fell back against the bed, her shock shifting to a black-eyed hatred. Rachel, no! Ivy protested, but I pushed her hand off me, not caring that both vampires' eyes had gone pupil black. This is her fault, I exclaimed, my hand shaking as I pointed at Nina. She let him in. I did not. She wasn't a very convincing liar, especially when she scooted across the bed to get closer to the door and away from me. How else would Cormel know where we were? I demanded, and Trent took her shoulders. If it was to keep her unmoving or to keep me from smacking her, I didn't know. I wouldn't help Cormel. Nina objected, eyes darting. I've not even told my sister where I am. But if Felix was as good as I thought, she'd never know he was there. I hadn't in the ever after. Ivy's hand was cold on my arm, her fingers making a tingling path. You don't have to, I said softly, and Nina's face went ashen. Tell her. Tell Ivy, or I'm going to. Nina stammered, pulling away from Trent to stand alone. She wanted to be caught in the lie. She wanted it to end. She could be innocent, but I didn't trust her. Rachel, Ivy's voice held heartache. It ticked me off. Ivy knew she wasn't clean. Tell her how you've been letting Felix in, I said, and Nina dropped her head, her beauty marred by fear. As long as he stays quiet, you've been letting him see the sun and remember what it's like to love someone. Her head snapped up. Stop it. She protested, but she wasn't nearly angry enough. You don't have enough control, I said, carefully gauging her mood as I goaded her. He's been doing it for you. Ivy's been risking her life, everything, to help you get out from under him, and you're sneaking behind her back, pretending you're clean, but you're nothing but a filthy vampire doll cutting lines in your own arm to suck on. Nina stiffened. How dare you? She exclaimed, eyes black. I rocked back to put distance between us. How dare I? I echoed. If he wasn't in you now, you'd be at my throat. You don't have enough control on your own, not with all the power he's dumped into you. Little girl whining about how hard it is. You need to decide if you love her or him, and make your choice. Frankly, I don't care about you, but I will not let you drag Ivy back down into that slime. He's in you now, isn't he? Isn't he? Nina's eyes widened, but it wasn't me she was afraid of. Trent wisely eased back as Nina shuddered, a violent spasm taking her. I swallowed hard, tensing when her trembling ceased. I could hear people whispering nervously in the hall, and I prayed they didn't come in. For 3 seconds, Nina didn't move, head bowed and hands clenched. Slowly, as if settling into her skin, she drew herself up into a confident stance and cold mien. When her eyes met mine, it wasn't Nina anymore. I was starting to wonder if it ever had been. Behind me, Ivy groaned, heartbroken. You're becoming a pain in my ass, Nina said, but though the voice was the same, the cadence was not. It was Felix, devious, soulless, politically powerful, and yet still Cormel's ward. Cincinnati's master vampire was required by law to chaperone him until old age and madness picked away the last of him and he walked into the sun. It looked close now. Nina would go with him. I could see no other path, and my heart ached for Ivy. She had wanted to help her so badly, saw her own redemption in saving Nina. That's what hurt the most. I backed down with a show of deference if only to save my skin. This was all I had wanted, Ivy to see so she wouldn't blind herself any longer. Get Ivy out of here. I want to talk to Felix alone, I said, and Ivy protested as Trent helped her out. Nina shifted her gaze to Ivy as they passed, and I stiffened. Leave the door open, I said softly, and Nina snorted, the sound both scornful and masculine. I didn't care if Felix knew I was scared. I was, and I didn't want that door shut. I could hear doctors, and my worry for Ivy eased. She'd be okay. Me, however. Finding a firmer stance, Nina tugged the sleeves of her trendy, soiled jacket as if it was a business suit. Glancing down, she frowned at the state of her untidiness, a soft tisk-tisk escaping her as Felix noticed the hole in her nylons and that she was pretty much barefoot and filthy. Tell Cormel that I'm working on how to fix souls to the undead and to back off, I said, wishing I had that bed bar in easy reach. I'm not your messenger boy. She was looking at Ivy's chart, again shaking her head. We are so fragile. Her head came up, and a cold wash went through me, making her eyes dilate. And yet we cling to life long past what should be possible. I took a breath and held it. If Ivy dies, I'll never give you what you want. You can tell Cormel that, too. Nina twitched, and I wondered if Nina was trying to regain control. If we don't get what we want, Ivy dies. If we still don't get what we want, you die. Give us what we want, and everyone lives. Why do you hesitate, Dot? Again, she twitched, her knees almost buckling. Hope, unexpected and almost painful, pulled through me. Nina? Ivy had never given up on Nina. Maybe I shouldn't either. It's impossible, I said, wondering. It can't be done. Nina put a hand on the dresser, her head bowing in pain, and my pulse thundered. That's what you're good at, Felix said through her. Doing the impossible. Blind. The living are so blind. Why do you fight this? That you love her burns like the sun itself. You could have everything, and yet you still fear it? My breath came in fast, and I held it. Felix was talking about Ivy. Yes, I loved Ivy, but I couldn't give her what she craved, deserved. The one time I tried, it almost killed me. But that's not why I'd said no. I'm not afraid, I said, my resolve faltering when even the last rims of brown were lost behind the utter blackness of her eyes. The air seemed to haze, and my skin tingled from the pheromones he was pulling from her, sophisticated and far beyond her living vampire abilities. You're afraid to love, she said, pushing back from the dresser and tossing her hair from her eyes. Felix was regaining control, and a thread of doubt pulled through me. Ivy still waits for you. Nina knows it. She knows Ivy loves you best. That's why I will win. I'm not afraid to love someone, I whispered, but the pain in my gut said he might be right. I'd said no to Ivy, not because she'd almost killed me, but because I was afraid that by saying yes, I'd lose my own dreams, my own self. Would I lose them now if I stayed with Trent? Shut up, I whispered as Nina began to laugh. I said shut up. I shouted, and her chortling glee took on a hysterical sound before it eased into a happy mmm of sound. My jaw clenched. I didn't care that he was feeding off my anger, relishing it. I wasn't afraid to love someone. I wasn't. I'd loved kissin'. And he had died. Nina is too weak, she said, running an ever-after-stained finger across Nina's neck in a motion of seduction. Her love isn't strong enough to best me. Leave me alone. Perhaps, I said, chin high. But Ivy's is strong enough for both of them. Nina's eyes flicked to mine, her expression suddenly blank. Seeing it, I felt my resolve strengthen. Ivy. It had always been about Ivy. Nina, I said suddenly. You love her. Don't let her think she doesn't deserve you. She needs you, Nina, more than you need her. More than she needs me. You know that. You stupid little bitch, Nina choked out, suddenly wavering. She stiffened, stumbling back. No. You're mine. You're mine. Nina cried, a hand reaching as her eyes went wide. A silent scream came from her, mouth open as she gasped, and then her eyes rolled to the back of her head. I sprang forward to catch her as she went limp, her sudden weight almost bringing us both down. Trent! I shouted, managing to at least break our fall. Maybe Ivy was right. Love had given Nina the strength when nothing else had. Oh God! Nina sobbed, her voice high and panicked as she huddled on the floor beside the bed. Someone help me! Someone help me! I've got you, Nina, I said, wrapping my arms around the panicked woman as Trent skidded in. He must have been just outside the door, and my face flamed at what he'd overheard. Ivy is going to be so proud of you. Trent reached to help us up. Ivy's okay. What happened? My foot was twisted, and I wedged it out from under me. Nina kicked him out, I said, truly proud of her as Trent helped me get her up. I'd call her a wimp, but what she'd done was incredible. Upsy daisy. That a girl. Her wailing suddenly ceased, and Trent's hands sprang away as her head lifted, a snarl on her face. I hate you. She screamed, jerking from me. I hate you. You don't know anything. Leave me alone. Ivy is mine. I hate you. Yep, Felix was gone. She was on her own now, and out of control. Watch it. Trent warned, and I danced back when she swung at me, her fingers crooked into claws. But it was only Nina, and I ducked under her arm, pinning her arms to her sides and tilting my head when she flung her head back to hit me. Ivy was at the door, eyes holding love and pride, slumped in one of the doctor's arms. I waved her back, but she knew better than to come in yet. That's better, I soothed, trying to keep Nina facing me. The hormones that Felix had been turning on in her brain were running like a bad drug trip. He'd been keeping her calm and under control before, and now she was alone, tossed into the deep end of the pool with no life preserver. Slow breaths. Calm down. Ivy's right next door, I lied. Let me go. She began to twist, going limp and then wildly kicking out. I hate you. Where's Ivy? You can't keep her from me. I'll fucking kill you. I'll kill you both. My God. Trent glanced at Ivy as he jerked out of reach of Nina's swinging foot. Tears spilled from Ivy, and she held a hand to her mouth. Is this normal? Ivy nodded, still a silent witness. I'd seen this before. Actually, I'd seen worse. Breathe, Nina, I said, tossing my head to indicate the drugs on the side table. No one is attacking you. Ivy. Nina raged, her voice raw. It's going to be okay, I soothed as Nina stopped fighting and began to sob. Ivy loves you. She needs you. She doesn't need me anymore. I'm not going to keep you apart. She's resting. You can see her in a minute. My face flamed. How much had Trent heard? All of it? At the door, Ivy closed her eyes, aching. The doctor holding her upright finally stopped trying to get her to leave, and the professional woman watched with sympathy as Trent readied a syringe. I made my hold on Nina even looser as he took her arm. Those veins of hers were popping up like mole trails, and Nina watched through the tears as he angled the needle to her inner elbow. As out of control vampires went, this wasn't half bad. Guilt had tempered her. Snuffling, she said, I didn't mean to let him stay. I thought I had this. I wouldn't hurt Ivy for anything. Ow. I love her. What did you give me? The spent adrenaline and lack of sleep were making me shake. I know you do, I said as Trent silently backed up to dispose of the empty syringe. It's going to be okay now. Take a deep breath. You want to lie down? She didn't answer, the drug already hitting her. But she was looking at the pillow, so I eased her down, pulling her feet up as if she were a child and drawing a blanket over her. Eyes already closed, she clutched Ivy's pillow, breath fast as she fell into a medically induced sleep. Slowly and in pain, Ivy shuffled in with the help of that doctor. Worried, I stood over Nina as Trent moved the cushy chair right to the bedside. No one said anything as Ivy sank down, and I put a hand on her shoulder. The doctor fussed about getting her back into a proper bed until I gave her a dark look, and she finally left in a professional huff, leaving the door open behind her. Wow, Trent said, and I took a long, slow breath. I'm totally out of my depth here. She'll be fine now, Ivy whispered, and Nina whimpered as Ivy intertwined her long fingers in Nina's broken nail, red dust smeared perfection. Everything will be fine. The hard part is over. Tears spilled from her, and she kissed the top of Nina's hand. I'm so proud of you. Hard part over? I wasn't so sure. It smelled of frightened vampire and the ever after, and my neck was starting to tingle. I'm not afraid to love someone, am I? I turned away, and Trent caught my elbow. Rachel, I can kill the vampire virus, but I don't know how to treat someone coming off a master high. Soon as Ivy's stable, we're leaving, I said, not really answering his concern. It's not safe here. Ivy nodded, and deciding they were okay for now, I went into the hall. I didn't think anywhere was safe anymore. I didn't know what to do, and frustration tempered with fatigue rose up, swamping me. Turning from the closed door, Trent ran a hand over his chin in thought. "Let me ask around," he said softly as we started down the hallway. "See who owes me a favor." But no one owed Trent Calamack favors anymore. Again, sort of my fault. My guilt thickened, and sensing it, Trent looped his arm in mine, slowing our pace. "Rachel, you aren't afraid to love." He was saying anything he could think of to put you on edge. Crap. Embarrassed, I tried to quicken my steps back to the kitchen and hopefully some coffee. "I think that's the last we're going to see of Felix for a while," I said with forced cheerfulness, desperately trying to change the subject. Beside me, Trent sighed in acceptance. "I hope so. But really, Rachel, what are the chances? Twice in one night." My pace slowed, and I nodded at the doctor as she passed us in the hall on her way back to Ivy and Nina. "The chances were never good," I admitted. "But it feels better now." Nina kicked him out. "The longer Felix sulks, the more stable she will be when he tries again." Because he would try again. But thin as it was still hope, and my heart ached for Ivy as we found the kitchen. Tired, I sank back down in my chair, glancing at the newly lit monitor before letting my focus blur and my head hit the table. Trent sighed, and I heard him take the cold waffles out of the toaster. "You ever see anything like that before? With the surface demons? You mean that one fought the others off?" I lifted my head. "Only when they wanted to eat me by themselves." That's not what he was doing, though. Trent's lips twisted as he looked at the waffles. "These are awful. I'm making you some from scratch." "I'm not hungry," I said, and he turned from throwing them away, his eyes pinched. "Coffee?" he asked, and I nodded just so he'd lose that sad look. His reach for a mug hesitated at the sound of men in the hall, but it was just Quen setting up additional security. A faint smile twisted my lips. I imagine a white-clad vampire sneaking into the common rooms had put Trent's head of security in a tizzy. Thank God Jonathan had been there. I blinked. Thank God Jonathan had been there? Never thought I'd think that. Trent set 3 full mugs on the table, and I pulled the nearest closer, a flutter going through me as I felt as if I was a part of something. Trent expected Quen to join us, and I was a natural part of the conversation even if Quen acted as if he was humoring us. What strikes me as the oddest is that the demon who defended Nina was the same one who tried to chew her face off not 30 seconds earlier, Trent said, gaze unfocused as he held his coffee and breathed in the steam. "One moment she's breakfast, and the next she's a god." I tapped the mug with a finger, not liking the red dust under the nail. "I think I'd do a little groveling myself if I'd never seen a master vampire before." "True." Trent bobbed his head. But the rest didn't seem to care. "You noticed that, too?" I took a sip, startled by the rich warmth, but my thoughts were on Ivy. She was going to be okay, but the panic of sitting with her on the cold ever-after ground, holding her hand as she died, was just under my skin. I thanked God I hadn't had to make that choice of following her desires and killing her again before she rose as an undead. Oblivious to my thoughts, or more probable, aware and trying to distract me, Trent said, "I've never seen a surface demon with a weapon before." "Apart from rocks." "I have," I said, turning my mug in a revolving circle. "Newt used a surface demon as a marker in a time and space calibration curse. It had a sword. That's how she knows which one it is and how long it lived." Kissin, I thought, sighing. Kissin had died twice within moments of his first death. I'd been there, but thankfully I hadn't had to make that choice. I had held Kissin's hand and he had died happy, telling me that God had kept his soul for him. "Stop it, Rachel," I thought miserably, wiping a tear away before it could brim as I recalled Kissin's laughing smile. God. My emotions were all over the map. I had loved Kissin. I could love someone without fear. Felix was wrong. Trent's eyes were pinched, and he fidgeted. "Calibration curse?" he asked, desperate to get my mind on something else. Smiling faintly, I reached out and gave his hand a squeeze. "Ask me some other time," I said, remembering the pain of the surface demon living its entire existence in the span of 3 heartbeats. I was starting to think that surface demons weren't much more than ghosts, living, breathing ghosts who lusted after the living like the undead only without the shackles that a consciousness imparted. How could anything survive 5,000 years without magic? Clearly relieved, Trent scooted his chair closer to mine. "You think it's the same one?" "Newt's, I mean?" Tired, I shook my head. "Newt's had a sword. This one used a staff. Felix used a staff, too. Maybe that was why the surface demon liked him. But the question remained, why had it done a 180 and turned into a groveling love puppy? You know, it was almost as if the surface demon knew Felix already, I said slowly. And didn't recognize him at first. I stopped, heart pounding as I looked up. It hadn't been Felix in the ever after in the beginning. It had been Nina. The surface demon hadn't groveled in front of Nina, it had groveled in front of Felix. Like it knew him. Which would be really hard since the undead never go into the ever after. Lips parted, I stared at Trent, a new idea sifting down through my brain. I think I know where vampire souls go when they die, I whispered, seeing Trent's face as white as mine felt. The ever after, we said in unison. Chapter 5. I'm trying to help you, I said, phone pressed to my ear as I sat in Trent's car, parked across from the church. But I need to get into my church, and I need you to take the hit off Ivy. I've found your souls, so back off. Calm, composed, relaxed. The litany was no help. Coming home to find my church full of vampires was harassment, pure and simple. It had scared the crap out of me, too, but that had probably been Cormel's intent. You've had over a year to work on this. Cormel's New York accent fell flat, when I usually found it charming. You expect me to believe that today, only when I threaten you, that you have a viable plan. Just like that? Nervous, I picked at the window stripping until Trent made a pained sound. Beyond the tinted glass of his sports car, my church looked as if it had been hosting an all-night brimstone party with toilet paper in the trees and what I hoped were just tomatoes smeared on the stained glass windows. This was a lumpy shadow on a hard-to-reach eve, and I hoped he was okay. How often do the undead go into the ever after? I asked, and he rumbled a soft agreement. Even I wouldn't have figured out the connection between surface demons and vampires if you hadn't chased me there with Ivy. Nina showing up with Felix in her unconscious was the trigger, but Cormel was silent, probably unwilling to acknowledge why Felix had suddenly become raging and erratic, freaking out over having been tossed out on his ear by Nina, and with that doubt resonating in him, I put my last card on the table, shaking and glad we had 30 miles and probably 2 stories of dirt between us. Cormel, I said softly. I'm not making this up. Surface demons do not defend people, they tear them to shreds. That surface demon was Felix's soul. It recognized Felix's consciousness lurking in Nina. I can do this, I just need time. Felix has not been dipping into Nina's mind. He has promised me. He's working again. A productive member of society. Seriously? Disgusted, I slumped to put my knees up against the dash, then took them down when Trent cleared his throat. Look. I need time to prep the charms to capture it and then affix it to Felix. If it works, then we can all go back to normal. If it doesn't, I'll tweak it until it does, but I can't do anything if I'm protecting Ivy. I'm doing what you want, but if you kill her, this all goes away. I glanced at Trent, drawn by his fingers slowly tapping in concern, not all of it for me and Ivy. It was his opinion that giving the undead a soul might not have the effect the vampires were looking for. Frankly, I didn't care. I just wanted them to leave Ivy and me alone. Excuse me, Cormel said. I'll be right with you. Cormel? I called, but he was gone. The line was still active, and I put my phone on speaker so we both could enjoy the happy, light sounds of dulcimers that Cormel had on his hold button. What a crock. Peeved, I set the phone on the dash and unkinked my fingers. Someone was looking at me from the belfry and drew back when our eyes met. I was glad Nina and Ivy were still at Trent's. Ivy had a hard enough time when a repairman came over. Seeing this invasion would jerk her instincts to the breaking point. Thank you for waiting with me, I said to Trent as I pulled my shoulder bag onto my lap. It was dusty from the ever after and smelly, and it didn't have much in it anymore. I wasn't about to drop you off and leave. I'm looking to chip some vampire fawn before I go. His smile became charming. It's much more satisfying than my political boardroom shuffle. I'm hoping it doesn't come down to that. Worried, I rubbed the tension from my fingers. Sure, I could drive them away with a charm, but Jenks and Bell were in there. The dulcimers cut off and I scrambled for the phone. 1 hour, Cormel said tightly. An hour. I exclaimed, not bothering to take him off speaker. Mr. Cormel, I have to wait until sunset before the surface demons even come out. I cannot, nor will I, go any further with this if I have to guard Ivy against your assassins. My heart pounded, and Trent and I waited, breath held. Ivy is safe until sunrise, Cormel said. I'm leaving a chaperone, No chaperone, I countered. Maybe that was asking a lot, but the last thing I wanted was an amorous vampire lurking in the corner, filling the air with sexy pheromones and innuendo. Then you have until midnight. Cormel waited as I silently protested, but when I kept my mouth shut, he ended the conversation by hanging up. Midnight. I had until midnight to show real progress, or it would all start up again. Exhaling, I ended the call. Trent took the keys out of the ignition, we could walk from here. You think I should have gone with the chaperone and the extra time? No. Me either. Good thing I work well under a deadline. Feeling sour, I reached for the door. Getting them to leave was going to be a treat, but with Cornwall's word, I had the clout. That was fast, Trent said, and my head snapped up. Surprised, I got out as the church's double door banged open and a steady stream of thin bodies staggered to their cars and vans. There were a lot, and I hoped Jinx was okay. Our phone conversation this morning hadn't instilled much confidence. Motions graceful with a slow deliberation, Trent got out, his book on how to put souls in baby bottles tucked under an arm. It was an elven charm, so in theory I shouldn't have much trouble with it. A flash of guilt took me, and I looked back at the church anywhere but at that book. Doors thumped and engines raced. My neighbors watched behind twitching curtains. It was obvious by their unkempt state and untied shoes that my visitors weren't assassins per se, but they could still kill someone, and with Cornwall running the city, there'd be no inquiry, no notice. Ivy would be a warning, or worse. Hey! I shouted as a woman with a bad case of bed hair shuffled to the last car. That's my coat. Head hanging, the woman stopped right in the middle of the street, took off my red jacket, and dropped it with a tired indifference. The rest of them were complaining and wanting her to hurry up, and not bothering to open the door to the car. She dove in headfirst through a back window. The car accelerated in a noisy squeal of tires. I slammed Trent's door, stalking to my jacket. It reeked of vampire, even worse of her perfume scented heavily with pine. I'd have to air it out for weeks, maybe send it to the cleaners. Vampire incense stuck to leather worse than burnt amber in my hair. Trent scuffed to a halt beside me, one hand in a pocket, the other holding that book. I think I just turned a profit on this one party alone, he said, squinting up at the steeple, and I gave him a dry look. But my mood improved dramatically when a familiar glint of pixie dust arrowed out from the fireplace's flue. Rake! Jenks shouted as he came to a dust-laden halt before us, his sparkles continuing forward on momentum, making me sneeze. Tink loves a duck, how did you get them to leave? I held my jacket like a dead rat. Cornwall gave us until midnight. Jenks flew backward as Trent and I started for the open front door. And then what? My steps slowed. He gets serious about killing Ivy. Yesterday wasn't serious? Jenks said as he alighted on Trent's shoulder, but it was obvious we were on borrowed time. My stomach clenched as Trent and I took the shallow steps, and I blanched at the smell wafting out the door. Nice. Holding my breath, I went in. What did they do? Have an orgy? The whine of Jenks's wings increased as I propped the door open. Something like that. But no one died. Hey, I tried to keep them out of your stuff. I'm sorry. It was just Belle and me after the sun came up and we had to pick our battles. Don't worry about it. It's not your fault. I stopped just inside the sanctuary, lips parting as I took in the empty bowls, smeared glasses, crushed beer cans, and chips bags. The furniture had been rearranged, and someone had drawn a mustache and beard on the TV, presumably on someone's face at the time. Kissin's pool table had a cooler on it, and a dark stain spread under it as water dripped from the long crack running the width of the plastic. It was worse than the time my high school boyfriend had volunteered my house for the homecoming party because he knew my mom was working. Is Belle okay? I said as Trent made a sorrowful noise. Jumoke and Izzy? I could refelt the table, but I knew I never would. I'd have to look at that stain on Kissin's memory for the rest of my life. They're okay. Jenks hovered by my ear, a depressed bluish-orange dust slipping from him. Jumoke and Izzy Anna kept to the garden, but Belle was with me. I couldn't have saved the kitchen without her. That fairy is something else. A faint smile found me, and I started to think again. It was a god-awful mess, but I almost didn't care if it meant Jenks and Belle had attained a deeper level of respect. Sorry about your room, Jenks said as I ran a hand down the smooth finish of the pool table's bumper. I figured you'd rather I save your kitchen, and they really wanted the bed. Oh God. My bed. Don't worry about it. You saved the kitchen? Tired, I started for the hallway. I'd send Cornwall the cleanup bill if I thought he'd pay it. Sure enough, the bathrooms were trashed. I think every vampire in the Hollows had used my shower. I'd probably just throw what was left of my soap away. Even so, it wasn't as bad as my bedroom. I'm really sorry, Rake, Jenks said as I peeked in, nose wrinkled as I hustled to prop the stained glass window open. I couldn't deal with this just yet, and Trent went across the hall to make sure Ivy's window was open as well. Someone had been through my closet and my clothes were everywhere. My perfumes, too, were knocked over, most of them empty. More clothes spilled from my open drawers, and I began to get mad. Multiple someones had had sex in my bed by the look of it. There were nasty scratches in the headboard and the top of the footboard had been snapped off as if someone had kicked it in the throes of passion. "Oh, Rachel," Trent breathed, his words making a warm spot on my shoulder. This was totally uncalled for. "I am so sorry." Angry, I turned to the kitchen. Not half as sorry as Cornwall is going to be. Belle, looking small without Rex beside her, stood at the threshold to the kitchen. She slumped, clearly fatigued as she leaned on her 6-inch bow. "Rachel." Her lisping, raspy voice, too, lacked its usual flair. "Is SSS Ivy well?" "Damn it, Cornwall, if your people have hurt my cat." "Yes," I said, again finding a drop of good in the ugly. "Your sister and brothers are keeping her safe." Jenks's wings cut out for a brief second. "Holy pixie piss, really?" Trent nodded, a faint smile on his face as he put a hand on the small of my back and almost shoved me into the untouched kitchen. "I've let most of my security go, and at Quen's urging, I've come to an agreement with the clan that's been living in my gardens. I'd been told that pixies would have been better." "Not likely," Belle interrupted as we came in. "But I appreciate their unobtrusiveness and good manners," he added, and Jenks frowned. Slowly my shoulders eased. After the disaster of the rest of the church, the dishes I'd left in the sink yesterday looked like heaven, even if everything was covered in pixie dust. Amen, Jenks must have worked his wings to bare veins to keep them out. "You guys are the best," I said, miserable as I stood beside the center island counter and looked at my spelling supplies hanging from the rack, the twin stoves sporting a thin layer of sparkles, and the huge antique farmhouse table shoved up against the interior wall. Ivy's latest research was in her usual careful disarray, and the bag of cookies I'd had for breakfast yesterday looked untouched. "I can't believe you kept them out of here." Crap on toast, I was almost crying, and Jenks's wings shifted to an embarrassed red. Trent set his book on the center counter with a soft thump. A thin cloud of spent pixie dust rose and vanished into nothing. "So is the rest of the church as bad as the front?" he asked as I slid the single window open. "Thank God AL's chrysalis is still here." The church stank, far worse than if it had simply been living vampires. It had been an all-access party. The sanctity of the church had been broken by Newt 3 months ago. I should have gotten it reinstated, but it was expensive, and insurance wouldn't cover it a second time. Cheaper to just move. "I can't move, this is my home." "I've yet to SSS survey the damage in the garden," Belle said, having snaked up a thin line to stand on the counter. "We kept them from the kitchen, though it was a mighty task." I shook my head, imagining it. "Thank you. Thank you so much. I can't ever repay you." Jenks looked pleased, but Belle scowled, sullen. "If I had a flight under my direction, the entire church would have been untouched." "They would have just burnt it to the ground," I said, eyes on the ceiling. "You chose what I would have saved." It was going to be hard to find any sleep tonight, but then again, I probably wouldn't get the chance to sleep. My face scrunched up as I thought of my bed. No way. I was buying a new one. "I'll check everything out if you make coffee," Trent offered, and I nodded. He wasn't being sexist, he just didn't want me to see anything until he had a chance to maybe fix it. Half of me wanted to go through the church from the belfry to the most distant tombstone and use that anger to get through the next 12 hours, but the other half just wanted to get my sheets in the washer, ignoring the rest until I could deal with it. The cat door in the back room squeaked as Belle went into the garden. I ran a finger across the pixie dust, head coming up in surprise when Trent pulled me into an unexpected hug. I went willingly, and for a moment, we just stood there, taking strength from each other as I breathed him in, finding his cinnamon and wine scent under the chaotic vampire mashup. The sound of Jenks's wings grew loud, then vanished as he followed Belle out. Trent's grip was firm without being binding, and the faintest hint of energy slipped between us as our auras tried to mix. "You going to be okay?" he said, and I nodded, pushing back even as I made sure he didn't slip away completely. Oh, I was still pissed, but after enough people try to kill or imprison you, the stuff that can be fixed and forgotten in a week tends not to matter as much. "Thanks," I said, and his smile became devious. "Could you do me a favor and open the windows in the belfry first?" With them and the back door open, the place airs out remarkably fast. Most of it was surface stink. They hadn't been here long enough for the pheromones to soak into the paint and woodwork. "You bet." Trent rocked back, and my hand slipped reluctantly from his waist. He was looking at my lips as if wanting to kiss me, but then he turned and headed down the hall. Just the idea that he was thinking about it was almost as good as the kiss would have been, and I found a smile. I could tell the instant the belfry windows opened as the pixie dust vanished in the fresh air. I could never repay Jenks for keeping the kitchen untouched, and as I ran the tap for warm water to make up some suds, I pulled Trent's book closer. It wasn't the first elf spell book I'd ever seen, but again I was surprised that most of the charms I browsed past had the same mix of earth and leyline magic that demon magic did. I'd be willing to bet the two branches of magic had developed hand in hand despite the long-standing anger between them. Remembering that I'd promised coffee, I set the book aside. The charm to capture a soul looked easy, I thought as I dumped yesterday's grounds and changed the water to cold. Easy, but I wasn't sure how I was going to do it without asking the goddess for help. Lots of elves didn't believe and still got the job done. Landon, for example, though he probably believed in her now. Landon. My lips twisted in disgust. He'd used Trent and me to try to destroy the vampires. That the elven muckety-mucks of both the religious-oriented doer and the political faction enclave had disavowed any knowledge of his plot made it obvious that they'd each backed him. Though still in charge of the doer, Landon had lost credibility. Trent had lost more. At least no one had died, I thought, my mind going to Ivy, still at Trent's mini-hospital. Apart from the quiet and the vague unease, it almost felt like a normal, quiet Saturday as I measured out the grounds, the scent of it reminding me of how much I enjoyed living here with Ivy, even as hard as it was sometimes. Understanding didn't come cheap, and I blinked back an unexpected surge of sadness at the thought that it might be ending. I wasn't moving in with Trent, but this latest snag made it feel over somehow. "Stop it, Rachel," I whispered. Nothing was really ending. Jenks, Ivy, and I had been through worse. We'd get through this, and everything would return to normal. Better even. But how many times can we get back up as if nothing has changed? I folded the bag of the grounds down and fastened it shut with one of Ivy's binder clips. I wished I had a reset button. How far back would I take it? I wondered. To the day I made that deal with Cornwall? Farther? I snapped the coffee maker on, then found a smile when I heard Trent and Jenks in the hallway. "Coffee ready yet?" Trent called loudly. "Give it 5. I shouted back. Smile fixed, I leaned against the counter and waited for them to come in. But they didn't, and I tiptoed to the archway, stopping when I heard Trent mutter, "I know how to wash sheets, Jenks. I've got 2 toddlers." "He's doing laundry?" "Hey, okay, Cookie Man," Jenks drawled. "It's your funeral if you shrink them." There was a hesitation, and I leaned closer. "Shrink them?" Trent asked. "Those are 100% cotton," Jenks said importantly, "not your rich linen stuff. If you use the sterilized cycle, you'll not only shrink M, but set the oils carrying the vampire pheromones into the fabric. Look, Ivy's got a bottle of no-nos up here." My brow furrowed. No-nos? A cupboard creaked, loud over the sound of water filling the washer, and then Trent's bemused, "I've never seen this." "Put a splash in. It'll take care of the vampire cooties and the pheromones, too." I could almost see the pixie preening in that he'd known something Trent hadn't. Sure enough, Trent's voice held a smidgen of humor and humility when he next spoke. "Thanks. I shouldn't be so quick to prove I know what I'm doing." "Don't sweat it," Jenks said, and I eased back into the kitchen. "That's why Ivy has silk sheets. Me, I don't like silk. The dust makes them as slippery as all hell." Smiling, I busied myself with Trent's book. I felt bemused and loved. Trent was washing my sheets, the one thing that I wanted most and didn't have time for. And I hadn't known about the no-nos, either. The coffee was gurgling its fragrant last when they came in, the book splayed open before me as my interest in it went from pretend to real. "Smells good," Trent said, Jenks a humming shadow behind him. "You want the rainbows or the smiley face?" I asked, reaching for the mugs. Trent eyed the 2 overly happy mugs. "Ah, whatever. You need a fresh stick of you. I'll be right back." "I'll get the you, Cookie Man." Hands on his hips, Jenks yo-yoed before him. "I want to make sure no one peed on it." "I can get it," Trent insisted, and Jenks started forward, rocking the larger man back. I said. "I'll get it," Jenks said, and I rolled my eyes as the pixie bristled. "Sit and drink your coffee. If I need your help, I'll whistle. I want to check on, Jumok, anyway." Eyes wide in question, Trent took the rainbows. "I'll sit and drink my coffee." "Good man." With a relieved sigh, Jenks flew out the back door's cat flap, whistling and calling coaxingly for Rex. Eyebrows high, Trent leaned past me to look out the window. The scent of cinnamon and wine dove deep, and I almost sighed. Why doesn't Jenks want me in the garden?" he asked. I sipped my coffee, thinking the scent went well with Content Elf. "My guess is he's looking for his cat and he doesn't want you to scare her off." Expression concerned, Trent dropped back to his heels, steaming mud behind his laced fingers. "Cats like me." My head slowly shook. "Nah. A pixie dancing an inch off the ground is a lot more enticing than a man she barely knows. Besides, how often do we get the church to ourselves? His eyes flicked to mine and held for a telling moment. Introspective, he went to the large table, turning one of the chairs halfway around before sitting sideways in it. My cleaning crew could be in and out of here in 2 hours. Again, I shook my head. The thought of more people in my church made my skin crawl. Besides, I should wait until I knew if I was going to survive the next couple of days. Book in hand, I set my mug next to his before I shifted Trent's arm and sat right in his lap, curving his arm around me. He grunted in surprise, holding me almost in self-defense as I dropped the book open before us. "Oh, I like this," he said, tugging me into a more comfortable position. "I bet you do." Smiling, I thumbed to the proper page. I felt vulnerable, and this helped. "I've been looking at the charm you dog-eared. Changed aura or not, I can't imagine the goddess won't recognize me if I petition for her help." A memory of the goddess shivered through me. Al had tried to kill me because of her, believing it was the only cure for the voices in my head. I'd had to trick Newt into admitting the goddess was real. It wasn't my fault the goddess's mystics like living in mass better than the space between mass. If they ever found me, the only way to survive would be to kill the goddess, turn her into something new. Trent's fingers were tracing a delicious path along the top of my waistband, and I jumped when he found my skin. The memory of the first time with him surfaced like bubbles in my thoughts, breaking with little tingles against the top of my mind. It had been in the kitchen. Well, we'd started in the kitchen. We'd ended in the back living room. He was smiling when I turned to him, and I let the pages shift so I could trace the outline of his ear with a slow finger. "You want to find a different charm?" he asked, a new thought hazing the back of his eyes. I slowly leaned in and found his earlobe with my lips, tugging suggestively as I breathed him in, waves of sensation spilling through me. "No," I whispered, shivering when his fingers gripped the back of my neck. "I want you to do it. You've done it before." Right. I hadn't meant to put a sexual innuendo in there, but there it was. Sort of. His sour tone slumped my shoulders, and I pulled back. His eyes wouldn't meet mine, but his hands never fell from around my waist and kept me where I was. Wincing, he glanced at the book. "The charm I'm familiar with affixes souls based on aura identification. Felix doesn't have his natural aura anymore." My balance shifted as Trent flipped to a new page, his long fingers moving the paper like fingers over a keyboard. "We can use the first part to capture the soul, no problem," he said when he found it, "but we'll need to tinker with the second half to find something to affix it to, something not altogether alive and coded in someone else's aura. Al and Newt have collections of souls. I bet they have a way to affix them." Trent stiffened under me. "You're not asking Al." "I know." I leaned to put my head on his shoulder. It was awkward, but I didn't care when his arms went around me again. "I'll ask Newt unless you have something in your library." This was nice. I didn't want to move. "Newt isn't any better than Al," Trent muttered, but we had little choice. Elves and witches seldom worked with souls, and never to affix them to a non-living thing. The worst focus was kind of like a soul. Maybe I could use that curse? Trent squirmed, and I got up knowing he probably wasn't altogether comfortable. "We'll find something." I needed professional guidance, but my professional guide was pissed at me. Fidgeting, I looked at the cookies, wishing I had something better to offer Trent. I'd seen his taste in cookies, and I was a bohemian by his culinary standards. "You don't have any more books on the subject, do you?" I asked as I pulled the bag to me and snapped one to check for staleness. Flat. "No." Maybe simply capturing Felix's soul will buy us enough time. Depressed, I set the open bag down and sat in the chair next to him. He was silent, waiting until I took 3 cookies before he reached in and pulled out 5. I swear, I didn't know where the man put his calories. Maybe a box in his basement. "Al would know," I said softly, and his eyes jerked to me. He took a breath to say something, then hesitated. "Is that really how you eat those?" I looked at the bite out of my cookie and flushed. "Yeah," I lied, brushing the crumbs off. To be honest, I usually separated them, eating the cookie part first and scraping all the frosting into one gigantic wad. But I wasn't going to in front of Trent. "Ha!" Trent screwed his cookie open and scraped the frosting out with his teeth. "I thought everyone opened them up." Damn it, I was flushing, and saw him file my lie away for later. Trent leaned closer. "Don't call Newt," he said. "We're not out of options yet. Landon owes you a favor." "Landon?" I said around a mouthful of crumbs. "The man is slime," I exclaimed, and Trent bobbed his head, ruefully agreeing. Nothing but a politically perfect engineered piece of backstabbing elf slime who thinks only of himself and the hell with the rest. Leaning back and looking uncomfortable, he nodded. I know. He tricked his predecessor into suicide. I said, hand flying up into the air. I know. Frustrated, I stood up. Trent, I'm not asking Landon for help. I don't trust him. If it wasn't for him, I never would have damaged the goddess to begin with. I know. But it all worked out. Worked out? I sputtered, trying to find the words, and Trent took my hand and pulled me closer. Rachel, I agree it's risky. The elven doer and enclave would still like to see the vampires die out and you and me with them, but I'm not asking the elves, I'm asking Landon. He owes you, and I've got a little blackmail left in me. Expression sour, I pulled my hand from him, arms around my middle as I moved to stand beside the sink. Trent silently waited. I knew how much it had hurt Trent going from everyone's owing him to his owing everyone. He was still making his genetic medicines in his basement labs, but now it was more to keep his customers from turning him in than the other way around. You think Landon knows how to fix souls to bodies? I asked. Sighing, Trent unscrewed another cookie, stacking the black cookie with the rest he'd already scraped clean. Positive. If I can convince him that success will mean the end of the vampires, he'll tell you. Jaw clenched, he stared at nothing. You think he'll believe that? Trent's gaze sharpened on mine. Why not? It's a distinct probability. But I thought of the chaos that had taken Cincinnati and the Hollows when the undead had fallen asleep for 4 days. Head cocked, I leaned back against the counter. Remind me of why we're doing this if you think it's going to topple the vampire's power structure. Not like I really had a choice. Trent put an ankle on his knee, looking totally yummy with that cookie in his hand. The charm Landon would know works 1-to-1, not en masse. One vampire going insane and walking into the sun isn't going to have an impact on the world. And when Cormel understands that having his soul will send him into the sun, they'll all accept that it's not a viable way to extend their undead existence. I didn't like the idea of even one vampire committing suicide because of a charm I twisted, and seeing it, Trent stood, coming to me and taking me in a hug. Rachel, Felix won't survive more than a few more months regardless of what happens. Leaning back, he caught my eyes with his own. Or it will work with no ill effects, and we'll have a different issue to deal with. Either way, Landon will help if only for the chance to see the end of the undead. But I didn't trust Landon. What's to stop them from just killing them all, then? I mean, after we prove it works? Elves can go to the ever after, same as witches. Nodding, Trent reached into the bag of cookies. True, but whoever was going to try would have to not only catch a surface demon, but catch the right one. It's a miracle we found Felix's. Besides, if elves can't make money on it, they won't do it, and witches know better than to try. He put a cookie in my hand, and I ate it, thinking it over as I chewed and swallowed. But as the only alternative beyond Landon was Al, the choice was easy. Fine. I'll ask him. Trent's arm around me tensed. You mind if I ask him? I thought with a smile, thinking this might be why Trent was so hot to give Landon a shot at this. If it failed, then Landon would lose face in the doer and the enclave. Sure. Immediately Trent went back to mowing down those cookies, slowing when he realized I was staring at him. What are we up to now? 10? Great. I'll go give him a call, he said, dusting the crumbs from his fingers and reaching for his phone. There was only the faintest flicker of unease as I dunked my cookie into my coffee. Even if Landon caught a flight today, he wouldn't be here by sunset. I don't like doing this by phone. Too much chance for someone overhearing it, I said, but Trent was already scrolling for the number. We won't have to. Trent stretched and yawned, reminding me that this was his usual downtime. He's in Atlanta trying to win his position back, he said as he rolled his shoulders. He can be here in a couple of hours. It's not going as well as he'd like? I prodded, and he smirked. Getting old men and women to agree on anything new is like wrangling cats, and he has no practical skills. He hesitated. Yet, he amended. But things change. I get better reception outside. Back in a second. His hand trailing across my cheek raised tingles, and I darted my tongue out to tag a knuckle, making him jump and smile. Wicked demon, he muttered, and I watched him leave. My smile faded fast. I didn't trust Landon. The last spell he taught me nearly killed me. I was sure the demons would have a curse that would do the same thing, and after listening to make sure Trent wasn't going to walk back in, I pulled my scrying mirror from between my cookbooks and spelling tomes. The cracked glass was cool, and as soon as I set my hand atop the calling glyph, I felt the hint of connection to the demon collective. Tapping the line out back strengthened it. Heart pounding, I reached out with a soft thread of awareness, lacing my thought with enough regret to choke a horse. We had the same aura resonance, damn it. Al could at least be civil. Al? Rage boiled up through the folds of my brain, and I jerked my hand back as the wave crested, threatening to swamp me. His anger fell back into my mirror, and the sudden snap of the cracked glass breaking made me gasp. You okay? Trent shouted from outside. Shit. Ah, just dropped a cookie, I lied, face flaming as I looked at the broken shards. I'm good. But I wasn't good, and I took the broken pieces to my saltwater vat and dropped them in one by one, watching them ride the currents of their passage to the bottom. They lay there, sending glimmers of light sideways out their broken edges. Depressed, I stared out the window and watched Trent meet Isiana, Jumok's young wife. I couldn't help but wonder if Al was angry because Trent and I reminded him of what he'd lost long before I knew him, a woman he'd once loved enough to risk everything for, give everything for, but was too afraid to fight the anger of two worlds for. Maybe Al was angrier at himself than me. But as I washed my hands free of the salt water, I didn't think it mattered. Chapter 6. The chill of the coming September evening seeped into me, the cold as real and enduring as the damp grit of the earth pressed into my fingers as I lifted the last stone and replaced it in the low wall that separated the graveyard from the more mundane garden. It had been knocked out of place, and though Jenks had permanently taken up residence in the church walls, I knew it would be something he'd want fixed. Straightening, I wiped my hands off on my jeans and looked at the red light of sunset shining against the familiar stones I mowed around every week. Well, not every week. The grass had gotten long, catching the leaves that had shifted color and dropped early. My weekends were a lot more interesting now that Trent had more free time, and the yard was beginning to show it. Sorry, Jenks, I whispered as my gaze lifted to the church. I knew it bothered him that the graveyard was going fallow apart from a small space Jumok and Isiana had claimed. The garden felt empty, and my mind wouldn't stop circling over the thought of endings. It was why I was out here moping in the garden. That, and Trent had been underfoot ever since getting up from his noon nap, driving me to distraction as he went over that charm he'd brought. The bright sparkle of pixie dust glowed at the far side of the garden. It was joined by a second, and the twin trails of dust wound around each other in breathtaking beauty until they both arrowed to me. It was Jumok and Isiana, but my welcoming smile faded when two car doors slammed on the street. Landon. Apparently he'd brought a friend. Isiana reached me first. The little pixie looked about 10, a late age for a pixie to become a bride, but her eyes were as dark as well-turned earth. It wasn't the typical death sentence that Jumok's hair was, but it had obviously prevented a more traditional joining age. Her smile, though, was cheerful, and her eyes shone with an impish humor that balanced Jumok's stoic, introverted personality. I couldn't help but wonder if there was a slight swelling at her middle. It was unusual for pixies to be born in the fall, as they wouldn't make it through the winter. Izzy's children, though, wouldn't have to hibernate, and a fall birth would give them a head start in the spring. Rachel, your guests are here, the pixie said, her flush spilling into her dust. Guests, huh? I said, glad she was starting to slow her speech down. The first week she'd been here, I hadn't understood a word she said. Who did Landon bring with him? Please not the IS. Anyone but the IS. It's a woman, Izzy said, hand protectively over her middle as she hovered backward before me as I headed for the church's back door. Woman? I said. Thanks for the heads up, Dot. Immediately she flew away with Jumok, winding about themselves and talking so fast and high that it might as well be another language. It wouldn't be long until the garden was again noisy with life, and that gave me more peace than I would have expected. I liked beginnings better than endings. But it wasn't meant to last, and I jerked to a stop when I recognized Elizabeth's haughty voice coming through the open kitchen window. Elizabeth? What in hell was she doing here, and with Landon? She is a demon. Elizabeth exclaimed, her tone accusing. Your father made her. He did not make her. He enabled her to survive. There is a difference. Trent's voice was soft in anger, and I stayed where I was, my hand reaching for the back door faltering. Which might get you killed if it gets out, she huffed, and I stiffened. Is that a threat? Trent's voice was hard. Are you sure you want to do that? Again? Landon cleared his throat, but the words had been spoken. Crap on toast. Trent had a ruthless streak as wide as Jenks's. He'd once stopped me from killing Nick, claiming he wanted one clean thing in his life, me. I'd since agreed that killing Nick for the hell of it would have left a mark I didn't want, but Trent. He felt as if he was already lost and had no such compulsion against doing things for the hell of it. And Elizabeth had just called him out. Why is she here? Why now? Wings clattering, Jenks landed on the doorknob, probably to keep me from going in. Hey. Eavesdropping is my thing, not yours, he said. Shoo, I demanded, leaning to the open kitchen window. You are forcing our daughter to associate with a demon. Elizabeth exclaimed. If you were anyone else, Lucy would be mine by the child abuse laws. My lips parted, and I felt my face go white. Lucy doesn't care what Rachel is, Trent said, his voice barely above a whisper. That's the world I want her to grow up into, and by God, Elizabeth, if I find out you said anything to make Lucy or Ray question Rachel's worth, I will never let you see either of them again. Then Elizabeth's voice went wobbly. I thought you were very clear on your stance at the zoo. Ah, Elizabeth? Landon said, as if not liking the hope in her voice any more than I did. You were trying to take her by force, demanding I sell Lucy to you for a birthright that was already mine. Stop pushing me into a corner, Elizabeth. Stop trying to control the situation. You are not in charge. I am. A cold feeling started in my middle. I knew who Trent was, what he was morally capable of doing, seen it firsthand and tried to pretend it wasn't there. Don't call his bluff, Elizabeth. Don't. But if Trent and Elizabeth found a way to make this work. Damn it, that was why she was here, I thought, seeing everything Trent and I had found ending far too soon. I just want to see my child, Elizabeth pleaded. Jenks snorted, his dust shifting to an irate orange. What a little squirrel sack. I find that hard to believe when you show up with Landon, Trent said, and I waved Jenks off the doorknob. Jenks flew up, startled. They aren't done yet. He protested, and I tugged the door so it would squeak. Rake, you need to work on this spying thing. Your timing sucks fairy dust. I need to get in there before he does something dumb, like open up joint custody talks again, I said, and the pixie snickered. From inside came a shuffling of motion. I knew my face was red, and I took a slow breath as I paced through the back living room, trying to get the ugly look off my face before I went into the kitchen. But it was obvious I'd heard something. Elizabeth's cheeks were a bright red against her straw-blonde hair. She sat stiffly at Ivy's big farm table, her hands clenched on a trendy purse, knees tight together, and a cream-colored skirt showing a respectable amount of leg. Her coat was still on, and it matched her heels. If I had to describe her in a few words, it would be professional, smart, classic beauty, and probably in that order. Devious, backstabbing, and self-serving would also be on the list. On the surface, she was a perfect match for Trent's perfection, except he didn't love her. It hadn't mattered before, but after having gotten a taste of freedom, he was resisting going back. I felt a flash of pride that I'd been a part of that. But now, I wasn't sure. As if sensing my emotion, Trent looked at me from where he was standing at the sink. The tension rose as the silence stretched. Trent was unusually ruffled, and as soon as he looked from her, Elizabeth frowned at his casual shoes, then my wild hair. I was fixing the wall, I said, not knowing why I felt the need to explain myself. Landon, I added, trying not to show my distaste. Needless to say, I wasn't going to shake his hand, and I stiffened when the young man started forward from the fridge to do just that. Trent cleared his throat, and Landon changed his motion to stand behind Elizabeth, placing his unworked, tan hands on the back of her chair. The center counter was more or less between us. I'd rather have it be a continent. God. I give a lot to know why Trent trusted him enough to do this. Landon looked uncomfortable in a gray suit that set off his blonde hair and green eyes. A traditional cylindrical hat of his clergy profession marred his young businessman look, but it did give him an exotic air. I was sure he had an even more traditional prayer hat under it and probably a ribbon in his pocket. I knew Trent did, though I seldom saw it unless we got into trouble, and that hadn't happened in almost 3 months. Why are Elizabeth and Landon here? Together? Landon smiled, but the emotion behind it felt dead. It's good to see you again, Rachel. Jenks snickered as he landed in the hanging rack. I'll bet, he said under his breath, and Elizabeth's forced smile faltered. Elizabeth, I said next, reaching for a damp cloth by the sink to clean the dirt from my fingers. I wasn't expecting you. I wasn't going to shake her hand either. Neither was I. Trent's head was down over his phone as he texted something. I'd be willing to bet it was to Quen or John to double security on the girls. Elizabeth stood as I tossed the rag into the sink, and I froze when she stood, hand extended. Great. My hands were clammy from the cloth, and I wiped them dry as she crossed the room. My apologies for dropping in on you like this, she said, and I watched her face as we shook, thinking that her hair looked fake next to Trent's transparent wispiness, and her voice had lost its musical cadence. Her hand slipped from mine, and I said nothing. The last time I'd seen her, she'd been flanked by a dozen magic users and hired guns with the intention of forcibly taking Lucy and Ray. And Ray wasn't even her child. Well, this is about as comfortable as finding a naked fairy in your eldest son's bedroom, Jenks smartmouthed, a silver dust slipping down and pooling on the counter like mercury. Elspeth's eye twitched, and she dropped back a step. Lucy is my child, too, she said, gaze darting to Trent as he closed his phone with a snap. Then you shouldn't have forced that barbaric, outdated tradition on me in the hopes I couldn't fulfill it, Trent said, showing more emotion than he usually allowed himself. You brought this on yourself. The church can't help you. It's a legal issue, not a moral one. Landon cleared his throat. Perhaps I should come back later. Or not at all, I said, frustrated. I could figure this charm out. I didn't need elf magic. I needed someone in the ever after to pick up the damn phone. Ah, Trent hedged, shifting sideways until he could touch the small of my back. Elspeth, too, had a minor panic moment for a completely different reason. Please, she said, eyes wide. I asked Landon if I could come with him. Her gaze landed on Trent's hand, touching me in reassurance, and she swallowed hard. You won't take my calls. You refuse any dialogue. You say I forced your hand, well, you're forcing mine. I saw Trent sigh more than heard it, but what caught my attention was Landon's sour expression. It was more than watching Elspeth beg, he seemed to have an interest here. My eyebrows rose as I suddenly got it. Elspeth hadn't stumbled into this meeting between Landon, Trent, and me. She'd been with Landon when the call had come in. She'd been with Landon. I thought. There should be limits to how far one should abase oneself in the search for power, but if the Prince of the Elves had fallen, perhaps the head religious leader was a good second. I apologize for my actions at the zoo, Elspeth said, pleading with an indifferent Trent. It endangered both girls and was foolish, but you weren't listening to me. Jenks sniffed. As if you could ever hurt them while I'm around. It was wrong. I was desperate, Elspeth said. Lucy is my child. I didn't know what I was risking when I forced you into it. I love her. Please. I'll do anything you want. Anything? My arms fell from my middle. Maybe you should talk to her, I suggested, hating myself for even saying it, but I knew I'd never stop until I got my child back if it was taken from me. That, and I didn't think Elspeth would give anything, and when she balked, Trent could tell her to leave for good. Trent turned to me, his hand making tingles on my waist. I thought you'd be against this, he said, and Elspeth took a fast breath, hope almost painful in her. I'm not for it, no, I said, nervous when Landon's eyes narrowed as he realized Trent and I were so close, functioning as a couple. But I don't want to be looking over my shoulder the rest of my life. Lucy and Ray shouldn't either. Find out if she means it. Of course I mean it. Elspeth's trendy heels ground the leftover salt from a circle into the linoleum. Her eyes were alight, and the only thing that kept me from taking it back was that it was love for her daughter. She was a tricky woman. I don't trust her, Trent said softly, his hands now holding mine. Both Elspeth and Landon were seeing more than I wanted them to, but I leaned into him, forcing myself to be more open with our relationship. We'd been hiding our feelings from ourselves and the public for so long, it was hard to show them in front of anyone else. If she's serious about seeing the girls, she can damn well move to Cincinnati, I said. Elspeth's breath came in a panicked sound. Cincinnati? She said, her face reddening. I am not moving to Cincinnati. Jenks's wing hum came loud from the overhanging rack, and I swear, Trent almost smiled as he gave my fingers a squeeze and let go. Behind her, Landon rubbed his fingers into his temple. I could nearly see the distaste coming from the woman, but Trent was warming to the idea, if only because Elspeth didn't like it. I thought you said anything. I put my shoulder to Trent's to make a united front. Talk is cheap, which might be why that's all you do. Her perfectly painted lips parted in outrage, and from the rack, Jenks snickered. Elspeth scowled up at him. Her fingers were in a tight fist, and I was glad she didn't know much magic. Trent, perhaps we can take a walk, she said stiffly, clearly wanting to get Trent alone and hopefully sway him where I wouldn't be around to sway him back. Trent's shoulders slumped as he realized he was going to have to deal with Elspeth instead of helping me with the charm. I'm not leaving Landon alone with Rachel. I'll be fine, I protested, and a faint but real smile eased his features. It's not you I'm worried about, Trent said, and concern flickered over Landon. Trent brushed past me with the scent of cinnamon and wine. We can talk in the back room, he said, taking Elspeth's elbow. It's not very private, Elspeth protested, but she was moving. I'd rather take a walk. Trent glanced at me over his shoulder. Yes, I know, he muttered, clearly surprised I was okay with this. They left, looking good together, better than Trent and me. Slowly my jealousy evolved into guilt. I'm not self-sabotaging my relationship with Trent, I thought, cursing myself as their voices twined together. No one wanted Trent and me together, not the elves, not the demons, no one. I didn't give a rat's tail about that, but the guilt. Seeing Elspeth here, begging to renew her ties with her child? I could do nothing to further Trent's grand design to save his people, and he was so damn good at it. If there was the chance that he and Elspeth could make a go of it, I had to let it happen, if only for the girls. But it hurt. Jenks was hovering, waiting for direction, and I made a nod to follow them. He darted off, and my focus shifted to find that Landon had caught the motion. Uncaring, I shrugged. Why should Landon not want to be alone with Rachel? Elspeth said faintly. He tried to kill her using the goddess. Elspeth gasped, and hearing it, Landon cracked his knuckles, unrepentant as he sat sideways to the table and pulled his cylindrical hat off his head, leaving his short hair mussed. No spelling cap, but it could have been woven into the top of the ceremonial hat. Jenks? Trent's voice came, loud. Get out. Ah, forever-loving toad piss, the pixie complained as he flew backward into the hallway, an embarrassed green dust slipping from him. How did you know I was there? Out. Trent said again, and Jenks flashed me a grin and vanished down the hallway to the sanctuary. He'd most likely go listen in through the flue, but at least Elspeth would have the illusion of privacy. The coffee pot sat cold on the counter, an inch of old brew in it. I wasn't going to offer Landon any. Being tricked into merging my mind with a goddess bent on taking me over had left a bad taste in my mouth. Landon seemed to gather himself as the muted, musical voices of Elspeth and Trent dissolved into a rise and fall of sound. You have a nice spelling area. You cook here, too? My attention flicked to his and held. Not at the same time. Sucking his teeth, Landon shifted his feet. This around? I nodded, glancing at the ceiling. He's sleeping, but he wakes up occasionally. Especially when I was upset, but Landon already knew that. From the back room, Trent's voice rose. I'm willing to die for Lucy's safety. I'm not about to sell her to you for a little less blackmail or my return standing. You don't have anything I want, Elspeth. Get used to it. My God, Trent could be callous when the situation called for it, and I propped my elbows on the stainless steel counter between Landon and myself. David had once told me I'd saved Trent's life, not while being his security, but by causing him to grow, to lose his at-any-cost outlook that the needs of the one outweighed the needs of the many, that the ends justified the means. I'd seen it. Hell, I'd lived it while a mink trapped in his office, watching him kill his head geneticist to preserve his secrets and his money flow. But he'd tempered himself. Because of me, if David was to be believed, and it had saved his life because, as David had said, he wasn't going to make the world live through another Calamac bent on elven supremacy. Perhaps Landon had risen to fulfill that role instead, and I stifled a shudder at the thought because where Trent had a conscience, Landon did not. Why are you here helping me? Landon rose, his mood guarded as he spun the book Trent had brought over to face him. Trent told me he thinks the undead will walk into the sun if they get their souls back. I tend to agree with him. I think it's fitting that giving the vampires what they want will bring about their end. I don't mind being a part of that. He hesitated, and my heart thumped at his stillness. My question is, why are you doing this if you think it will drive them into Sunside? Because Ivy's life is more important than one lousy vampire who's already on his way out. Uneasy, I rubbed a watermark on the counter. Fear that the vampires would take their revenge out on Ivy and me if things didn't go the way they wanted was never far from my thoughts, coloring my hopes and my decisions. Landon made a sound deep in his throat, and I jumped when he shut the book with a snap. Trent's charm won't work. Why not? I said, not liking that he'd startled me. Because it uses the auritic residue left in the mind and body to adhere itself with, and the undead have completely polluted theirs with the auras they take in to survive. It was exactly what Trent had said, and grimacing, I steadied myself for some major bootlicking. You have another way? Landon pulled his attention back from the soft conversation in the living room. In theory. The charm dates back several thousand years. I've never heard of anyone trying it. He was lying. I could tell in the way he was standing. So it's a black charm? I prompted. Elves were reluctant to label their charms as black and white, but a white charm never went out of style. I won't kill anyone. His eyes came up, mocking. Lucky for you you're dealing with people already dead. Oh God. It was a black charm. What does it do? I asked, my gut tightening. I can do this without trusting him. Hell, I used to work with demons. Landon shifted the book between us until it was perfectly square with the counter. He was thinking, and my mistrust deepened. In theory? It fixes the soul of an elder to a newborn. It was said to have been used to extend our collective knowledge past the grave. He looked up, jaw set. I'll write it out for you. Let me guess. You have to destroy the newborn's soul to do it. Yeah, the demons probably had a version of this. Ugly. It was just ugly the things magic could do. Neck red, he didn't say anything, finally turning to pull a few sheets from Ivy's printer. Pretty much, he said as he took a pen from his pocket and began to sketch a pentagram as I might draw a smiley face. The original soul must be forcibly ripped away and the old soul fixed into its place. Most times, the recipient became psychotic, which only added to the mystique of being a high priest back then, I suppose. He looked up, reading my disgust. I did say there's no record of this charm being performed for several thousand years. But you still know how to do it, I accused. Aren't you lucky for that, he shot back. You can't get a soul to spontaneously attach itself and hope it sticks, even if it's his own soul in his own body. It left once, it will again. He was right, and I tried not to look so pensive. The thought occurred to me that he might be giving me a black charm in the hopes of damning me with it. It wasn't illegal to know black magic, just to do it. And destroying the soul of a newborn so an old man might live again was about as black as it got. No wonder the demons hate you, I said under my breath. Oh, are we going to compare past atrocities now? He said even as he began writing a list of ingredients beside the pentagram. I cocked my hip and watched him. His penmanship was as precise as his dress. Stealing healthy babies and substituting your own failing infants is pretty nasty. So is 1,000 years of slavery. Or creating a species for your own pleasure, one that necessitates acts of perverted brutality to survive, acts committed on the people you love, but... He was talking about the vampires. No worse than destroying your enemy by attacking their unborn children. Landon stopped writing. They did it first. But who really knew the truth? I couldn't solve a puzzle 2,000 years dead. His motion cocky, Landon spun the paper to me. Listed was a mix of plants, objects, and ley line equipment designed to sympathetically harness intent: blood, hummingbird egg white, sunrise spider silk, aspen sap, a copper Mobius strip, silk scarf, salt, probably described the pentagram with, and a familiar phrase of Latin. Tislan, Tislan. Ta nasce corin nada. My lips parted and a wave of disconnection flooded me as the words rose from my mind. That's the phrase Trent used to move my soul, I said, my voice sounding hollow, as if from outside myself. Landon frowned, actually doing a double take as I blinked to find myself. Trent has done this? Are you kidding me? Not this one, I reassured him. But he held my soul in a bottle for 3 days while my aura replenished itself. I remember the words. Ta nasce corin nada. It flowed through me, and I held the counter as if it wasn't real. I'd been trapped in my mind, standing at this very spot making cookies that faded away until Trent and I worked together, a symbol of us joining our minds so he could pull me out. Calamak put your soul into a bottle? Landon said, his disbelief obvious. My breath came in a rush, as if I'd forgotten how to breathe. My aura was burned off when I fought Kusaks. My mind thought I was dead, and he kept me on life support until my body was recovered and my aura was strong enough. It had taken a kiss to break the spell, seeing as it was a very old charm to wake the princess from a life-saving coma. I was starting to think that was when I'd begun to love him. Oh shit. I love him. The realization fell on me hard. My knees went wobbly, and I held the counter as a surge of emotion rose. I love Trent. Sure, I'd toyed with the idea before, but now, after seeing him with Elspeth and giving him the foolhardy chance to make amends with her, I knew it was true. Damn it, this wasn't the way it was supposed to happen. It was supposed to be romantic, with flowers and sun or moonlight, his touch on my face, and the scent of our hair mingling as we kissed. But no. It was me in my kitchen standing before a man I loathed, listening to the muted strains of the man I loved persuading his ex to get over herself and play by his rules. Perhaps that means it might last this time. Rachel? Landon said, and I shook myself. He's better at magic than you think he is. Head down, I locked my knees. Love shouldn't be scary, but whenever I fell in love, my life fell apart. I didn't want anything to change, but how could I stop it? He'd better be, Landon muttered, looking at me as if trying to figure out why I was so distant. Same words? Are you sure, Dot? Think about it later, Rachel. It circled my brain for 3 days. What does it mean? Head down, he crossed off and rewrote things. Most of it is to gain the goddess's attention. Swell. And the rest? I don't know. It was more likely he just didn't want to tell me. Tislan, Tislan. Ta nasce corin nada. It hung in the back of my brain like a whisper of awareness slowly gaining strength. She is a demon, Elspeth said from the back living room, her voice breaking through the sing-song litany in my mind where nothing else could. Do you have any idea what people are saying? What this does to our child's chances at success. Lucy doesn't care, Trent said back. Why do you? Landon cleared his throat, pushing his sketch across the counter so I could see it right side up. He was uncomfortable, and I didn't think it was because of Elspeth and Trent. I wasn't keen on any charm he had to remember, but it wasn't as if I had much choice. Pay attention, the man said, cementing in my thoughts that it was his skills he was nervous about. I agreed to help you, but I'm not going to do it, and if anyone asks, I was here with Elspeth helping her petition Trent for the right to see her firstborn child. Sure. His stubble was starting to show, and I could smell the cold plastic of airport on him over his faint woodsy scent. Distant, I looked down at the curse. Did the parents know you were doing this, or did you just steal the babies, too? Landon pulled himself straight, the width of the counter between us. You want to be held accountable for the sins of your forefathers? Just keep throwing stones, Morgan. Expression closed, he looked me up and down. I'm assuming you can get a soul into a bottle? I scanned the spell, thinking it looked easy. But most of the bad ones were. Yes. I didn't like trusting Landon and his memory recall charm, but he did want an end to the vampires. Good. He leaned over the counter and tapped his pencil on the instructions. I knew the moment he caught my scent when he froze, then pulled back. The spell calls for removing the original soul from a healthy body. I skipped that part. You mean killing a baby? I prompted, and he stared at me until I looked away. Step 1, he said tightly. Sketch a pentagram onto a square of silk using salt. If you can match the scarf's color to the recipient's original aura, that's even better. I'll ask Mina if she knows, I said, tucking a strand of hair back. Second, anoint the feet of the pentagram with the sap, and do the same for the soles of the recipient's feet. Using what? I interrupted, shocking myself when I looked up and found him too close. The vampire recipient is like what, lying down? This wasn't good. There were too many variables to remember, and he clearly hadn't done enough magic to know what was important and what could be fudged. Are you sure there isn't a book it's written down in? No, his voice was tight. I won't misremember it. I've got it okay. You've got this okay? I accused, and there was a sudden silence from the back room. You said no one's done this for thousands of years. How do you know if it's right or not? The charm is fine, he said, face red. He was lying, they did this charm at the doer more often than they wanted to admit, and that sickened me. Then what do I use to anoint the scarf and his feet? My finger? I asked snarkily. The reason it wasn't written down was plausible deniability. You couldn't be brought to justice for a black charm there was no written evidence of. I would think an aspen rod, he said, and I took the pen out of his hand and added it to the list. I'm destroying that before I leave, he said, meaning the paper. No you aren't, I thought, but was smart enough not to say it. Damn it all to the turn and back, people were crap. How can you respect a group who sacrificed babies to lengthen their own pathetic lives? Aspen rod, I said, setting the pen down with an accusing snap. Then what? Landon was eyeing me in distrust, and I gave him a sarcastic smile. You do the same with the egg white, anointing the arms of the pentagram first, and then the recipient's palms. Using the same wand? I guessed, and he nodded, flushed. Can I use a chicken's egg? Not if you want it to work, he muttered, and I took that as a fact. Eggs were a symbol of rebirth, but the Mayans used to believe that hummingbirds were the souls of warriors and would make an even closer tie. I could probably pick up one at one of the more exclusive charm shops. So let me guess, I said, pulling the paper to me. It looked funny seeing the clearly old charm on fresh white paper. Step 3 is to anoint the point of the pentagram and his forehead with his own blood? He grimaced, shifting from foot to foot. I'd use the same wand again. Then what? Landon hesitated, as if trying to decide only now if giving me this info was a good idea. What next, Landon? I intoned, and he tugged the paper back to himself. Roll the scarf into a cylinder and run it through the Mobius strip. Both loops. Big Mobius strip, check. I had one of those. I had 2 of them, actually. What's it made of? I asked, and I almost saw him kick himself. Shit, I forgot that part, he muttered. Copper. Yes, copper. My fingers drummed on the counter. You know what? I think I'll just go to the library and find a nice reincarnation spell. Take my chances. Landon glared. I know how to do this. You sure? I snapped, and both of us looked to the hallway at a pixie guffaw. No one was there, but a tiny whisper of pixie dust was slipping down. Landon rolled up the paper, clearly ready to take his ball and go home. It was the lure of being the one who brought down the vampires that kept him here, kept him honest. Most of this is all just to get the goddess's attention. It's the thought that counts. I sobered at the reminder of the goddess. Newt had assured me that the mystics and the goddess herself wouldn't recognize me even if I stood in a ley line and shouted for her, but she wasn't called a goddess because she was impotent. Okay, run the pentagram through the Mobius strip. Then what? My sudden meekness bolstered Landon's mood, and I frowned when he tucked the paper into an inner pocket and went to get his hat from the table. The scarf finds a neutral flow from the copper ions it picks up, so now you can shake the salt out and drape the scarf over the recipient's face, blood spot at the forehead right where you anointed him. From there, you simply open the container holding the soul. Chanting the phrase will draw it forth, and the soul should go to him and fix into place. At least until he dies again. Burn the scarf to break the pathway and prevent the soul from escaping the body. He put on his hat, clearly ready to go. I nodded, still uneasy in that he might have forgotten something intentionally. You never said where the spider web fit in. Oh. Right. He hesitated in the archway. Drape it over your shoulder for protection against an aggressive soul. Aggressive soul. Yes, I'd run into one of those before, but Al hadn't used spider webs to help protect against them. Come to think of it, I'd never seen a spider in the Ever After, and I thought it pathetic that the elves and demons had polluted their world to the point where even a spider couldn't survive. Elspeth, are you ready? Landon called as he stood in the threshold between the kitchen and the hallway, and I heard her ask him for a moment. Frowning, Landon leaned against the frame of the opening. You sure you don't want to add anything else? I said, trying not to look at the pocket he put the charm in. I wanted it bad. No mood sour, he looked into the living room, then pushed himself forward. Steps fast, he came 3 paces in, eyes intent as he pulled the paper from his inner pocket, taunting me with it. I jumped when he tugged on the line out back, tossing the paper into the sink and igniting it with a single word. Son of a bastard, I thought, grimacing at the sudden rush of shoes in the hall. Trent slid to a halt when he saw Landon standing over the fire in the sink, and he exhaled in relief. Elspeth click-clacked in behind him, coat over her arm, and Trent frowned. Thanks for your help. You both have a flight out of here tonight, right? Trent asked, clearly eager for them to leave. Landon chuckled, turning the taps on to wash even the ash into the sewer system and out of my reach. I've got a reservation at the Cincinnatian. Elspeth tells me it's the only decent live-in hotel in the area. Even if the staff is surly. Elspeth's mood wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. Trent must have given her something, but I bet it had cost her. Suddenly I felt as if both of us had been manipulated, even if it had been us who had called them. Do you have what you need? Trent asked, and I nodded. The more satisfied Elspeth and Landon became, the more uneasy I felt. It technically wasn't a curse if I didn't have to kill anyone to perform the magic. There hadn't been any indication that it required direct contact with the goddess to do the curse either, but he could have left that out. He had before. Smile stilted, Elspeth turned to Trent. Thank you, she said, and my pulse hammered. I'll be in touch as soon as I get a permanent address. My expression froze. Crap on toast, the woman was moving to Cincinnati. Shit. Why had I gone along with this? Made it sound like a good idea, I'll wait for your call. Trent put a hand on her shoulder and gave her a cold kiss goodbye on her cheek. My gut tightened. I knew I gave myself away when Elspeth leaned in to accept it, her eyes on mine and a mocking smile on her thin, lipstick-red lips. The tension rose. Landon clearly wasn't happy either. I'm an idiot. My clear conscience wouldn't keep me warm at night, hold me when I cried, or smile when I made a joke. Landon, Elspeth said as she held her coat out to him, and he slowly moved to settle it across her shoulders. By now, I said as I leaned against the counter and tried not to grimace. Thanks for the soul-stealing charm. Her coat on, Elspeth waited a telling moment for Trent to escort them to the door, but when he ignored them, she turned on a heel and stalked off, shoes clicking on the hardwood floor. Landon lurched to catch up, already digging in a pocket for the car keys. A shower of pixie dust sifted down from the overhanging rack. I hadn't known Jenks was up there, but I wasn't surprised as he gave Trent a thumbs up and darted out after them. Trent sighed heavily, and together we listened to Elspeth's heels aggressively striking the floor in the sanctuary. That woman is plotting, I said softly, and Trent pulled me into a sudden, unexpected hug. Oh God, he almost moaned, his arms tight around me as I scrambled to shift gears. I think you are the only thing keeping me from going insane sometimes. You and the girls. But he had kissed her. Really? I mumbled. From the front, the door slammed, making the curtains over the sink drift. Breath-catching, he nodded, still staring at the ceiling as if the words he wanted to say were imprinted up there with pixie dust. When everything seems to impact everything and there's no easy answer, I ask myself, will this decision take me closer or farther from you? And then it's so clear. Even if it doesn't make sense at the time, He thought this would bring us closer? My heart thudded. He had meant that kiss his show, but fear still lingered. Elizabeth had brought everything back that I'd been ignoring, everything that Trent had been working his entire life for and lost because of me, everything his father had begun, everything that I couldn't help him with and she could. I could do nothing as a flash of heartache lit through me. I love him. I can say that now. You're going to let her see Lucy? Trent, that's so dangerous. It was your idea. He exhaled, pulling me closer so my head was against his shoulder and I could feel every inch of him pressed against me. You're right, though. It would be more dangerous not to, he said, his words making my hair move. Besides, I'm angry, not cruel, and I'm confident that Elizabeth is now cognizant of what she gambled and lost by casually tossing that all-or-nothing choice down before me. If she wants to see Lucy, she's going to make every sacrifice she would have made if she had married me in the first place, but now all she gets is to be a part of Lucy's life, not mine. She will hate Cincinnati for the very things I love about it. My revenge is complete. He's giving her a chance to fulfill her original role, I thought, tension winding through me. Trent wasn't seeing this as a way for Elizabeth to wind him around her finger, but I did. Trent gave me a squeeze, but I couldn't get myself out of my funk. He was bringing pieces back into play to try to regain his standing. I knew he wouldn't sacrifice me to reach his end, but there was no way he could do it if I was beside him, and someday he'd realize that. He'd grow cold, indifferent. I'd seen it before. I don't trust Landon, I said, feeling my breath come back from him as my fingers defined the lines of his back. I don't trust Elizabeth, and I certainly don't trust them together. As soon as we're no longer useful to Landon, and she realizes she won't get what she wants, she'll try to gain custody with a more permanent means, you know that, right? Trent let me go, avoiding me. Damn it, he did know, and yet he was giving her the very chance she needed to stick a knife in his ribs. Trent! You think Landon's charm is true? He interrupted. He was still holding me, and I pressed into him. I don't like using a charm passed down by oral tradition for 2,000 years, I said, then added, but I think they use it enough that as long as Landon remembered it right, it will work. Are you sure you don't have anything in your library? He could be setting us up. That charm might take our souls for all I know. His reassuring smile only made me more concerned. He wants an end to the vampires more than an end to me or you. We can trust that. So we're safe until the undead vampires are dead. I should probably write it down before I forget. I reluctantly pulled from him to get a pencil and paper from Ivy's desk. Even if it will be in my handwriting and not his. I think Jenks has it, Trent said, looking out at the garden. Jenks! He shouted, startling me. Where's the charm? Pen in hand, I turned from the table to see Trent stretching to the hanging rack to turn the few hanging pots as if to empty them. You had him copy it? Why didn't I think of that? Because you spent dust spilled out of one, covering Trent in silver. He sneezed, missing the postage stamp-sized scrap of paper now drifting to the floor. It had to be the copied charm, and I picked it up, recognizing Jenks's handwriting and the glyph of a pentagram. There it is, he said, seeing it in my hand and smiling. Because you aren't used to dealing with civil servants disguised as religious leaders. A smile found me. Have I told you lately how wonderful you are? I tugged at his belt, pulling him to me again. My arms went around his neck, and I beamed at him, the copied spell in one hand, the fingers of my other hand playing with the hair at the nape of his neck, stretching until I could just brush the arch of his pointy ears. Heartache swept me. How long could I hold on to him? A year? 2? Repeatedly, but I'm open to hearing it again, he said, eyes alight with possibilities as he tilted his head and our lips met in a kiss. Emotion spilled through me, heat tingling from our lips down to my middle, all the sweeter for knowing it could never last. My hand fisted in his hair, and his breath caught at the tight demand. He pulled me closer, his hands at my waist almost lifting me off my feet. The kitchen, I thought as my back hit the counter and his hand slipped under my shirt, his fingers both smooth and demanding, tracing over my skin. What was it about the kitchen that seemed to get both of us in a rush? My eyes opened as our lips parted, but the tingling heat started continued, making me move against him in time with his ever-moving hands, searching, rising to hint at finding my breast and send new tingles down to my spine. You know what to do when you think of me, huh? I said, thinking it was one of the most telling things anyone had ever said to me, making me feel loved and needed all at the same time. Always, he breathed, looking at my lips. What are you thinking now? I teased. I'm trying to remember why you haven't moved in with me, he said, and we slowly stilled, pressed against each other and content to just be. Because I can't take that hurt again, I thought, unable to say it. Because anything this good can't last. Because I love you. Because Elizabeth and he were talking again, and I knew that was what everyone wanted. Gwen would be so old pleased. Tink's titties, you two aren't pressing flesh again, Jenks griped as he flew in at head height, saving me from answering. God. I'm glad Pixie's dust instead of sweat. You should see the heat waves coming up from you. Trent started to let go, but seeing the doubt my silence had made, I pulled him back and found his lips, hungry almost as soon as I closed my eyes and let my fingers drift down his back to his tight, grabbable backside. Trent responded, and I don't know what happened to Jenks's copied spell as I suddenly found myself spun around and plunked on the counter. Oh God. Jenks complained as I wrapped my legs around Trent, imprisoning him. The bare hint of stubble pricked over my fingertips as I traced his jawline. Stop it, will you? Jenks griped. Just 'cause there aren't any more kids in the church doesn't mean you can. Breathless, I pulled from Trent. My lip unexpectedly caught between his teeth for a bare instant, and a flash of passion lit through me even as we parted. Can what, Jenks? I said, letting my feet fall from around Trent so he could turn to look at the disgusted Pixie hovering before us. I'd found Trent to be a surprisingly attentive lover the last 3 months, the tabloids going crazy at kisses over sparkling wine at Carew Tower, and his casual touch as he tried to teach me how to golf, and though the passion had been real, I knew the intent behind the last 30 seconds had only been to shock Jenks. It made me love him even more, he was a part of my life, and I hadn't seen it even happen. Now all I had to do was hold on until it fell apart. Trent's smile slowly faded as reality came slipping back, drawn by Jenks's orangish dust and the spell in his hand. Thanks, Jenks, he said as he moved away. I suddenly felt alone as I sat on the counter, the bitter smell of cold coffee coming from the coffee maker. I slid down, having to tuck my shirt in before I opened a drawer for my magnifying glass. I had like 3 of them, and I handed Trent the largest. No problem, Jenks said as he got over his huff and set the spell on the counter. You guys never look up, and Drixabel had a pencil lead stashed up there already. Jenks's wings seemed to slow their hum at the reminder of his youngest daughter, now out on her own and raising a family. Jax, too, had left again after only a few weeks. I intentionally bumped into Trent as we clustered over the scrap of paper, and I relaxed at the scent of cinnamon and wine hiding under Trent's aftershave. Jenks's sketch was more precise than Landon's, having none of the crossed-off instructions and with the ingredients in order. Even better, it would be harder to link this to me since it was in Jenks's handwriting. I'm not liking the spider web, Trent said, frowning as he used one finger to hold the paper from moving from our breath. It's the only thing that doesn't match from what I remember when Bancroft taught it to my mother. You know it? I exclaimed, following that through to an uncomfortable conclusion. You know how to strip an infant's soul from it and paste someone else's on it? Why did you make me go through that? But what disturbed me most was why he knew it at all. Trent was grinning when he looked up. His expression flashed to panic as he guessed my thoughts. Oh, Rachel, I was 10 when I heard it, listening at a door where I shouldn't have been. I'm sorry. I didn't even remember it until seeing this. He hesitated, and I frowned when he touched my arm. Really, I didn't. But I don't remember the spider web. My shoulders eased, as much from Trent's obvious distress as from Jenks's shrug. Maybe you should skip that part, Jenks suggested as he took it and rolled it into a tube. Maybe, I said, when Trent ducked his head and winced. Aren't spiderwebs supposed to be for protection, though? Protection through concealment. Trent dropped back to lean against the counter in thought, looking especially yummy when he crossed one ankle over the other. I think it's okay. I probably just forgot. His focus shifted to me. I still think giving an undead a soul is a bad idea, but if you don't, Ivy will suffer. Be careful what you wish for, yes. Because it might come true, I said softly. At this point, I honestly didn't care if they all died out, but having seen the chaos in Cincinnati when the undead had been sleeping was a stiff lesson to swallow, or whatever. I jumped when Trent's arm went around me. We'll see it through, he said, and Jenks rose up with the charm, presumably to hide it. No matter what it takes. Soon as we get the charm prepped, we'll go collect Felix's soul. It's probably still lurking about the ley line at Eden Park. We could have this done by the end of the weekend, no problem. Somehow I didn't think it was going to be that easy. Thank you. I turned into him, head falling to his chest as he wrapped his arms around me and held me, grounding me in a way that no one had for a long time. I felt his certainty, but my doubts lingered even as I soaked him in. I hadn't wished for Trent in my life, but now that I had him, I was more confused, more heartbroken than I'd ever been. Trent was willing to sacrifice everything for me, but I didn't know if I could let him. Chapter 7. Elizabeth's light perfume lifted from Trent in the tight confines of his car. My head hurt, but if it was from that, or Cornwall's vampires tailing us, or Nina fidgeting in the back, or that I was on my way to Eden Park to capture a master soul with an elven black charm that Landon had given me, I didn't know. So much to choose from, I whispered, my grip on the wheel tightening as I glanced at Trent. He was slumped against the window, eyes shut and chest moving slowly in the faint light reflected from the twilight-gloomed sky. My irritation eased, and I stifled the urge to rearrange his hair. He looked charmingly vulnerable when he slept, and because of his nature, I often caught him catching a few winks around noon and midnight. It made me feel loved every time. The scent of angry vampire was growing stronger, and I opened a vent. Behind us, Cornwall's thugs accelerated to close the gap as we neared the interstate's off-ramp. The window would have been better, but that would have woken up Trent for sure. I shouldn't have left Ivy, the nervous woman said, expression tight as she looked out the window. The car following us was almost on my bumper, and I flicked on my turn signal way ahead of time hoping they'd back off a little. Cornwall knew where we were going, and I thought the escort was a bit much. They might try to kidnap her, Nina said, her motion vampire fast as she fiddled with her hair, pulling the heavy wash of rich black out of its thick clip and redoing it. He said he wouldn't kill her. He never said he wouldn't kidnap her. Grimacing, I took the curve off the interstate, pumping my brakes to get the vampires behind me to friggin' back off. Trent took a deep breath as I slowed for a stoplight, blinking himself awake. His flash of confusion vanished as he sat up, looking entirely accessible in his rumpled, relaxed state. Calamax security has too many holes, Nina muttered, and Trent's smile vanished. I didn't mean to fall asleep, he said as he looked out at the shadowed Cincinnati riverfront and placed himself. I like it when you do. Eyes forward, I eased into motion when the light changed. Trent's hand landed on my leg with a contented pop. I let go of the wheel to take it, giving his fingers a squeeze even as I kept them right where he'd put them. My pulse quickened, but it wasn't from his touch. The distance that he'd always kept between us had gradually, almost shyly, dissolved over the last 3 months, evolving into a surprisingly tactile nature. Casual touches and meaningful looks had become as natural as breathing. But it was different now because I wanted it to last forever. And burn my cookies if I didn't think he sensed the change when he cocked his head and leaned across the space between us, whispering, "What?" The thought was still painfully new, and I shook my head, flustered. Nothing. His eyebrows high in question, he glanced at Nina as if she might be to blame for my mood, and I shook my head, staring straight out the front window as we wound through Eden Park's outer drive. I wished things were different, that my life was easier. But then I might never have had the chance to see Trent slumped against his car door, smiling as he opened his eyes and found me watching him. Good with the bad, I thought, hoping they would equal out in the end. Leaving her alone was a bad idea, Nina said again, stewing as she filled the car with the scent of unhappy vampire. She's not alone, I muttered, thinking that between Quinn's security and Cornwall's promise, she ought to be safe. My mood lifted when we passed the townhouses and then where I'd left my car yesterday and I saw it waiting. It hadn't been towed, but it wasn't as if we could stop and get it. Frustrated, I cracked my window, neck tingling as the draft pushed everything to the front. Ivy is fine, I grumped, glad when Trent opened his window as well and the cloud of pheromones finally found a way out. And if Ivy wasn't fine, I was going to spend tomorrow polishing my stakes and amulets. I had to believe that Ivy was okay at least until midnight, and I didn't mind at all that Nina wasn't with her, the edgy vampire coming with us to be the bait in the Felix soul trap. I had a lingering concern that Nina was out for what was important to Nina, not Ivy. That she loved Ivy wasn't in question. What she'd do to keep her was. Trent sat up as we wound up the long drive to the overlook and the limited parking. Head down over his phone as he texted, he said, not very subtle, is he? My gaze flicked to the rearview mirror and the big black car. There were at least 5 heads in there, maybe more. Nina's slow growl made me more nervous than the car did. Where does he get off interfering like this? The woman said, clearly feeling threatened. I met Trent's eyes in concern, thinking the woman was a dangerous roller coaster of emotions without Felix's finger in her thoughts, all the power and expectations he'd left in her out of control and beyond her emotional limits. Trent's slight twist to his lips said he agreed with my unspoken desire to get out of the car, and I took the first parking spot I could find. There were a few people up here walking their dogs, feeding the ducks, or just enjoying the first shadows spilling over the hollows. We'd have to take the footbridge to get to the ley line, just on the other side of the tiny twin ponds. The memory of being here almost exactly 24 hours ago, fighting for Ivy's life, flitted through me. They promised midnight. Nina fumed, head almost touching the ceiling. If they're following us now, what makes you think Ivy is even safe? Nina, shut up. I shouted, and her eyes flashed black. Trent smiled at my frustration, and I hit the brakes hard. His head swung and he reached for the dash, but his amusement was undimmed as Nina bolted from the vehicle, her heels snapping sharply on the pavement as she strode to the car following us. "What are you doing?" she demanded, hands on her hips as she stopped them right in the middle of the road, her knees almost touching the front bumper. "Ivy is fine," Trent said, but I wasn't convinced. "Shall we set up? We've got a few minutes until Jenks and Biss get here." Trent turned to Nina, standing in the headlights, her silhouette obvious and shapely as she reamed them out. "Is that Felix or Nina?" "Nina." It would have been easier if it had been Felix, but I'd swear that Felix hadn't taken her over. Nina was beginning to show the power Felix had taught her. It made her dangerous, more unreliable. But we had no choice. Sighing, I dropped the keys into my shoulder bag as I got out. Trent moved a little slower, his motions gracefully methodical as he collected the briefcase that held the equipment to capture Felix's soul. My stomach was nodding as I stood between the car and the open door, breathing in the new night as Cormel's vampires got back in their car, tires smoking as they backed up to the farthermost reaches of the long, narrow parking lot. They weren't leaving, but at least we had some space. Nina didn't move, remaining in the middle of the street in her business skirt and collapsing hairstyle. I could tell by her bowed head and shaking hands that she was trying to bring herself back down without the help of Felix's steadying hand. This was why master vampires seldom dropped into the living, and never to the extent that Felix had over the past few months. The reminder of what they'd lost tore at the dead. The connection unbalanced the living, forcing them to deal with emotions they had no practice in handling. The longer it went on, the more addictive and dangerous the experience was. Ivy had promised to keep Nina alive, a thin hope that was likely to fail and cement in Ivy's mind anew that she deserved nothing good in her life. Pity sifted through me as Nina's hands slowly unfisted. How many times have I seen Ivy do that? I wondered when Nina looked at the sky and closed her eyes as if in prayer, just like Ivy coming back from the edge of control. The goons at the end of the parking lot had gotten out, shouting at everyone that the park was closed and to leave, but I think it was Nina shaking silently in the middle of the street that made the most impact. No one wants to be around when a vampire loses it. Sure, there's compensation and apologies, but that doesn't go very far if you get bitten. A vamp scar is forever, fading in time but able to flare into full potency if properly triggered. Trent slammed his door, and I yanked my hand from my neck, not even realizing I'd covered it. My head jerked up when Biss flew overhead, wings flashing as he awkwardly slid to a halt on one of the shadowed picnic tables. His eyes glowed red as they found me, and the cat's eyes gargoyle resettled his leathery wings. His skin had gone entirely black in embarrassment for the ungraceful landing, and the white tuft of fur on the tip of his lion-like tail stood out like a beacon as it flicked nervously. Pleased, I ambled over, smiling as his skin returned to its usual pebbly gray. If Biss was here, Jenks wasn't far behind. "Nice of you to wait for me, snot breath," Jenks snarled, clearly out of breath as he dropped heavily down onto my shoulder in a wash of silver dust. Biss shrugged, touching his wing tips together over his head and flushing again. "I see we got a posse," Jenks added, tugging on my ear as he settled himself. "Biss, I'm more tired than a pixie on his wedding night. You check around. See if we got vampires hiding under that lame bridge." Grinning to show his black teeth, Biss took to the air. I pulled the hair out of my face and looked to see Nina and Trent, the woman nodding at his soft question. There was a whiff of honey and pollen as Jenks replenished his energy, the scent mixing with the more earthy smell of ducks and the nearby barrel of garbage. He'd probably tried to impress Biss by flying the entire way instead of hitching rides. The vampires had begun throwing stones at Biss. I took a breath to yell at them, only to snicker when Biss caught one and threw it right back, making them scatter and swear. Nina's steps slowed to a stop, and when Trent continued on, I rocked into motion, respecting her need to be alone. 3 more steps, and Trent came along my side. He looked like a businessman on holiday with his briefcase and shiny shoes peeping out from under his slacks. A pinch of worry marred his attempt at a smile, and I slipped my arm around his waist as we crossed the footbridge. I slowed, wondering if Sharps was around. He'd been a big help last time. But the ripples on the surface were only from the wind and current, and tension began to wind its way up my spine and give me a softly throbbing headache. "I think I'm going to puke at all this sweetness," Jenks muttered, and I tossed my hair to get him to leave. I didn't care anymore who saw us together, but Trent was tense. "You've done this before," I said, thinking he was stressing about the charm. "No sweat. Your soul wanted to be saved," he said as our steps became one at the apex of the bridge. "You gave me permission to take it. I doubt that is what's going to happen here." "It'll be fine," I said. "It has a containment circle, right? Then all we need to do is lure him into it." He nodded, but he still didn't look convinced. "Hey, rake?" Jenks said, dropping down in a column of gray dust. We've got company. This whistled from 20 feet up, pointing at two cars roaring into the park, one at either end to block anyone from going in or out. Cormel's vampire thugs had turned, shouting at them as, like a clown car, the vehicles began to empty of more men than could possibly have fit in there. All of them looked eager for a fight, all of them were headed our way. How dare they, Nina whispered, her hiss making my skin crawl. Trent slowed, his gaze on the footbridge and AL's line beyond it. I don't think those are Cormel's people, he murmured. Hang close, Jenks, I said, and he alighted on my shoulder. Everyone had slowed, the original vampire guards making a front at the base of the bridge. I didn't like that half of the second group was jogging around the small lake to encircle us. Worried, I scanned for Biss. Come on. Let's get into the line before they make it around the pond. Trent nodded. What did they think I was doing out here? Having a picnic? Stop her. One shouted. She's almost at the line. Okay. That was enough for me, and I grabbed Trent's elbow to run for it. Nina, though, had turned to face them, shaking in anger. You fools! She shouted, feet spread wide. She isn't fleeing. She could have done that from her church. Interfere, and Cormel himself will tear his revenge from your skin. We don't work for Cormel, one shouted back, and I heard a crack as someone broke a tree branch for a makeshift club. Stay out of that line, Morgan, or Ivy dies. Suddenly it was making a lot more sense. Great. We were right in the middle of a freaking vamp war. Apparently Trent wasn't the only one who thought giving the undead their souls might be a bad thing. Come on, I whispered, tugging at him. We have to get into the line. And I thought the press was bad, Trent muttered as he started to jog beside me. What is the line doing over there? I thought the tail of it was in the water. I flushed, looking up for Jenks. I accidentally moved it. You moved it? How? By accident, I said again, not wanting to talk about it. Nina! I shouted. If you're coming with us, let's go. The soft give of the grass became the hard thump of concrete, and I spun as the warmth of the line cascaded over me. Trent slid to a halt beside me, eyes bright and a smile lifting his lips. Nina was slower, backing up as she glared at the vampires jogging to a slow stop before us. This landed on the statue of Romulus and Remus. At the bridge, a pitched fight had broken out, but some were wading across the shallow pond to join the few who'd run around it. Don't do it, Morgan, a vampire threatened, dripping from the pond and stinking. More cars were driving up, angled to light the brawl with their headlights. This was going to either make the international news or be buried so deep the lost dog found would get more hits. Nervous, I looked at Trent on my right, then Nina on my left, her eyes a worrisome black. I quashed the sudden fear that she might betray us all. We were in the line. The vampires hung back a safe 8 feet, but that wouldn't last. I didn't care if getting their souls back would kill them or not. Can you get there yourself? I whispered to Trent, and he nodded. He had shifted realities before, and that's all he had to do, not jump to an entirely new line. Good. This, you've got Jenks. I'll take Nina. Now. What? Wait. Nina shouted as I grabbed her arm and shifted her aura to that of the line. No. I heard someone shriek, but it was too late, and their cry of outrage rose, echoed, and vanished. The rank smell of burnt amber filled me on my next breath. Let go. Nina exclaimed, tugging away, and Trent coughed. We'd made it. Hand over her face, Nina squinted into the dusky night as the gritty wind lifted her hair. This hunched on a rock, and Jenks darted into my hair, muttering about pixie piss and bloody daisies. The light was dim and red, and it put an unreal haze to everything as it reflected the early night sky. The scorch marks from our fight earlier looked like wounds. Trent spun around at the clink of a rock, and my pulse thundered at the glowing eyes peering at us from the dark. A second set of eyes joined the first. They had found us already? Oh, this is much better. Jenks snarled from beside my ear. God, it's going to take me forever to get the stink out of my clothes. Remind me again of why I wanted to come? Immediately Trent knelt and used his hand to smooth a place to spell in. There was another shifting of rock, and Nina spun, eyes becoming black. The bluster she'd shown with the vampires was gone. It was a sucky way to live, never knowing if what you felt was real and if you could back your words up, or if you were about to find yourself pinned to the floor and your neck ripped out by someone stronger than you. Oh. Yeah. Right, Jenks grumbled. Save the world, blah, blah, blah. This? I asked, and he took to the air in a single downward thrust. On it. He called out cheerfully, and still grumbling, Jenks went with him. There might be 2 surface demons here, or there might be 20. This and Jenks could find out. I'm going to set a perimeter circle, I whispered to Trent, and he nodded, his expression grim as he used a silver knife to carefully scrape a 6-foot spiral into the ragged earth. I strained to hear any sound as I moved to the outskirts and used the heel of my foot to make a shallow groove enclosing both Trent's spiral and the rock that Nina had her back against. I didn't set it, concerned that Al would feel it and show up like last time, not with Trent here. My skin prickled. Trent's magic was beginning to rise. Face pale, he backed away from his finished spiral. His soft chanting tugged at the recesses of my mind, and I steeled myself against the lure, shivering as the chill of the night seemed to cut right through me. Uneasy, I hastened back to Nina and set my shoulder bag down beside her. You think Felix's soul is still nearby? I said as I scanned the horizon. Neither Trent nor Nina answered me. Trent was fumbling to put his cap on, his red-stained fingers leaving marks everywhere. Lips moving in a silent prayer, he put his ribbon about his neck. Seeing him, I was amazed again at his mix of professional businessman and magic user. His motions were quick and decisive, but there was a new solemn thread to his every action that screamed his belief in the goddess. It was no longer a game of pretend. He believed, and it made his magic stronger than a demon's, and more variable than a dandelion tuft in the wind, dangerous and unreliable. What if he's gone? Nina said, and we all jerked as a tiny pebble rolled almost to our feet. From the tufts of grass, eyes showed. A silhouette rose, ragged, as if he wasn't real. My breath quickened as I felt Trent pull more heavily on the line and the spiral glowed to make a puddle of green light. The glow stretched all the way to the surface demon, seeming to shred the first layer of reality from it to expose the spirit it really was. I reached behind me for the solid feel of the rock as Trent's magic pulled at me. It was a call to go home. I'd been there once, vulnerable to its summons. Scared, I looked up at the black dome the sky made. This? Jenks! I shouted. I don't think that's Felix, Nina said, and I agreed. The hatred shining from the dark was too deep, too enduring. But he was someone. Cormel, maybe? Luke's master? Ivy's mother? They weren't demons, they were lost souls, shoved into the hell of the demons making until the body died and mind and soul became one again. Oh God. Don't let me do anything stupid. Stepping carefully to not touch his spiral, Trent set a thumb-sized bottle at the very center, upside down and still stoppered with a black wax. A faint glow raced from it to fill the spiral. Nina gasped, and I winced at the almost unheard whine. It set the bones in my ears vibrating. It was coming from the spiral itself, waves of glowing light pulsating from it like the heart of creation. Even more carefully, Trent backed out. Ah, it's working, I said as more eyes showed, rising up from the grass like lions. Crouching, Trent touched the red-drawn circle around the spiral, and a knot their shimmer seemed to rise straight up, not arching close to make a dome but making a perfect column with the spiral glowing within it. It was his containment field, and the ache between my ears grew. Nina, he said, hair falling into his face and a glow about his hands that made him look nothing like himself. Once he shows, lure him into the spiral. You can pass in and out of it, but don't touch any of the lines. The spell should ignore you, even if you touch the spiral, but no need to take chances. Once the surface demon touches any part of the spiral, he'll have no recourse but to walk it. That will force his essence into the bottle. Is this how he captured my soul? I wondered, a faint memory of chant chilling me. Are you sure? She warbled, clearly ready to break. Pretty sure. I looked at the glowing eyes inching closer, my unease growing. We'd come into this knowing what to do, but not what would happen. Trent's magic was attracting every surface demon within 100 miles. Trent, how can I help here? I asked, and Nina made a hopeless cry of despair. Something dangerous blinked through me as our eyes met. He could sing souls to him, mine included, and I wouldn't be able to stop him. Keep the rest off us, he said, words having an odd cadence, not quite chanting, but oh so close, and it pulled at me. I don't like what your aura looks like. Stay out of the column, he added, then more sharply, Nina. On your right. The woman shrank away, hand to her mouth as a surface demon edged in, emboldened by the others behind him. I could hear them creeping closer, and I itched to invoke the outer protection circle. Jenks! I shouted, searching for the sound of wings. Talk to me. But the surface demon had hesitated, his eyes fixed on Nina. Try holding out your hand, I suggested, and she shook her head, eyes almost entirely black as she retreated. That's not him, she whispered. I turned to Trent for his opinion, and in that instant, the surface demon moved. Nina shrieked. Adrenaline slammed through me. I jerked Nina out of the way, my other hand extended toward the slavering soul coming at us. Da Trudeau! I shouted, locking my knees against the surge of power. The surface demon skidded to a halt, but my magic caught him square in the chest, bowling him back into the darkness in a flurry of long bare limbs and tattered clothes. Shit! Trent! I shouted, feeling his chant rising through me. There are too many of them. Look! Nina screamed, pointing at the dark. I couldn't see crap. Jenks and Biss were still AWOL, and frustrated, I made a fist and pointed it at the sky. Leno Sinus! I shouted, funneling a crapload of energy through me and into the faintest imagined circle above us. A burst of amber-tinted light lit the entire area in a flash. Nina cowered as the surface demons hid from the light. I didn't want to invoke the perimeter circle unless I had to, and I breathed a sigh of relief as the grass rustled like dead cornstalks on All Hallows' Eve as they faded back. But they didn't go far. I don't think he's here, I said softly, not wanting to interrupt Trent's chanting. I turned, lips parting as I saw him crouched before his circle, the amber light from my slowly drifting spell making him look covered in old blood. A memory of seeing Al like this flashed over me, shaking me. Shit, what am I doing getting Trent involved in this? Nina cried out in fear, and I spun. But it was only Biss and Jenks, and I yanked the energy from a rising spell back, feeling it burn as I dissolved the outer edges and it collapsed. Do what you need to do and be quick, the pixie said, then did a double take at Trent, still chanting. It's like someone yelled free lunch, dot. And we're the Atre, I thought, flicking the mostly spent charm at the circling demons. How do you know you're not chasing Felix away? Jenks said. My lips pressed tight. I don't. Frustrated, I watched two surface demons skulk closer. Maybe Trent should tamp down his siren song a little. But then my eyes narrowed as they stopped just outside my easy magical reach. I turned to the right, seeing 5 more doing the same. 3 were to the left, but more were coming up to fill in the blanks. Crap on toast, they were staying exactly out of my range. That's why the first had been so bold. They'd been learning my reach. Toast. We were toast. Concerned, I edged to Trent, hesitating when his pull on my soul became tantalizingly alluring, whispering of peace and contentment. Trent, I whispered, attention riveted by the glowing spiral, but he was deep into his spell. Trent! I said louder, nudging his foot. I didn't want to interrupt, but we had enough souls to choose from now. They know my reach, I said, feeling as if we'd just left this scene in reality with the vampires. Can you tone it down a little? This had been a mistake. I never should have involved Trent. Newt said the goddess couldn't hear me. I should have done this myself. Jenks's dust shifted to an ugly black. They're focusing on Nina, he whispered, and the vampire paled. You noticed that, too? I muttered, then flung up a hand when 5 rushed us from 3 different directions. Get down! I shouted. Nina shrieked, and I threw wads of unfocused energy at them. Again arms and legs flailed as they were blown back, and I spun, making sure no one was sneaking up behind us. They were testing me, and my heart pounded. Rachel! Biss shouted, and I whirled back around. No! Trent exclaimed. His chanting cut off and pain iced through my head as something I hadn't noticed there was suddenly ripped away with his voice. I gasped, stunned and dizzy, unable to react as Nina was dragged screaming into the darkness. Jenks and Biss were slowing their progress, and when one let go to swing at Biss, Nina fought back, bucking and twisting until she got free. Sobbing, she lurched back to me. Trent's spell had sunk deeper into me than I'd realized, and my pulse thundered as I pulled heavily on the line. Trent! Fire in the hole! I shouted as I threw a wad of energy straight up. Dilataire! I exclaimed, exploding it with a twist of my wrist. Surface demons went flying. Nina pressed into the ground, her desperate clawing motion to get back to me never stopping. Eyes alight, I pulled myself straight. Rhombus! I shouted as I set the outer circle. Satisfied we'd have a moment, I reached to help Nina stand. Face grim with anger, she looked up at me, her expression shocked, and changing to fear as she snatched her outstretched hand away, her eyes wide and black. My heart pounded, and then I was on the dirt, choking as the dust of the ever-after blinded me. Something was on me. Pain jerked through my scalp, and I fought to breathe as bands of steel wrapped around my neck. Sinewy brown arms pinched me to the earth. Thin wiry fingers choked my throat closed. Panicked, I spun the line through me. The demon howled like a desert wind, but he hung on, even as his skin peeled back and began to char. I could feel the vampire soul soaking into me, trying to take over my body, to merge his soul with mine. Trent's chanting swirled through both our thoughts, making the edges blur where normally they couldn't touch. Enough! Nina raged, her demand a harsh whip. The fingers around my neck sprang away and I gasped, rolling prostrate as I coughed and felt my neck. The line I used to try to burn the demon from me hummed through my synapses, scorching my brain and making every motion hurt. My heart thundered, and every pulse sent needles through my fingers. I got a clean breath in and shoved the line back into the earth as I exhaled in a half-sob. It was gone. The demon was gone. I was still myself, but I could feel its alien nature on me, like red dust I had to wash off. Gritty tears blurred my eyes as I looked up in the fading light from my charm. Nina stood over me, wisps of hair from the demon she'd pulled off me still in her fist. Trent was behind her, white-faced. The demon Nina had flung into the rock beside him slid, unmoving, to the earth. Had she killed a soul? Was that even possible? You will not. Nina raged, spinning a tight circle in warning, finger crooked, all angles and ugliness. It was Felix. Nina had broken and Felix had slipped into her, freeing her from fear, from any thought at all. You will not because I say so. She is mine. Not sure if he meant me or Nina, I sat up, glad the surface demons had withdrawn to an unsettling 20 feet back, their eyes glowing and blinking. Nina's lips were pulled back, her posture ugly with her feet spread wide and her head at a weird angle so she could see the sky and earth at the same time. Rachel? Trent's whisper made Nina twitch, and I raised my hand to tell him I was okay. This was beside him, black in fear but ready to act. Jenks was there, too, stuck within the circle Trent had made to protect them. If you ever trap me again in a circle when Rachel needs me, I will kill you in your sleep, Calamek, Jenks said, the unsettling black dust sifting from him and making the red dirt turn white. Wiping the grit from his mouth, Trent nodded and dropped his circle. Jenks darted to me, and I staggered to a stand. I'm fine, I rasped. Go see how many we're dealing with. The rock under my hand hurt. It was as if I could feel the accumulated damage from 2,000 years of smut raining down on it. No, he said flatly, his wings moving so fast they hurt my ears. Shocked, I looked up, realizing how scared he'd been. For me. They're leaving, Jenks added, rising up a few feet and spinning to get a 360. Get ready for something. I get that feeling, too. Ignoring Felix/Nina, I flexed my hand to rid it of the last of the pinpricks. Trent was scrambling to repair his spiral, his chanting half heard and motions hasty, but all I wanted to do was get out of here and back to the vampires waiting to beat us to a pulp. Nina stumbled, throwing a white hand to the ground to stay upright. My attention shot to the horizon when a surface demon became obvious, seeming to appear from nowhere. Trent, it's him. I whispered loudly, and his magic rose again, the elven drums pounding a chant into my psyche, demanding I submit, become. Become. It had been what the goddess had been terrified of, becoming something new, something else, destroying her as she was reborn. Adrenaline pulsed through me, and the sharp stab of pain from Jenks's sword on my earlobe jerked me back. Damn, I had been headed right for Trent's spell. Nina had fallen to her knees, eyes fixed on the surface demon as tears rolled down her face. Oh God, she moaned, the pain in her voice telling me it was Felix. Please. I can't. Beside me, Trent's chanting rose, strong. Nina reached out to the demon. My soul. She screamed, the sound echoing back from the roof of the world. I can't. Jenks's wings felt like fire. Rake, you think them touching is a good idea? No, I didn't. I shook off my shock and stumbled forward. It was obvious that the surface demon in front of Nina was Felix's soul, the bruises I'd given him were still red and ugly. He hissed as he saw me, but he'd almost reached Nina and I didn't dare let them touch. The woman was crying, afraid to move, I think, and I pulled her to her feet, dragging her backward to lure the soul into following us. This hadn't been the original idea, but we were down to quick and dirty. As long as I didn't touch the spiral, I should be okay. I'd be okay, wouldn't I? Nina took a step, completely unaware or uncaring as the surface demon closed the gap. Her hand went out, shaking as she enticed him closer. Please, she moaned, the sound going to my center and aching. Little to the right, Rake, Jenks whispered, and my foot cramped with tingles when my heel touched Trent's outer circle. I hesitated, knowing I shouldn't be here. Knees shaking, I remembered the peace the curse promised, the release from fear, from pain. But it was too soon, and I refused it. My sight dimmed with sparkles as I took another step back, dragging Nina over Trent's spiral. The demon followed, writhing, afraid to follow, but unable to resist. Nina didn't seem to notice when she crossed the first of the spiral lines, even when her foot touched it. The demon, though. The undead soul's eyes widened. His outline wavered, and my grip on Nina tightened as she reached for him, tears streaming down her face and glinting black in the green and red light. Trent gasped when the demon reached out as well, his hand passing through Nina's. He'd become insubstantial. It was working. Nina and the demon both shook, touching but not. Oh God, what have I done? Nina moaned, and my heart thudded as I realized Felix's soul was trying to merge with Nina's. What have I? Please. I didn't know. I had to. She sobbed. Let me die, please God, let me die. Get out of the charm. Trent almost hissed. Jenks, get Rachel out of there. I jumped when Jenks's sword poked my ear, and dizzy, I began backing Nina across the spiral. The soul followed, his feet stepping precisely where mine had been, avoiding the glowing spiral. Trent was right. The undead couldn't have their souls and survive. Felix was sobbing not from the joy of finding his soul, but from the guilt for the 100 years of brutality he'd enjoyed. Cormel wasn't going to believe me. I'll make him believe. Nina pleaded, arms stretched as I backed her up another careful step. My skin tingled, and I shivered as I reached the last arm of it and dragged her to the other side of the outer circle. One more step, Rake, Jenks said, and I held my breath against the lure as I hesitated, breathed, and finally pushed myself out of Trent's spell. No! Nina moaned when I yanked her through it as well. My pulse thundered, and the zing of Trent's field seemed to lick up the edges of my skin, trapping the demon inside. We had him. Oh no, Jenks whispered, and Trent glanced at me. His face went ashen. What? I said, his fear kindling my own, but neither one said anything. What? I said again, vertigo hazing me as Nina collapsed, sobbing. My fingertips were tingling, but they looked okay. Nothing. Jaw clenched, Trent turned back to the charm. Keep Nina back. Give it to me. Nina howled, and I suddenly found myself 3 feet away and gasping for breath on the hard dirt. Nina had shoved me, and I watched as she hammered on the column. Within it, the twisted shape of Felix's soul was doing the same, both of them freaking out as their brief moment of connection was sundered. Holy pixie piss, Trent, finish it. Jenks shouted. Ta na she kori nada. Trent said, horrified as the demon tried to dig his way under the energy barrier. Ta na she. He said again, to no effect. The demon howled at the sky, then turned to Trent, hatred in his eyes. And then the demon's foot touched the spiral. Shock reverberated through the surface demon, and his howling turned from anger to fear, and then panic as he suddenly dissolved, vanishing into a quicksilver pulse of light that spun through the spiral to the tiny endpoint. The demon's last cry echoed, but he was gone. Nina stared, shocked as Felix's soul was suddenly not there. In the new silence, the bottle slowly rocked, spun, and fell over, clinking against the pebbly dust. Had it worked? Give me my soul. It had been Nina, and I stared at her as Trent, oblivious to everything, struggled to find himself, head down and panting as the ends of his ribbon shook. He'd done it, and it looked as if it had cost him dearly. Why was I doing this with him? I was going to get him killed. Give it to me. Nina shouted again, and I scrambled up as she jumped at Trent. This flew up in fear and Jenks darted away. Scared, I grabbed Nina's shirt and jerked her off Trent. Nina! Kick him out! I demanded, and she snarled, her hair wild as I pinned her to a tall rock, my hands feeling as if they were on fire. There is no Nina, she howled. I want my soul. Give it to me. I'm sorry, Nina. I couldn't find a hint of her in the woman's glazed, fierce expression. I made a fist, grabbing it with my free hand and swinging my elbow at her head. It hit her with a resounding pop. Pain flashed up through me and was gone. It was a phantom pain. I'd done it right and all the force had gone right into her head, knocking her out. Elbow stiff, I caught her before she fell and eased her down. If Felix had been himself, I never would have been able to do it, but he was half out of his mind, lost in a drift from having touched his soul. Are you okay, Rachel? Trent whispered, and I nodded. He was slumped beside Biss, exhausted, shaken by what he'd done. I knew he'd have no regrets and would do it again if I asked. But I wouldn't. Seeing Felix with even the hint of his soul had been enough to convince me that giving the undead their souls would send them walking into the sun. I'd seen Cincinnati without her undead. As much as I hated them, it would be the beginning of the end. You can't give him his soul, Trent said. Saying nothing, I crossed the space between us, kicking dust and dirt into the spiral as I went to get the soul bottle. The spiral was dead. It held nothing anymore. You saw what it did to him, Trent added. The bottle felt small in my hand, and my stomach twisted as I remembered the demon who'd taken shape from Felix's soul, bitter and savage. Without the mind to temper it and the body to cushion it, the soul became warped and broken. How long had they been apart? 100 years? 200? Rachel? I scooped up my shoulder bag and dropped the bottle inside. Today I felt like a demon, and I wiped my hands off on my pants, shaking as I looked at them and the red dust like blood. We need to get out of here, I said, seeing the eyes beginning to close in around us again. Slowly Trent got to his feet. He looked at his spell for a moment, then away, but not at me. I could not fail Ivy. If I failed to convince Cornwall that this would be their ruin, then I'd finish the charm and fix it to Felix. And if Cornwall still didn't believe after Felix walked into the sun to end his torment, I'd find Cornwall's soul and fix it to his putrid, decaying body. But I'd never ask Trent to do this again. Chapter 8. Jenks tugged at my hair as he struggled to be free of it. We were back in Eden Park, but little had changed. Living vampires were in front of us, staring in the shadowy light from the nearby street lamps. They were bruised, several sporting bloodied noses and lips, and the ground was torn up. A quick look behind us confirmed my suspicion that we were surrounded by whatever Camarilla had won the fight we'd left earlier. Sweet ever-loving humping tink. Can't you jump us somewhere where we don't have to fight for our lives? Jenks took to the air with the sound of dry leaves. I reached to set a circle, but Trent's hand on my arm stopped me. Best not show any fear, he whispered. I'll keep a tight hold on the line to set a circle if we need one. It might be better if you laid off the magic for a little while. Laid off the magic? Are you serious? I said, not liking the sullen faces looking at me. But they weren't advancing, and I eased my hold on the line until it was the lightest of touches. He was right about one thing, showing fear always brought out the worst in vampires, living or dead. I thought of the little bottle in my bag and held it closer. They weren't getting it. Then I grimaced, wondering why I was trying so hard to do a black elven charm that might get me killed. The last one Landon had given me nearly had. Cornwall will believe me, and then I won't have to risk it, I thought, but when Felix's cry of agony and despair raged out to echo against the town houses, I had a bad feeling that Cornwall was going to be just as blind. What, by Tink's little pink rosebuds, was that? Jenks said, and Biss made the short hop from the statue to me, wrapping his tail under my armpit and shivering. Trent scuffed his feet into the pavement. I think it was Felix looking for his soul, he said. Tired, I dropped my shoulder bag, ready for a fight. Nina was still slumped on the ground and I hoped she didn't wake up. Never dropping my eyes, the vampire in front leaned to a scared woman who looked as if she'd come from the office, heels scuffed and dress jacket torn. Tell him she's back, he said, and the woman retreated, her shadowy form swallowed by the crowd. They were just staring at us, giving me the creeps. Cornwall wants to talk to you, the vampire said, his voice carrying well. He was dressed casually, but his glasses were top of the line, costing more than my last trip to the spell shop. Good, because I want to talk to him, I said. My stomach hurt, but a knot had eased. Cornwall's people had won. The man might be reasonable. He'd ruled the free world during the turn, after all. I'd have known there was a fight even if we hadn't jumped out at the start of it. It was also obvious that a good portion of them weren't Cornwall's usual strong-arm force. There were shopkeepers, students, and salespeople among the bouncers, street dealers, and security. Cornwall had called in whoever would respond, making sure that when I popped back into reality he would control my next move. Which begged the question as to how big the faction was that didn't want the undead to have their souls. Ally? I wondered, dismissing it. Cornwall would listen, but as Felix's laments rose anew, doubt stained my conviction. The vampires around me were an unsettling mix of hope and fear, hope that I had a way to keep them from losing their souls, fear that it might cause them even more pain. Should I give them what they wanted, knowing it might bring an end to their undead existence and plunge the world into chaos until a new balance could be found? One that might have an elven master? I glanced at Trent as he checked his phone. A power struggle might elevate him back to his original clout, even if he was against the entire thing. Guilt for his drop in status bothered me keenly, but he wouldn't thank me if I handed it back to him by destroying the current balance. There was no easy answer, and as we waited for Cornwall, I began to fidget. I wasn't the only one anxious, and Jenks bobbed up and down, fidgety. Relax, I said, seeing someone drive a scruffy white dog away. It looked like Buddy, which sort of answered my question of what had happened to the original dog. It's just a conversation. No one has ever died from a conversation. Jenks's wings looked silver in the light from Trent's phone as he landed on the man's shoulder. His dust blanked out the screen, and Trent blew it away. Jenks said sourly as he took to the air again. Trent stiffened, his concern obvious. Ivy's been taken. What? I spun, leaning to read his screen. We were gone only half an hour. My thoughts went back to the rival vampires, and my heart almost stopped. They had her. Trent's expression was grave. It was Cornwall. The girls are fine. Elizabeth is having hysterics. Punching a few buttons, he closed his phone. I told them to stay put. My relief was short-lived, and I looked over the surrounding vampires circling us like zombies. Where is the IS when you need them? Think we're going to have to fight our way out? Jenks said, looking ready for it, but I was weary of it all. 3 vampires, sure. 4, maybe. 2 dozen, not happening. Trent, too, seemed more eager to solve this by action than words, but his fake, political smile faded at the rising sound of approaching voices. Ryan Cornwall was making his casual, unhurried way to the front of the crowd. Jenks's wings clattered, and with a nod, I sent him up and away for reconnaissance. This went with him, and I breathed easier. The farther away they were from me, the safer they were, and my stomach hurt at the ugly truth of it. Cognizant of my anger and worry, enjoying it, perhaps, Cornwall stopped before us, a confident smile on his thin lips. The somewhat small man took his hands from the pockets of his knee-length wool coat, removing his hat and handing it to an aide. His eyes never left us as he fixed his hair, and my skin crawled when Felix's soulful cry rose to an angry demand before it fell into a sob. Several vampires cringed, and I held my shoulder bag tighter. The bottle with Felix's soul clinked. Maybe I was overthinking this. If I didn't give them what they wanted, they'd kill Ivy. What did I care what happened next? You shouldn't have taken Ivy, I said, and Felix cried out again, the sound chilling. You shouldn't defy me, Morgan. His voice was even, his Bronx accent obvious. He was angry, but his voice lacked any vampire persuasion. It's a personal choice, I said flippantly, rethinking my approach when Trent winced. Cornwall, I'm sorry, but giving the undead their souls isn't a good idea. You might think differently in the morning, he threatened, and my face went cold. Trent grabbed my arm, and I pushed him off me. Fear mixed with anger, and I watched every vampire's eyes dilate. Cornwall smiled at the titters of laughter. They thought they had me by the short hairs. And they sort of did. You just keep thinking this is funny. I shouted. Damn it, what had happened to my midnight deadline? If you hurt Ivy, you get nothing. Nothing. Cornwall smiled. Oh, I assure you that whatever I do, she'll enjoy it. And so will you. You shouldn't have toyed with me, Morgan. Callamack can't help you anymore. I beg to differ, Trent said, and a new fear slid through me. Not him. I couldn't bear it if my mistakes got him hurt. Look, I said, and Cornwall's eyes narrowed as he realized I was about to make a list of demands. I just saw Felix with his soul, and it nearly killed him right there. I know I promised I'd find a way for you to keep them, but it totally freaked him out. Listen to him. Felix's wail rose up almost as if on cue, and I shivered at the lost sound of it. I wasn't the only one. Almost all the laypeople in the crowd were scared. It was only the heavies who maintained their pound them attitudes, and some of them were showing doubt. Perhaps if you'd been successful, he wouldn't be so distressed, Cornwall said dryly. That is success you're listening to. I said. I've got his soul. Are you blind? Shock cascaded over Cornwall. You have it? The upright, polished master turned toward Felix's raw screams. It sounded as if someone was torturing him. I thought his expression hardened. You dangled his soul before him? Like a toy? Easy, Trent whispered as I pulled my bag forward. If that ugly thing touched me, I'd let Felix's soul out right here and now, regardless of how hard it had been to catch. We have it, I said, and my fingers dipped into my bag to find the gritty, cool feel of the bumpy glass. I held it aloft, then jerked it back when Cornwall began to shake. It took all 5 of us, but we've got it. And you call us unfeeling animals, he rasped, eyes black. No wonder he grieves. Swallowing hard, I held it tight to my middle. Cornwall watched as if it was his own soul I held. I can fix it to him, I said, but I wasn't sure he was listening anymore as he stared at the bottle. But it will send him into the sun. Please believe me. I don't want to have to do this. Felix's screams had become more insistent, and clearly upset. Cornwall leaned to speak to one of his perfectly dressed aides, not a drop of blood on his coat or a scuff on his polished shoes. Of course he is in pain, he said when the man scuttled away. Give him his soul, Rachel, or Ivy will suffer. I had known it would be no other way, and as Trent stood behind me smelling of broken leaves and snapped twigs, I pulled myself straight. Fine, I snapped, knowing my doubt over Ivy's condition was a more powerful goad than seeing her here before me tied up. I'll do it, I added, but I want to see her first. I jumped when Trent leaned close, whispering, close the deal. Make a sure end to it. I almost cried at his words. He knew I had no choice, even if it meant the end of the undead, and he didn't think any less of me. I had to trust Landon. Shoulders tense, I faced Cornwall again. I'll do it, but I want your word that this pays my and Ivy's debt in full. Everything. And when Felix walks into the sun, there'll be no retaliation and no more demands for your souls. Felix's cries cut off with a strangled suddenness. Cornwall's lips twitched, and I remembered the aide rushing off. Anger radiated from him as he pushed forward until I put up a hand and he stopped that same 8 feet back. Pixie dust glittered in his hair, and I knew Jenks was hovering above us in the dark. I could see the lines of worry around Cornwall's eyes, feel the tension in him, the overwhelming need he was trying to hide. Cornwall wanted his soul. Nothing would stand in his way, not now that he might be so close. There will be no tally of debt made until I have my soul, he said, and I shook my head. Nina's shoe scraped the cement behind me, and Trent touched my elbow before dropping back to make sure that she woke us herself and not Felix. Hands on my hips, I moved forward until Cornwall could have reached out to throttle me. I was safe enough, seeing that he knew I was far more malleable when he hurt others than when he hurt me. And besides, Jenks was up there somewhere. Your soul was never mentioned in the original agreement. I said I'd find a way for you to keep your soul. I've done that. And you refuse to implement it. Cornwall shouted. Because it's going to send you into the sun. I said, hearing Trent shushing Nina and trying to get her to stand up. Are you blind? I'm trying to help you. Cornwall was silent. His eyes flicked to Trent and Nina, then deeper, to his people ringing us. Finally his eyes touched upon the hollows, and then rose to the sky. I wondered if he was saying a curse to a god who had allowed this to happen, or just looking for Jenks. Cornwall, I said, soft, so my voice wouldn't shake as my knees were. I'll fix Felix's soul to him, but only because you're forcing me, and even then only if you agree that when it's over, we're done. That neither I nor Ivy owe you anything. No retaliation. Nothing. Cold and unyielding, he stood before me as those who trusted him listened. Not until we all have the security of our souls will I call it done. Frustrated, I backed up a step, wanting to look at Trent but not daring to take my eyes off Cornwall. Did you not hear Felix? I said, looking from him to the scared vampires behind him. Your own people have doubts, enough that an entire Camarilla stood up to you to stop me from even trying. The elves think you can't survive with your souls either. That's why they taught me the charm to fix a soul to an unwilling body in the first place. They want you to kill yourselves so they can step into the vacuum of power you will leave behind. Cornwall's eyes flicked behind me, and I heard Trent sigh. It wasn't Trent who told me the charm, it was Landon, I griped. Cornwall, I know this isn't what you want to hear, but listen to me, I pleaded, but Cornwall turned to look behind him at his people. We can't always have what we want. Trust me, I've tried. He sniffed, unable to believe I might know what I was talking about. You gained this knowledge of fixing souls from the doer? I hesitated, wondering if it had been a mistake bringing up the elves, but if Cornwall had followed me here, then he knew who'd been going in and out of my church. I nodded, heart pounding. He was making a decision. I could tell. And I probably wasn't going to like it. Prove to me that a soul of the undead can again be fixed. Do that, and I will call the debt you and Ivy have accumulated null. I shivered at his expression, both riven with a coming pain and hopeful that I might be lying. It will send Felix into the sun, I breathed, and those in the front whispered my words in a rising wave to those in the back, gaining strength and fear as it went. Cornwall dropped his head. His eyes were a normal brown when they met mine again. He's halfway there already, he said in regret. We will do this at my house. Trent scuffed forward with Nina, but I didn't move. I was not going to go under the ground with him. I might never come back up. No, I said, and Cornwall jerked to a halt. Are you suggesting we fix his soul here? He said bitterly, indicating the cold darkness. I won't do this here, nor at your church, nor at any elf holding, he finished, grimacing at Trent. We needed a neutral place, and unfortunately one was staring at me just across the open grass. Luke and Marcia's, I suggested, and I swear I heard Jenks start off to check it out. Cornwall grimaced, but it was nearby, and I might even be able to sit down. Neither one of them is my child. But you have enough pull with their masters or you wouldn't have used them in the first place to try to kill Ivy. The master vampire thought about that for a moment, his lips twitching when Nina regained her balance and glared at him, her fear for Ivy overpowering her fear of him. Clear the building, he said gruffly, gesturing. Make sure the apartment in question is secure. The vampires began to break up, some jogging to the apartments, but most simply vanishing into the night. Cornwall waited, as still as, well, the undead, the wind moving the hem of his coat the only motion about him. Frowning and tucking the bottle back in my shoulder bag, I turned to Trent. Nina jerked away, snarling when I tried to take her other arm, and I backed off. You sure you don't have any other ideas? I asked Trent as we started across the grass, Nina's aggressive stalking held in check by the vampires around and behind us. Not any you're going to like, he said. You never know. It might work just fine. Or it might kill Felix outright, I thought, but I didn't say it as we made our way to the road. But I'd do anything for Ivy. What happened after that was not going to be my problem. Chapter 9. Felix sat on the couch not 4 feet from me, not breathing, not moving, creeping me out as he stared with red-rimmed, hungry eyes while I wiped the glass coffee table with a salt-soaked rag. The 3 heavies by the door weren't helping, even if the undead vampire was bound and gagged. I wished Cornwall would get up here so we could get on with it. I jumped at the thump from the bedroom, but Jenks gave me a thumbs up before darting to the open kitchen. Trent, too, had started, and he turned from the vampire graffiti sprayed on the inside of the closed blinds. His eyes roved over the space, evaluating the lifestyle of the average living vampire, calculating the difficulty of getting out of here in a pinch, generally doing his warlord/businessman elf thing. Apart from the ominous jagged and swirled vampire graffiti, the apartment looked the same as when I'd last seen it. I wondered if Marcia and Luke were still alive and running. It was possible, seeing that the real intent behind it all had been to get Ivy involved. Hey, Trent. Be a pal, would you? Jenks called, and Trent went into the kitchen to take the top off a jar of peanut butter. It had been an exhausting night for everyone, but I thought it interesting that he'd asked Trent. He'd never asked me to help with anything remotely connected to his admittedly high caloric needs. Must be a bro thing, I thought as I tossed the rag into the sink in the kitchen. Jenks rose up and down on a column of silver, peeved that I'd startled him. We were all on edge as we waited for Cornwall's thugs to give him the all-clear so he could come up, making me wonder if there was a charm or a spell I hadn't found the first time I was here. My fingers were cold, and I knelt with the low table between me and Felix. I could feel him watching as I brought the bottle out of my shoulder bag and set it on the table. Felix's eyes turned a savage black, but he didn't move. My heart thudded, making things worse. This was so dumb. Where in the hell was Cornwall? My head snapped up when the man searching the bedroom ghosted out with a vampiric quickness, his nose wrinkling at the smell of burnt amber. Vampires didn't generally like burnt amber, thank God. My thoughts swung to Ivy, who'd never said much either way, something I appreciated. Nina was downstairs waiting for her, which didn't sit well with me. I knew Ivy could take care of herself, but not when she was suffering from internal injuries and was weak. But Nina loved Ivy. That made her dangerous as she'd do anything to be with Ivy, up to and including killing her. Vampire logic didn't make sense to me. The hiss of a match drew my attention as Trent lit a huge pale green candle. Better? He said as he waved the match out. He looked odd in someone else's kitchen. I should stop being selfish and tell him to go save the world with Elizabeth. He has a daughter with her, for God's sake. Why am I letting him endanger himself like this? But I needed his help, and I forced myself to smile even as Felix began a weird growling hiss. Better, thanks, I said as the clean scent of sea foam overpowered both the scent of sulfur from the match and the reek of burnt amber rising from all 3 of us. Leave it to a female vampire to have a candle that could outstink the ever after. You're doing the right thing, Trent said as he sat in the closest chair. His eyes were on Felix, but all I could think was, this is a mistake. I don't like being forced, I said softly, and he gave my shoulder a squeeze before picking up the bottle and giving it careful scrutiny. In front of us, Felix groaned. No one does, he said as the vampire began to pant through the gag, black eyes bulging in anger. Don't blame yourself for what follows. Maybe. Uneasy, I took the bottle from Trent and set it back on the table to get Felix to settle down. I prided myself on being able to find a way out of just about anything, but not this time. Cornwall was going to get his way to the letter of the law and no further. My eyes flicked to Felix, and my jaw clenched. Ivy, I will not let this happen to you. My bag of scribing salt hit the glass table with a gentle hush and I dug deeper. Jenks's wings clattered, an instant of warning before voices rose in the hall. It was Cornwall, and Trent stood when the unassuming-looking man came in without even a knock, flanked by 3 more of his heavies and an aide. I stifled a shiver as we made eye contact, but he was already frowning over Trent's presence. How many guys did Cornwall need, anyway? Conversation low to the point of inaudibility, Cornwall toured the apartment, making me uneasy as he circled to finally settle at the most comfortable chair between the gas fireplace and the shuttered window. He wasn't exactly behind me, but I didn't like it, and the Mobius strip clinked loudly when I set it down. Felix was staring at me again, and Cornwall steepled his fingers, smiling at me, making me shudder. Do I stay where I am with Cornwall just outside my easy sight, or turn and put Felix out of my sight? He's good, Trent said as he shifted to a second chair so he could see both vampires. They don't let you run the United States if you're not. Stomach nodding, I reassured myself that I had everything. Salt, rod, little bowl for the egg itself. Nina hadn't known what color Felix's soul radiated originally, so the scarf was a neutral black. Technically, I was never sworn in, but thank you, Cormel said as he idly peeped through the blinds from where he Saturday. Jenks rose up from the counter, his fingers buried in a torn piece of paper towel. We doing this or not? I got plans tonight. I knew his mood stemmed from worry for Ivy. Cormel let the slat fall and turned to me, black eyes showing his impatience. My heart thudded. Landon was a conniving, backstabbing elf focused on his own redemption. I was reasonably confident the charm before me was going to do exactly what he said, if only because its origins were so nasty, but it was still going to turn and bite me on the ass. I knew it down to my toes. It wasn't a question of if, but how, and I steadied myself. Can we clear the room a little? Cormel waved impatiently, and his scar-covered aide headed for the door. It creaked open, and the aide jumping back with a cry when a scruffy white dog skittered in, followed by 2 vampires. Rake! Jenks shouted, and I yanked my bag to me, digging for my original bulky but true strong magic detection amulet. It's a dog! I shouted as the 2 men chased him into the bedroom amid the hoots and derisive comments from the watching thugs. Hey! Someone yelped. Watch it! No! That way! Buddy barked and ran back into the living room. His feet were leaving muddy prints on the carpet, and panicked by the reaching hands, he skittered under Trent's chair. The vampire slid to a stop, unwilling to reach under Trent, sitting with his ankle on a knee and his hands laced. Buddy growled, but it was a frightened noise. Relax, it's a dog, I said again, trying not to watch Biss crawling in along the ceiling. He'd been downstairs with Nina, and if he was here now, then everything was okay. I can tell it's a dog, Cormel said sourly as his men clustered around the one who'd been bitten, his hand cradled protectively close. Felix's eyes had dilated to a full, hungry black. I frowned, anger finally finding a toehold in my anxiety and shoving it down. I mean, it's Buddy, the dog that lives here, not Luke or Marcia under a transformation curse, I said, and Cormel's eyes narrowed even as he beckoned to one of his people. Remove him, Cormel said, pointing. He belongs in the pound. Whoa, 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 there, vamp boy. Jenks darted to the center of the room. This is his turf, not yours. If someone got bitten, that's not the dog's fault. Trent dropped his hand below the bottom of the chair, and Buddy stopped growling to sniff it. He's probably just hungry, Trent said, and I watched, surprised when he stood and went into the kitchen. You hungry, Buddy? He called, voice high, and Buddy thumped his tail. Everyone leave him alone, I said when Buddy slinked out from under Trent's chair, skulking into the kitchen when Trent began opening cupboards, looking for his food. We don't have time for this, Cormel said dryly. You want him out, right? Trent's expression was calm as he searched. That's not going to happen until he trusts you. He's probably not eaten for days. His attention went down and he smiled. You need a bath, Buddy. Where have you been? Jenks hovered over them, and I watched a camouflaged Biss inch into the kitchen, intrigued. Dumpster, by the smell of it, Jenks said, fingers pinching his nose. And the river. Cats are better, even if they do try to eat you. They at least keep themselves clean. Trent found a bag of food and Buddy whined, nails clicking. Good boy. Here you go. The kibble clattered into a salad bowl, and Trent set it down with a disarming look of satisfaction. Jenks on his shoulder and Biss clinging to the ceiling beside the fan only added to the odd tableau. All 3 watched him eat, and then Trent bent to shake even more into the bowl. Smiling, I turned away, shock a cold slap when I found Cormel had moved and was sitting in the chair right beside me, staring. Holy shit, Dot. Right, I said, smile gone, and Cormel nodded for me to get on with it. Ah, he needs to be prone, I said, glancing at Felix, the undead vampire glaring malevolently at me, apparently not appreciating the kindness to stray dogs. 2 of the men by the door came to shift him, seeing that his hands and feet were bound. Soon, Felix, Cormel crooned when Felix began to struggle. Soon. Give her a chance to work. I'll remove your gag if you promise not to howl. Felix's eyes were entirely black, but when he nodded, Cormel patted his hands, taking a small jackknife from his pocket and cutting the gag himself. Jenks and Trent hastened back to the living room, leaving Buddy to growl at the vampire inching forward to grab him. The gag fell away. She stole it, Felix said, his voice crawling down my spine as he fixed his unblinking eyes on me. Make her give it back. It's mine. Cormel patted his shoulder and stood, the knife tucked inside his overcoat along with the gag. She didn't steal your soul. She captured it so she could fix it properly. He turned to me. Isn't that right, Morgan? He threatened. I nodded, glad when Trent took the chair behind me again. Keep him there, I said, not liking Cornwall being this close. If I'm interrupted, his soul will return to the ever after. You might lose it? Felix exclaimed, his alarm sparking my own fear. Give it to me. Now. I'll lose it if you interrupt me or take the scarf off your face before I tell you to. Stark fear marred Felix's young face, giving me a glimpse of what he might have been. Cornwall shot me a look to be more gentle before he leaned over Felix and patted him on the shoulder. She won't lose it, Felix, he said, reminding me that for all their casual disregard for the lives of those they destroyed, they had a weird sense of protection for those they deemed worthy of it. That their children seldom entered that category was indecipherable vampire logic. Trent leaned over me, the lingering scent of ever after obvious. I should do the charm. You're better at defense than I am, he said, almost breathing the words. Jenks's wings were clattering in worry, and I wished he'd park it somewhere. No, I said, thinking back to Trent's numb shock of capturing Felix's soul. I was the demon here. I could do it. As long as no one interrupts me and he doesn't remove the cloth until I say, it should be fine. Chin rising, I looked over the room, not liking how many people were in here. I need to annoy anyone who's staying in the room with spider silk so his freed soul isn't attracted to them. I've only got a few strands. Jenks rose up, arms crossed. I don't need any. No vampire soul will find me. Cornwall gestured at his thugs, and I breathed easier until I realized all of them were heading out, leaving just him to maintain control of Felix. And the bastard smiled at my unease. Calamac? He said, almost taunting. Are you staying? My pulse quickened. Rule number 1, never be alone with a master vampire. Misunderstandings were often fatal. He's my spotter in case I need help. You are unsure of the charm? Cornwall said, and I lifted my chin, thoughts of Landon's inexperience and hidden agenda warring in me. The man wanted me dead. What in hell was I doing trusting that his greed for recognition would keep me safe? I've never done it before, I said, my unease coming out as anger. Trent is here in case there's a snag. Got a problem with that? Can we get on with this? Felix growled, and Trent pulled his spelling cap out, hastily arranging it on his head before pulling his ribbon from a pocket like a magician. Draping it around his neck, he sat down, his ankle going to his knee and settling back to look confident and unmoving. Buddy trotted out from the kitchen, and no one said anything as he flopped down at Trent's feet with a happy sigh. Trent gave Cornwall a mute look, daring him to protest. Begin, Cornwall said sourly. My fingers shook as I unfolded Ivy's borrowed black silk scarf, the strands of this morning's spider web in it. It had been hard to find this late in the year, impossible if not for Jenks. Still kneeling, I draped the first strand over Trent's shoulder. Thank you for staying, I said, starting when he unexpectedly took my hand, eyes pleading. I should do this. It was my idea to trust Landon. Yeah, let him, Jenks said, and Buddy sneezed from the pixie dust. But something in the feel of his hands about mine said he wasn't worried about Landon. It was something else. And have Cornwall say I didn't fulfill my agreement? I said, and Cornwall cleared his throat impatiently. No, I slipped from Trent's hands, feeling a tingle pull all the way through me. Jenks? Here. The pixie's chin lifted, and I stared at him until he dropped down and tweaked a tiny piece from Trent's strand. Happy now? He barked at me, and I stood. Ecstatic. My mood worsened as I looked at Cornwall. Sir? I said, holding out the scarf. I wasn't going to get any closer to him than I needed to. Motion slow, he took a long strand and draped it across the buttonhole of his coat. He still hadn't taken off his coat, and his suit under it looked expensive and exquisite, the kind that Trent had once worn all the time. There was one strand left, and I carefully plucked it free, intending to put it on my hair. What about the dog, Rake? Crap on toast, what about Biss still hiding at the ceiling? Lips pressed, I broke it in two, holding the larger strand out. Here, you give it to him, I said, eyes going to Biss in the kitchen. I don't think he likes me yet. Jenks's gaze was crafty, dust sparkling as he dropped down. Wings clattering, he took it, darting first to Buddy and then the kitchen, pretending to get another dollop of peanut butter before rising up to give the last strand to Biss. Cornwall was frowning, and my stomach clenched. The world was going to change again. I should have worn nicer shoes. I took a deep breath and reached out my awareness, laying a mental finger, as it were, upon the nearest ley line. My sour expression melted away as the energy flowed through me and back to the earth, connecting me to all things. It was akin to a warm bath, a shot of tequila, and an hour's massage, easing my tension and instilling in me the confidence of past spells. Feeling the first hints of a soothing numbness, I began to spill the salt into a pentagram. As if pulled from the energy flow itself, the beating of drums seemed to rise in my memory, making my motion sure and steady as I felt as if I was drawing on the skill of all of those who had come before me. Landon hadn't said anything about the elven chant coming into play this soon, but it felt right, and I let it flow through my actions. Ta na she. See me recognize you. A gentle warmth from the line tingled through me, my fingers no longer cold and slow. With a sudden shock, I recognized the faint feeling of lassitude slipping into me and I jerked from it. My smooth motion pouring salt bobbled. A tiny slip of sand marred my perfect pattern, and I froze. Felix jerked as my fear hit him. I didn't need the goddess's help for this, an alarm that I might fall under her sway this easily was a shock. Rachel, Trent pleaded, and I shook my head. I'm fine, I said as I finished my pattern, not knowing why Jenks was hovering so close. He'd seen me spell worse charms than this. Besides, I was entirely hidden from the goddess, even if I should stand on the highest tower and shout for her. I was alone, and it hurt after being a part of something so much bigger than myself. Trent's hand found mine, and I gave it a quick squeeze to tell him I was okay. He always seemed to know when I thought of the mystics. They'd let me see around corners and almost through time. Giving them up had bought Newt's silence, so I knew they were real, my blackmail going both ways as my silence protected her as well. I exhaled as the last of the salt went hissing down. The lines of the pentagram took on a faint glow in the glare of the overhead light. Satisfied, I reached for the aspen sap. The grinding feel of the glass stopper was familiar, and I didn't set the stopper down as I touched the stylus to it. The thin rod had cost almost as much as the sap itself and was guaranteed to be from the same Colorado field the sap had been taken from, 1,000 trees, but one genetic organism. It was a potent symbol. Souls were as unique as trees, but they all sprang from the same source, the same beginning. Trent whispered for Jenks to back off as I anointed the 2 feet of the pentagram. His dust burned, and I looked up at the jolt of connection to the rising spell, blinking at Felix's shiny dress shoes parked on the arm of the short couch. I'm sorry, I whispered, my spellbound voice coming out almost as a croak. Can you take off his shoes and socks, please? Young face drawn up in a front, Felix wiggled until he sat up. You forgot? He looked at Cormel. Cormel, her skills are inadequate. She failed to fix it to me in the ever after, and she will fail now. Cormel was already moving to Felix's feet since Trent was obviously not going to do it. Dear Felix, he soothed. Your soul was unable to bind to you because you were in Nina. Morgan will do this, or she and Ivy are forfeit. Lie back down. The drums seemed to fade at Felix's voice, and I took a cleansing breath. The stylus in my hand glistened at the tip. Shoes? Socks? Cormel was untying them even as Felix protested. It's my soul. This demon witchery is unnecessary. Make her let it out of the bottle. It won't harm me. It won't harm anyone. One shoe was gently removed, but as Cormel slipped his sock from him, Felix's expression became nasty. You stole it. He shouted, erratic, as if Cormel were taking his defenses from him, not just his socks. You took it from me. Give it back. She found it for you, Felix. Cormel unlaced Felix's other shoe, keeping his ankles tied with knots made secure from long knowledge. It would be Nina who would have your soul otherwise. His other sock was pulled from him, and Felix whimpered. Remember? Cormel said as he put a hand on his chest and forced him down. You were in Nina in the ever after. Sit back. Don't take the scarf from your eyes when she puts it there. Damn it, if Felix didn't cooperate, it wasn't going to work and I'd be left with nothing. My gaze went to the covered windows. Sunrise was 8 hours off, too short a period of time to do much of anything if this should fail. But Felix had gone still and waiting, his feet pale next to the stark blackness of the hem of his pants. They looked cold and too soft for all the people he'd trod upon. They reminded me of AL's hands outside his gloves, vulnerable and revealing, always hidden. Keep him still, I warned as I leaned across the space to touch the rod to the underside of his arches and made him jump. I wondered if he'd have any regret when his soul returned. I knew lots of people who felt no regret for the people they'd hurt, and they had souls. Leaning back, I caught sight of Trent's tense worry. He regretted. He had guilt. I'd seen him more than once in the early hours of a sunless morning, sitting beside the bed, waiting for me to wake and tell him with a smile that he wasn't a bad person. The choices we make, I thought as I cracked the hummingbird egg with my thumbnail before dropping it into a ceramic dish. Landon hadn't said what to use, and ceramic was as neutral as glass. Damn it, I didn't even know if I was doing this right. Jaw clenched, I used the sapsoiled stylus to dab the egg white of binding on the black scarf. Immediately the line I was holding seemed to refine itself, the energy feeling more potent as it narrowed to my desires. I was doing it right, and that scared me even more. The phantom drums in my head pounded, and I shivered, wishing to remain hidden even as the chant called attention to me. Is it supposed to be glowing like that? Jenks whispered, shushed by Trent. Show me your palms, please, I whispered, head down as the spell wavered over my skin as if looking for someone to soak into. Is that my soul? Felix said, voice high as he wiggled. Soon, I breathed. The magic filled me, slowed my muscles. Show me your hands. He did, and I dabbed them, my heart pounding in time with the drums. Tanache rose through me, even as I desperately wanted to hide. Blood, I thought, fear slicing through the drumborn lethargy. I needed a drop of undead blood. My head snapped up, and Jenks darted back, shocked at my worried expression. I need a drop of his blood, I said, flicking a look at Felix. My blood? Felix snarled, and I drew back as Cormel moved to get between us. Felix, he coaxed, his thick fingers looking odd against Felix's young body as he forced him to stay down. It's for your soul. Just a drop so it can find you. Let me. From your thumb, he suggested, and I nodded. I didn't want to risk contaminating the connection on his palms, but his thumb should be okay. I guess. God help me do this right, I thought as I rummaged in my bag for a fingerstick. I didn't know what was on that knife Cormel had used to cut Felix's gag. One by one, Felix was losing his bonds. I pushed the finger stick across the glass table to Cormel. He picked it up, clearly already knowing how it worked. The snap of it opening was familiar, and Felix held out his bound hands, never taking his mistrustful gaze from Cormel as he pricked his thumb. Felix hissed as the master vampire retreated, careful to not get any blood on himself. Buddy began to snore, immune to everything now that he was home and his stomach was full. This was creeping down the wall beside the door, and Cormel frowned, noticing him when a nail scraped. This is for Ivy, I thought as I got to my feet. Reaching across the distance, I touched the wand to Felix's thumb before pressing it to the top of the silk pentagram. My knees wobbled as the energy flow sharpened to a crystalline hum. The spell was ready. I only had to finish it. But the beauty of the lines, clouded until I found this very moment, was hard to look past, and I blinked to tear away, shaken. I hadn't seen them like this since losing the mystics. The reminder hurt. I could see evidence of their passage all around me, but they couldn't see me. Perhaps the punishment was fitting. Trent, stop this, Jenks protested, and I bowed my head, shaky hand raised to tell Cormel I wasn't backing out of it. Breath held to hide the heartache of what I'd lost, I touched the rod to Felix's forehead. Close your eyes, I said, and Felix did. His lips closed over his fangs, and the blackness in his eyes was hidden. He looked normal, frightened, and hopeful to the point of pain. He exhaled and didn't breathe again, and I felt the magic beginning to rise in the room, prickling along my thumb until I rubbed it out. By the prickling of my thumb. Trent, Jenks whined, his wings making an odd sound. It's perfect, I said again, breathless and disoriented as I turned back to the charm, confident Felix wouldn't move for fear of losing his coming soul. I'm fine, I echoed, breathing in time with the drums. Why are my fingertips tingling? Cormel? Felix called, eyes opening, and panicked. Why am I bound? Peace, Cormel said, and Felix dropped back with a whimper. I shivered as Cormel whispered the word. I could feel Trent behind me as I rolled the black cloth into a cord and wove it through the Mobius strip. As each inch scraped through, it was as if another layer of dross peeled from the lines and my connection deepened. My head hung, and I dropped the metal band to clank against the table. Dizzy with knowing, I shook the salt out. I didn't think my eyes were open. I couldn't tell, sparkles blocked my vision. You okay, Rake? I blinked fast. It was Jenks. I could tell because his dust was a frightened black, and the rest of the sparkles were a white so pure they were painful. Fine, I said, blinking again, and suddenly the sparkles were gone. It had just been the spilled salt on the table that I'd been looking at. I'm fine. Oh God, everything was transparently sparkly, as if I was going to get a migraine. Black cloth in hand, I found Felix's expression, hopeful and longing. It may make you walk into the sun, I warned, and Cormel stiffened. I don't care, he moaned. Finish it. Someone was holding my elbow, and I shook as I covered the vampire with the shroud of finding. That same someone handed me a bottle, and I recognized Trent's slim fingers as I stood and peeled the wax cover off. Stay with me, Rachel, Trent said softly, drawing me back, and like a breath exhaled on a winter night, a haze pulled from the bottle as I wove it through the air over Felix, his soul remaining still as the bottle slipped away from around it. Cornwall? Felix whimpered, sounding like a lost child. How can a spider web fend off an angry soul? I'm with you, Cornwall said as he stood over him, envy and jealousy in the slant to his eyes as he gripped Felix's shoulder. I'd be lucky to escape with this one task, I mused, hazy as the elven drums became my entire world. Tislan, Tislan. Tanashe Korean nada wove through my mind, tingling over my skin, soaking in until it found my chi and sent my blood moving to its cadence. I watched in awe as the hazy presence slipping from the bottle grew, the last of it joining the rest like water. My eyes closed, and vertigo took me. Tislan, Tislan. Tanashe Korean nada wove through my breath, and the freed soul pulled strength from the salt, growing more substantial. Landon had been wrong. The Mobius strip hadn't balanced the spell. It had charged the salt, and I watched the soul pull it in, becoming stronger. It's close, Felix groaned, and Cornwall pressed him into the couch, keeping him unmoving. Cornwall, I can feel it. I can see it, Cornwall said in awe, and Felix's bound hand rose to his face. Don't let him move. I shouted, and the spirit recoiled at the echoes of my voice. Hold him. It's searching. Holy Mother Toad piss, Jenks swore, but the first feelings of doubt trickled through me. It wasn't going for Felix. It wasn't finding him. Why? I'd done it right. I knew it to be right. Ta-na-she. Ta-na-she. The chant swirled through me, but I felt the soul lose interest and begin to fade as the power of the salt was spent. It was returning to the ever after. I'd seen this with Kissin, and my panic flared, making Cornwall's eyes flash to black. It wasn't the charm that was failing, it was me. I needed the goddess, and though I was saying the words, my heart wished for the opposite. Oh God, I was going to have to call on the goddess. Cornwall. Felix screamed, and Cornwall forced him down, his eyes fixed to mine. I will tear her apart, carefully held dream by carefully held dream, he threatened. It will not be fast, and I will enjoy every minute of it. Oh God, I had to do this. Hear me. I screamed into the line, silver and pure as thought itself. See what I do. Lend me your skill. Tanashe Korean nada, dot. Oh no, Trent breathed, and the humming of Jenks's wings dissolved in the thrum of the eternity bound in the cracks between worlds. Tislan, Tislan. Tanashe Korean nada, I begged, thinking of Ivy. I could not fail her. What happened to me didn't matter. Tanashe. Tanashe, I begged, letting the line take me as I looked for the bright sparkling thoughts of the mystics. And I found them. Very close. Jenks groaned as I shivered, feeling the touch of purple feathers in my mind. Whirling eyes not seeing me poured forth their strength all around, but I couldn't touch it. Again I whispered, Ta-na-she. See me. Help me. One lazy eye hesitated, falling to me. My pulse thundered in my ears, and I lost myself to the line until that's all there was, and I wasn't sure if I still stood in that tiny apartment at the edge of AL's ley line. The mystic didn't recognize me, and I wrapped my awareness around that single spot of light. Please help me, I begged as it began to lose interest, searching for something else. Give your strength to me. It will make my life hell if you do. The mystic's attention darted back to me, drawn by my last thought. I cowered under its full strength, and another turned from the glory of the stars to look. Who are you? The mystic mused, more to itself than me. I remember, before you. Tanashe, I fumbled, trying to be seen but easily forgotten. Help me. But it was too late, and my soul quailed as more feather-lidded eyes found me and opened wide. I know you. One called in terror, but others grasped the thought raging through them like fire as if it was joy. You are the becoming. Shit, this was not working. I'm sorry, I thought, then made a quick twist in the wave of energy flowing through me. Panic flared, but it wasn't mine, and that fast, I took the power of the goddess and made it mine. Rake! Jenks shouted, and my eyes flashed open. Trent was not holding me upright. He was forcing Felix's feet to the couch. Cornwall was sitting on the vampire, the cloth pressed against his face and snarling. Felix was screaming, out of control as he tried to be free. Tislan, Tislan. Tanashe Korean nada. I screamed, convulsing at the purity of the line arching through me. It exploded from me, lighting the room in a flash of purple and silver. Jenks flew end over end into the kitchen, his face aghast as Biss caught him inches from the wall. Trent and Cornwall were flung from Felix. I couldn't see Jenks's tears, but I tasted them in my mind as the mystics brought the image to me, as gentle and easy as breathing. They scintillated within the room, power with direction, just needing to be tasked. Oh God, what have I done? Corinne nada. I said again, and the energy filling the room collapsed into Felix, carrying the wandering soul with it. Felix screamed, the sound finding the pit of my soul and squeezing. It was the cry all make when they first breathe, but behind it was a world of understanding, of pain, of knowing. For an instant, no one moved, and then Felix screamed again. Scared, I dropped the line. Blackness hit me, and I stiffened, afraid to move. It was gone, everything, and I froze. I could feel nothing. Rachel! Jenks called, and the world rushed back. Trent took me in a crushing embrace, and I breathed. Numb, I felt his heartbeat against me. It reminded mine of what it was supposed to do. It was dark, and I didn't know why. Breathe, Trent said, his hold never easing. Stay with me, Rachel. This is where you belong. I know, I mumbled, but the words seemed hard to form. Pain iced through me when Felix screamed a third time, and my eyes opened. Trent held me as I stood. Cornwall struggled with a bound Felix on the couch. Beyond them, Biss stood on the kitchen counter with Jenks. The gargoyle's red eyes were round, and his skin was blacker than the line was white. Am I okay? I whispered, and he nodded. You broke the lights, he rasped. Blinking, I realized I had. Only the glow from Jenks's dust and the candle Trent had started lit the room. My God, Jenks whispered, and my gaze shifted to him. It worked. He's got an aura. The hunched shadow of Cornwall let go as if stung. Shock unusual and frightening in the undead shone from him, a forgotten, unneeded emotion. He staggered back as a faint bluish-green haze, patchy and thin, began to rise from Felix. It was his soul, and it was struggling to escape even as Felix writhed, trying to contain it. Take the cloth! I exclaimed. Burn it! Now! Cornwall reached out, hand drawing back as if afraid to touch him. Oh, for tinks ever humping loving, Jenks swore, darting down and snatching the silk off Felix. Burn it! I cried out, struggling against Trent's arms as a thin ribbon of aura trailed from Felix, mixing with Jenks's dust as he flew to the candle. No! Felix howled, back arched and searching, and then the cloth hit the flame. It went up in a flash. Jenks started to safety. Felix collapsed, sobbing, but it was different this time, broken, relieved, full of pain. His soul was trapped in him. This wasn't going to be good. I can do better than this, I thought, shaking as Ivy came to my mind. She wouldn't have such a hard time of it since she hadn't been dead for 2 centuries. Cornwall inched closer to Felix. Is it done? He asked, and I nodded, only now realizing that I was still in Trent's arms. His hold was tight in fear, and I looked up at him, seeing the stress in the lines by his eyes. I'm okay, I said, and he let go fast. Jenks hovered close, eyeing me sharply. You sure? My knees felt funny and my head was humming, but I nodded. Cornwall dropped to his knees before Felix as the vampire sat up, hands shaking and tears of regret and guilt spilling down his cheeks. This was not going to end well. Ivy would handle this better. Rachel is okay, Biss said, but he was still black in fear as he jumped to my shoulder, his tail wrapping tightly around me. I couldn't feel the lines at all, and for the first time, I was glad of it. I shouldn't have wrested the goddess's power from her, even if I gave it right back. She was going to start looking for me again, changed aura or not. Okay, Rake is all right, but what about him? Jenks said, and we turned to Felix. My stomach hurt as Felix sobbed, sitting up and trying to wipe his eyes with his bound hands. His bare feet on the carpet looked odd with his business slacks and pressed shirt. It had worked. The real question was, would he survive its success? You can let him go, I said, my voice sounding ragged to my ears. I was suddenly fatigued, and I waved off Trent's help as I sat down. Buddy was gone. Smart dog. Are my hands sparkling, or is it my imagination? He's got his soul, I added, though it was obvious. For better or worse, he had his soul, and it seemed to be working. Ivy. She is not okay. Jenks snarled, and Trent leaned closer to the hovering pixie. Yes she is, he insisted. Look at her. I am, cookie farts. She's not okay. Biss leaned to put his face next to mine. You're okay, Rachel. I can tell. But I wasn't sure how he knew. I started shaking, the entirety of the evening coming down hard. The goddess had recognized me and my mystics had found me. She'd be on the lookout now. I'd be lucky if I could even use the lines. Where is Ivy? I said, and Cornwall looked up from where he still knelt with Felix. I didn't like the hunger in his eyes. It wasn't for blood, it was for his soul, and I held my breath, ready to move though every part of me was pained and sluggish. Trent moved to get between us. It's done, he said firmly, Jenks hovering beside him to create a united front. She paid her and Ivy's debt. Give us a token that you free them, Dot. Cornwall turned to Felix, and my lips parted when Felix finally looked up. His eyes held sorrow, but there was hope, too. I am me, he said, voice broken. I am whole. Eyes shining with tears, he clung to Cornwall. I don't hunger. Rhine, it's gone. The ache is gone. His head dropped. Let them go. If she can do this, any which can. Cornwall stood. Trent shifted, becoming a threatening shadow in the flickering candlelight. I want my soul. He's whole and undamaged. Do it now. I did what I promised, I said, taking Trent's arm so I could stand up, awkward because of Biss's weight, slight as it was. You know how to find your souls. I'm not going to do it. You refuse me? Cornwall shouted, and Felix looked up, blinking. Find someone else. I said, tentatively tapping a line and breathing in relief when I felt no change, no recognition. I'm not the only demon in existence. Talk to one of them, I said softly. You can't afford me anymore, Dot. Cornwall's eyes narrowed, black in the shadow light. Perhaps. Remember you said that. What did he mean by that? I wondered as Cornwall helped Felix to his feet. The once powerful vampire was falling apart. Only time would tell if he could piece himself back together. I want a token that our agreement is fulfilled, I demanded, leaning heavily on Trent. If you threaten Ivy or myself, you'll find out what it is to face a free demon, Cornwall, and you'll lose. He hardly even gave me a glance as he helped Felix to the door. Cornwall! I shouted, and he flung the door open. My anger evaporated. Ivy was there, Nina supporting her. Surrounding them were his men, all of them frustrated that they'd been commanded to stay out. Here is your token, Cornwall said, his teeth clenched. We are done, Morgan. You and Ivy owe me nothing, and I owe you the same. Ivy hung in Nina's grip, eyes dark as she took in my ragged state and Felix's slumped weariness. The light of possibilities was in her eyes, and Nina was flushed and breathless. Buddy came from the bedroom at the sound of the door opening, and he trotted to Trent. Don't come back to me, Cornwall said, his expression empty as he looked at Ivy, Felix hanging on his arm. I will not see you. Ivy blinked fast, and Nina pulled her out of the way when Cornwall gracefully carried Felix through the door. Immediately his aides descended upon them, and in a shockingly short time, they were down the stairs and gone. He has his soul? Ivy finally asked, and I nodded, stiff as I forced myself to move. Where's my bag? I'm so tired, I breathed as I found it and shuffled to the door, not protesting when Trent scooped me up. I told you she shouldn't do that dumb charm, Jenks muttered, and I tried to focus. Biss. Where had Biss gone? She's just tired, Trent said, then more stridently, no, we're not taking the dog, But he doesn't have anyone, Biss complained, then giggled as Buddy licked him. My eyes are closed. How do I know Buddy is licking Biss? She's just tired, Trent said again. Come on. We could all use a shower. I nodded, my head falling onto Trent's chest. I was too tired to think, but a shower sounded good. Chapter 10. I can't. Allergies, Nina shouted over the wind from the back seat of my Mini Cooper. It had been closer than Trent's car at Eden Park, a relief to get back even if I wasn't driving it. Jenks's wings drooped as Biss leaned to see the dog, wiggling on Ivy's lap. You don't look allergic, the pixie said, and Nina made a prissy, fake sneeze even as she rubbed Buddy's ears. The top was open, and the dog was enjoying himself, tongue hanging out and his tail smacking into the back of my seat with a regular rhythm that nearly matched the clicking of the turn signal. We were almost to the church, thank God. Even with the top open it smelled like vampire, burnt amber, and stinky dog. Reason 2 for taking my car instead of Trent's. Nina was in too good a mood for my liking, too good, and too in control. I didn't think Felix had the presence of mind to be dipping into her thoughts right now, but it felt as if the worst was yet to come. In contrast, Ivy was tense, her motions edging into that vamp quickness she always took great pains to hide from me. Trent had driven us to the church despite my protests. I'd counted 6 yawns from him so far. This was on my lap, expression mournful as Jenks continued to try to get someone to take the dog home. Jenks was right. We had enough strays. Rex could take care of herself in a pinch, but Buddy was high maintenance. Carport? Trent asked when we found our street, and he took the curve fast, shooting into the covered spot on momentum. The headlights flashed and bobbed as we careened to a stop, and I braced myself, startled when Biss jumped into the air. Trent wasn't angry, he simply liked driving my car to its fullest extent. Ivy and Nina didn't wait, Nina swinging her legs up and over the side of my small car and to the cement before using her vampire strength to lift Ivy carefully to the walk. "This way, buddy." Biss called, and I heard the happy sound of clicking nails and jingling tags. "This isn't going to end well," Jenks said sourly before he darted up and out. "Biss. Keep that dog in the garden until he pees on something. Tink loves a duck, you don't bring someone into the garden who doesn't know how to bury their own crap." I watched Ivy slowly manage the front steps with Nina's help. Seeing me with Trent, she smiled softly as Nina yanked the door open, the woman's chatter never stopping as they went in. Finally the door shut. We were home, but I was too tired to move. My smile faded. The keys jingled as Trent handed them to me. "You want me to carry you in?" His tone was amused, but the sad thing was, I was tempted. "Give me a minute. I'm just tired. Tired and not wanting to have to go in and deal with the mess." "Me too." He yawned again. "I'll call a cab to get back to Eden Park. I don't want to leave you without a car." "Thanks. Take Jenks with you, okay?" His phone hummed, obvious in the midnight silence. Taking it from a pocket, he silently looked at it, sighed, and tucked it back. "Elizabeth?" I guessed, and he nodded. "If it's important, Quen will call." "Ha. I think I left my briefcase in the ever after." He had, but I wasn't going to suggest we go back and get it. I knew I should be in a better mood, but I was just so tired. "Do you think Cornwall will hold to his agreement?" I asked. Maybe that was what had Ivy uptight. To the letter. He won't go to the demons, though. He's going to talk to Landon. Let him. I'm done with it. Expression sour, I pulled my shoulder bag from the floor. Landon's charm had been perfect, but he'd known I'd have to make contact with the goddess to finish it. That's why he'd given it to me. Son of a bitch. Trent, the mystics recognized me. Trent was silent for half a second, and then he moved, his motion fast as he got out. "I think I left my tablet inside. I should get it before I go." "You saw them, didn't you?" I said, confused. He hadn't ignored me, but burned my cookies if he didn't look scared. Our doors shut almost together, and I gathered my resolve. I wasn't going to let this go and possibly fester. "You and Jenks both," I said as I met him at the back of the car. "The mystics." Eyes on the street, Trent looped his arm in mine. "Yes." My pulse quickened. "Is it bad?" I asked, that same nauseous feeling clenching in my stomach as the memory of that black nothing I'd felt rose up. Jenks's call in Trent's arms had brought me back. It felt as if I had nearly fallen into shadow. "Trent." "They follow you like puppies," Trent said softly, our steps slowing. "Ever since we captured Felix's soul in the ever after." "Are they speaking to you?" He was afraid, and I shoved my own fear aside. I knew I'd seen Biss and Buddy with my eyes closed, both of them on the floor as Trent carried me out. It had been a compilation vision of at least a dozen mystics, cobbled together and presented to me in a way that my mind could interpret naturally, sophisticated and practiced. They weren't the goddess's mystics, but the ones that Newt trapped in reality so they couldn't poison the goddess. They were alone and unable to become, but the alternative was their complete obliteration. But had I heard them? No, the connection had not been that deep. "No," I said softly, and Trent breathed a sigh of relief. "Good," he said, his fingers finding mine in the dark as we walked to the church, lights flickering on inside to show where Ivy was. "I don't think you should do wild elf magic." I gave him a sideways look as I opened the door. "You think?" The warmth and light spilled out, and I squinted as we went inside. Trent's hand was on the small of my back, and I listened for not their voices telling me about the scatter pattern of the photons, but my thoughts were silent. Safe? I thought, then, with a touch of melancholy, a more certain empty. "Oh, Rachel," Trent said, somehow knowing as he pulled me into a hug right there in the foyer. "I'm so sorry." He wasn't talking about tonight, and I tucked my head against his shoulder, breathing in the spicy scent of wine and cinnamon under the reek of burnt amber. I refused to cry, even though I ached. It was stupid to cry over something that would hurt me if I had it. It hadn't been a choice between the mystics and Trent, though that's how Newt saw it. Keeping them would have destroyed the goddess and changed me beyond what anyone could handle. "I give them up again in a heartbeat," I said, and he tilted his head to give me a kiss. My eyes closed as our lips met. Tingles followed by a swath of warmth plinked through me, and I pressed into him as my arms went around his neck. Even if it had been a choice between them and Trent, I would have taken Trent. I didn't have to explain things to him, and he knew how tight to hold, when to go along with an idea, and when to slow me down so I could think. The vibrating hum of his phone was almost unheard, but I dropped back to my heels. Too bad I'll only drag him down from what he could be. Trent frowned, and from the hallway, Nina called to Ivy that she'd only be a few minutes. The bathroom door shut, and shrugging, I looked at his pocket and his humming phone. You probably should take that. She's going to keep calling. He said nothing, but his grip eased, and I found a smile. You want some coffee? It's going to take at least 30 minutes to get a cab out here. Sure, thanks. Pulling his phone out, he looked at the screen and dropped it back again. I need something to wake me up, he said, then yawned. Sorry. My hand found his fingers, and towing him almost, I headed for the back of the church and the scent of brewing coffee. The sound of the shower from my bathroom was obvious, and I winced, thinking I must stink with burnt amber and vampire fear. Jenks, Biss, and Buddy blew into the hallway from the back living room, and I jerked into a hunched duck. No! Jenks said, his dust an irate red. Someone tell Biss he can't have a dog. We already have a cat, I said, and Biss's wings drooped as he hung upside down in the doorway to the kitchen. Buddy stood under him, tail waving and neck craned. They won't get along, Dot. I'll take care of him, the little gargoyle pleaded, and Jenks made a harumph, fists on his hips. I'm 50 years old and I've never had a pet, Biss complained. Shaking my head, I ducked under him and went into the kitchen. He's awake in the day, and you're not. Ivy smiled at me from her usual chair before her computer. She liked normal, and we'd had precious little of it since most of Jenks's kids had left. He's up now. I can train him in the dark. He already knows how to use the cat door. A soft smile curved the corners of Trent's lips up as he crouched to fondle the dog's ears. I've never had a pet either, Biss. Inside pet, I mean. See? Jenks crowed. Even Trent knows it's not a good idea. Trent eyed the pixie, his expression making it obvious that hadn't been what he was saying. Biss did a front flip from the top of the doorway to land right on Trent's shoulder, startling both him and the dog. We can't take him to the pound, Dot. Why am I the boss all of a sudden? I went for the coffee, hoping it'd all just go away, but Jenks's wings rose in pitch, making my teeth hurt. Trent can take him, Jenks said suddenly. No. Trent rose, his hands up in protest. I can't take care of a dog. Biss lightened to his usual pebbly gray, and Jenks bobbed up and down like a yo-yo. Even Buddy seemed to like it as he waved his tail, responding to Jenks's excitement. Tink's titties, you can sew. You got a pack of them. What's one more? Again Trent's phone hummed, and I held out his coffee to him as he frowned. He's a mutt, not a hound. He needs more attention than I can give him. All true, but I go along with it just to get the dog out of my church. Trent set his coffee on the table so he could look at his phone, and Jenks dropped down, sparkles floating on the black brew. Elizabeth will hate him, he enthused. Come on. The girls will love him. I leaned to see it was Elizabeth. She's just going to keep calling. Trent sighed. Do you mind? He said, face twisted up unhappily, and when I shrugged, he answered the call. Elizabeth. Yes. Just finished. I'm getting a coffee while I wait for a cab. He hesitated. Eden Park. We drove Rachel's car back. Are the girls okay? I took my coffee to my usual chair. Jenks, though, hot on a chance to get Buddy out of our church, remained by Trent. You can take him for walks, the pixie prompted. And he pees on your plants to mark your territory for you. What more could you want from a best friend? It sounds like you've done your research, Trent said. Will you excuse me? Turning away, Trent headed out of the kitchen and to the back living room. Elizabeth? Yes, I'm here. Can I talk to Quinn? Buddy, Biss, and Jenks trailed after him, and I smiled at Ivy in the new piece. She rolled her eyes and I pushed my untasted coffee to her. Thanks, she said, her long, pale hand slipping around the porcelain. Just as long as the dog doesn't end up here, she added, and I nodded, getting up to pour myself a new cup. Hesitating, I took only half a cup, leaving the rest for Nina. Warm cup cradled in my hands, I leaned against the counter. So, how does it feel? Ivy's eyes flicked to mine and held. To be free of all of them? I don't know. Her focus eased and she smiled faintly. I've never been alone like this. Scary, maybe? Scary? I set my coffee down and crossed the kitchen in 3 strides. Ivy looked up, startled, and then I dropped down right there so I could give her a hug. You're not alone, I whispered, my arms around her and breathing her in. Slowly her hand touched my back, hesitant and light. The memory of her teeth sliding cleanly into me rose and fell, a flash and then nothing. "That's not what I meant," she said, and I let go of her. "I'm scared," she said, eyes beginning to swim as she looked at the ceiling. "I'm scared, even as I've got this wonderful thing happening." Her eyes fell to mine. "I've always been untouchable, protected by someone so powerful he alone can abuse me and call it love. For the first time I'm my own person. What if something happens?" I gave her a squeeze, smiling. "No one is going to touch you with me around." She made a bark of laughter at that, wiping her eye. "That's funny. I remember saying the same exact thing to you when you moved in. And no one did they?" I glanced at Trent as he strode down the hall, phone to his ear. "This, buddy," and Jenks followed with noisy chatter. "Don't be absurd," he said, voice faint from the sanctuary. "The girls were never in any danger. Vampires have a soft spot for children. They wouldn't have touched them." It was true, and I looked back at Ivy to see her lost in a memory. "You okay?" I asked, and her focus sharpened on me. There was sorrow in her, even as she was glad to be free of them. She nodded, and I stood. "He's going to walk into the sun, isn't he?" Ivy asked. "Pretty sure," I said glumly. "How's Nina?" Meaning, was she strong enough to survive it? Ivy's grip was white-knuckled tight on her coffee. "She hasn't gone a day without him in her mind to steady her," she said, eyes down. "I can't save her. She just can't stop. He's in there now, I can tell. Maybe I should just walk away." He was in her now? My God, I would have bet my life that he wasn't. "Ivy. I can't save her if she doesn't want to be saved, Rachel." There was a sudden sliding of dog nails in the hall, and we both turned when Trent poked his head into the kitchen, his phone pressed against his shoulder. "Rachel, can I use your room for a moment? I need a door." "No door ever stopped me," Jenks boasted as he hovered behind him. "Trent, I'm telling you it's a great idea. She's going to hate it." I nodded, and Trent smiled a quick, terse thanks and vanished. "Hey!" Jenks started after him. "You're the one who wants her gone." Ivy looked depressed as she stared into her coffee. I hesitated, then called out, "Jenks? Will you and Biss check the walls?" Jenks hovered backward into the archway until I could see his utter disbelief. "I'll get him to take the dog. Just leave him alone, okay?" Biss looked in, upside down and around the doorframe, both sad and happy. "Yeah," Jenks said, and when I crossed my heart, he flew off. Biss dropped into the air, and followed. "He doesn't want Buddy," the gargoyle complained. "I can take care of him. I promise." There was a scrabbling of claws and a squeak from the cat door as the three of them finally left. Sighing, I looked at Ivy, still despondent and lost in thought. "It's going to be okay," I said, but my confidence was faltering. "You've been fighting them your entire life." "She's only been doing it for 6 months." Her shoulders were stiff, and she started to cry. Ivy, who could do anything, was crying silent tears, unable to move for fear of falling completely apart. "She doesn't have a lifetime to learn," she protested. "She's got days. He's going to walk. Cormel knows it, but he wants his soul so bad he's ignoring it. He's going to walk, and she's going to die with him." The shower went off, and she stood, mourning a future not even here yet. "Oh God, she's going to go mad." "Ivy." She wasn't listening, and I squeezed her shoulder. "Ivy, look at me." Finally she turned back, and I tried to smile, even as my heart thumped in fear. I'd do anything to save her, to see her happy, but never had I thought it might mean I risked my life for someone I didn't even like all that much. "I've been thinking about this," I said. "I think I can modify Trent's binding charm so that you can carry it around with you, like in your purse or something, and if she does die, you can catch her soul." "But," she whispered, hope almost painful in her eyes. Still, I smiled. "I know it's not exactly what you want, but if you have her soul, it won't be in the ever after. I think if we fix a soul soon enough, there would be almost none of the trauma that Felix is showing. Maybe it's not that he has his soul back that's causing the trouble. Maybe it's the guilt for all the things he did that is sending him over the deep end. He was never that stable to begin with." Tears fell freely, and she smiled, looking beautiful. "You think?" Eyes welling, I pulled her into a hug. I had to do this, the goddess be damned. "I know." Ivy started at a soft scuffing of bare feet, and we jerked apart as Nina cleared her throat. I flushed though we'd done nothing wrong, and Ivy hurriedly wiped her eyes. Her chin lifted, not to hide that she'd been crying, but rather a clear statement that she wasn't going to talk about it. Sorry, Nina said, looking domestic with her hair up in a towel and Ivy's black robe tied around her. Didn't mean to interrupt. I backed up from Ivy. Jealousy was normal, expected, and I almost welcomed seeing it since it meant she loved her. Did you leave me any hot water? Nina's smile was wide but clearly fake. You bet. Thanks. My smile was honest, though, and I gave a nod to Ivy as I left. She looked 100 times better. This was what she had been worried about, terrified she was going to lose Nina when Felix walked. I was going to make 2 bottles, not just one. I'd find a way around needing the goddess's help. Don't be silly, Ivy said loudly as I reached the bathroom. She's just glad I'm okay. I did get hit by a car yesterday. Had it only been yesterday? No way was I going to put my same clothes on, and I knocked softly on my door, then went in. Immediately my expression eased. Trent was stretched out on my bed, the stuffed animal he'd won for me at Six Flags shoved under his head, his feet all the way down to the folded-up Afghan. His eyes were shut, and his phone was in his loose grip. I could hear Elizabeth talking. Yes, I'm listening, he mumbled, eyes shut. My heart went out to him, and I carefully slid the phone free, edging backward to the door and slipping out. He didn't even notice, seeming to settle in even deeper atop my covers. Breath held, I eased the door shut and leaned against the wall. I'm trying to understand, Trenton, Elizabeth's perfectly reasonable voice said from the tiny speaker. But you're ignoring the consequences of your actions. I wanted to lash out, drive her away. I loved Trent, and she was going to ruin it. But what I did was clear my throat and pleasantly say, "Excuse me, Elizabeth." There was a moment of shocked silence, then, "Rachel?" "I'm talking to Trent." Jenks hummed into the hallway from the kitchen, and I waved at him to be quiet. "Actually, you're not," I said, and the pixie hovered close, grinning. "He fell asleep, and I'm asking you not to call again for at least 4 hours unless it's an emergency." But she was silent, but I could hear her anger as she breathed. A small part of me felt bad. I'd vacationed in Camp Dumped before, and it hurt. "Look," I said, holding the phone closer. "He's been up for 48 hours. Jumped realities twice, rescued a soul from hell, and adopted a dog," I said, and Jenks gave me a glittering thumbs up. "He's doing the smart thing and catching some ZS before coming home, okay? And until he wakes up, I'm holding his phone in case there's an emergency." "Is this an emergency?" I knew it wasn't, but I couldn't resist the tiny dig. "You are not his wife," she said caustically. "Neither are you," I said right back. "Okay, maybe 2 digs." "No, I'm just the mother of his child." I warned even as I waved Jenks back. "Right, I'm glad you brought that up," I said, doing my utmost to be reasonable, but wanting to impart a few things to her, and the only way she listened to anyone was if they hit her with a stick. God help me, but I'm the only one who thinks you spending time with the girls is a good idea, and I'm starting to have second thoughts. I'm your advocate for Lucy, so quit pissing me off. Again she was silent, worrying me. A silent elf is a thinking elf, and Elizabeth wasn't known for her kind thoughts. "Elizabeth, Trent is trying to do the right thing by the girls, but every time you force your way in, you're making demands that make him feel more threatened." My head hurt, and I took a breath, hating myself. If you would back off a little, he'd be a whole lot more comfortable with the idea of sharing Lucy. Why am I doing this? I thought. But for all the rightness between us, I couldn't help Trent and Elizabeth. Elizabeth could. I might not like her, but I'd seen her with the girls, and she was a good mother. Trent loved me, but if I took away his choice, our love would be tainted with the thought that I'd selfishly ruined his shot at what he'd been striving for his entire life. I'm not afraid to love someone. You said you weren't going to confuse him, Elizabeth said. He has responsibilities, demands, and now you're sleeping with him. I slumped against the wall, guilt warring in me. Yeah. Sorry about that. It just kind of happened. She huffed with anger, and I forged ahead. But I'll tell you what, Elizabeth. Tell me that you love him. I love him, she said hotly, and in some way, I think she did. She was too bitter not to. Then tell me you love him enough to support his decision to try to ease tensions between the elves and demons, and I'll drive him back to his estate myself. Say no, please say no. What does that have to do with anything? She blurted out. It wasn't a no, but it wasn't a yes either. Everything, I said, even more conflicted. You can talk to Trent in 4 hours, Kay? The phone clicked off from her side of things, and I hit the end key. That was fun, Jenks said, and I met his eyes, not sharing his enthusiasm. No, it wasn't. Crap on toast, I was shaking, and I tucked the phone into my back pocket, thinking it felt unfamiliar. Excuse me. I have to leave Trent a note. The pixie was grinning as I opened my door, warning him to stay out as I shut it. Trent's feet had shifted, and I pulled the Afghan up over him, smiling at his face, relaxed in sleep. "Thank you for keeping Jenks safe tonight," I whispered as I reached for the notepad beside my clock. "Don't go." His whispered voice slid through me. Warm and content, I sat on the edge of the bed. "I talked to Elizabeth," I said as I pulled the Afghan up even more. "You can crash here. She's going to call in 4 hours." His hand came out to find me, and the blanket fell away. "I heard," he said. "Don't go, Dot." He slid to the far edge of the bed. Afghan raced for me to join him. "I need a shower," I said, eyes on my closet, and he pulled me down, arm going over me as he gentled me to him. "I like the way you smell." A quiver shook me as he sighed and spooned closer. It was warm where he'd been, and the scent of him was everywhere, the hint of burnt amber almost not unpleasant. My shoes felt funny on the bed, and I felt him sigh. "I have stuff to do," I protested, not moving. He tugged me closer. "I like that you care about Elizabeth," he said, shocking me. "She's a hard woman to understand." "Her heart is good, though." Yeah." He was falling asleep again. I could stay until he did. "Promise you won't leave me," he whispered, my hair moving in the breath of his words. "I already did that," I said, but I was looking into the future, and I saw myself alone. Why was I even pretending? But I knew why. "No, you almost left me tonight." His words were slurring. He was drifting off, not really awake. "You almost became shadow. I saw it. Promise me you won't go. Don't leave me." "I won't know what is right and what is wrong if you do, and I like doing the right thing." Becoming shadow. I lay there unmoving, suddenly very much awake as I recalled the blackness of nothing. It had been real, and he and Jenks had pulled me out of it. "I'm here," I breathed, needing to feel him behind me. "I've not done anything really wrong in a long time," Trent said, words trailing into nothing. "Thank you." I couldn't move, the warmth between us comforting. Slowly Trent's grip eased as he fell asleep. I listened to him breathe as I wondered how it had gotten so complicated. Falling in love was the easiest thing in the world to do. Why was it always so hard for me to survive it? Chapter 11. Something had changed. I froze, even as my eyes opened and my fingers clenched on the top of my Afghan. The warmth behind my back was gone. I could see little in the pre-dawn bloom of my room. I fell asleep, I thought, not surprised. Trent had been spooned up behind me, and we'd both been tired, the stress of meeting Cormel's demands bringing me down long before I'd usually fall asleep. The sound of breathing drew my attention. Trent was a dangerous shadow at my propped-open window. My pulse pounded. I'd done this before, waking up to an approaching threat, but Trent being with me was new. We'd both fallen asleep, still dressed and with our boots on, probably a good thing in hindsight. "What's going on?" I whispered. Trent gestured me forward, his gaze fixed outside. "There are people among the stones. Crap on toast." I pushed the Afghan off and stood. He looked as scary as all hell hunched at my window, and I felt queasy from lack of sleep. "Where?" I tucked my hair behind an ear and leaned closer to find the scent of spoiled wine amid the lingering burnt amber. He wasn't happy. Neither was I. There was nothing to see in the pre-dawn murk, not even a pixie sparkle. "I don't see anyone," I whispered as I tucked my shirt in. I needed a shower in the worst way. "Me either, but they're out there." Trent squinted out the window. "Hear the birds? I've been listening to them for the last half hour, and something is wrong." Chilled, I held my arms around myself. He'd been tucked in behind me, wide awake as he held me and listened to me sleep. Otherwise, how would he have heard the change in the birds? A robin chirped an alarm call, answered by another. "There are people among the stones." Cormel promised. "He promised to leave us alone." I protested as I drew back. "He promised that you no longer look to him for protection." Trent took his hand from the window. "It might not be him." My thoughts zinged back to the vampires at Eaton Park. Swell. Not 6 hours ago I told Ivy that it would be okay. Damn it, how could I have just fallen asleep? Worried, I reached my awareness out and tapped the line out back. Energy slipped in, and my skin tingled where it touched Trent. He was already tapped into it, and feeling almost shy, I slipped my hand into his. His grip was warm, his fingertips slightly rough. They'd raise goosebumps should he trace them over my skin. He took a slow breath as we both eased our respective holds on our energies, and with a swirling back and forth tide of tingles, our balances equalized. This is not what I wanted to do today, I said, hands still intertwined as we looked for the first hints of the intruders. Trent's grip tightened at the sudden sound of pixie wings. Hands clasped, we turned as Jenks slipped in through the crack under the door. His dust was a dull silver, and he stopped in shock when he saw us looking at him. "You're up," he said, a thread of brighter gold slipping from him. "And dressed. Tink's titties, you were sleeping?" "Seriously, Dot." Trent's fingers left mine. "Who's in the garden?" he asked. "Oh yeah." Humming closer, Jenks landed on the sill, hands on his hips in his best Peter Pan pose. "Jimok and Izzy are doing a count, but it's vampires. None of them is Cormals." My teeth clenched. "Son of a bastard," I whispered as I reached for my phone, only to remember I'd left it in the kitchen. I had Trent's, though, and I handed it to him. "Where's Ivy?" "Out," Jenks said, bringing both Trent and me up short. "She and Nina took Buddy to a vet in a box to get him checked about an hour ago." She laughed? "Yeah. That's when the vampires showed up. I wasn't going to bother you unless they moved. Hell, if I'd known all you were doing was lying next to each other with your clothes on, I would have told you right off." "Tink's diaphragm, you were sleeping? Ivy isn't here." My first flush of fear shifted to an ironic relief, and I sat on the edge of my bed so I could pull up my socks without taking off my boots. "They aren't after Ivy." "Why?" "I'm more concerned with who." The dim light from Trent's phone made his face severe. "No calls, not even a text," he muttered. "I suggest we leave the church, circle around back, pick off one at the outskirts, and find a quiet place to chat." "Mark's is open, isn't it?" My lips parted. "And let them have the run of the church?" "I just got it cleaned up." Jenks bristled. "We can take them, cookie bits." Trent glanced up, a hard, "I'm down to salvage" look to his face. "No doubt. We can stay and fight them off, but we'll leave significant damage to the church and we might never find out who sent them or why. Allow them access to everything in the hope that they don't damage or steal it all? It hadn't worked in World War II, and I didn't expect any difference now." "I need my splat gun," I said breathily, and I walked out into the dark hallway. Jenks's wings clattered behind me. "We can't sneak out, anyway. We're surrounded." I wasn't sure what I was going to do, but I'd feel better with a little more to back my words up with than a smile and whatever magic I knew by rote. I strode into the kitchen, panic icing through me when a dark shadow swooped forward. Almost falling, I slid into a defensive duck. The ley line iced painfully through me as I recognized the sound of Biss's wings and drew a surge of power back. "Biss," I said, my exclamation barely above a whisper. "Give some warning, huh?" I hadn't been able to feel Biss's presence since Newt changed my aura, and I kind of missed it. "Sorry." Black teeth catching the light, he landed on top of the fridge and gave Trent a bunny-eared kiss. Biss didn't look sorry, and I glanced over the dark kitchen wondering what I could eat without opening the fridge. The light would tell them we were awake. I plucked at my shirt, wishing I'd taken a shower. I knew I stank of burnt amber, but my nose had gone deaf. Irate, I reached for my coffee, cold and untouched, at the table. "Where's Belle?" I asked, grimacing at the tepid bitterness. Rex could take care of herself, but I worried about the flightless fairy. Biss ruffled his wings, red eyes seeming to glow as he glanced out the window. "With Rex. Real professionals. No high heels or noisy phones. They know how to sit still and not move." Trent looked up from texting something to Quinn, probably. "Your life is never boring, Rachel." I could do with a little boring. My reach to open the nuker hesitated. It had a light, too. Disgusted, I set the cold cup on the counter and warmed it up with a charm. Carrie had taught me this, and a stab of regret cooled my anger. "Nice," Trent said. He'd seen me do this before, but probably not with such quickness. I was edgy, and I jerked again when Biss landed on my shoulder. "You want to jump out?" Biss said eagerly. "Let them find an empty church? We need to go soon. The sun is almost up." My eyes flicked to Trent. That was why they were waiting. Sunup would put Biss and an easy escape out of reach. I was starting to like robins a lot more. "We are not abandoning the church," Jenks said, wings clattering. Keeping silent and my options open, I scooped up my splat gun and checked the hopper. The charms were not old, but they weren't new either, and vampires were fast. "Rake?" Jenks hovered, waiting for me to agree with him, but all I did was tuck the cherry-red paintball gun at the small of my back. Going to a drawer, I got a couple of extra canisters of CO2 to fire it. Someday I'd figure out a charm to propel them, but until then, it was good having a spell that would work without connection to a ley line. Ah, rake? I leaned against the counter inside. I didn't want to flee. Why were they even after us? Cornwall couldn't make me do anything. But then my heart thudded as I thought of Ivy. I need to call Ivy, I said as I pulled my shoulder bag off the table. Damn it, I told her she'd be okay. I told her there'd be no reprisal. I shouldn't have filled her head with such do-gooder tripe. I was going to get her killed. We had about 10 minutes until sunrise, and Trent sat casually against the table, ankles crossed and looking calm and even a little sexy. This, he drawled, catching my attention. Can you leave undetected, find a vampire at the outskirts, and jump him here? My finger scrolling through my numbers slowed and my eyebrows rose. Jenks began to chuckle. Oh, I like that, he said as Biss nodded. We have time, Trent said, his smile shifting to an ugly hardness. If we can find out who and why, I don't mind leaving. Especially if we can drop back and hit whoever planned this while their main force is still here. My god, the man might be a business tycoon, but his heart was that of a warlord elf. Jenks's dust pooling on the center counter turned silver. Let me find Jumok. He'll know who would be easiest to snag. I kind of felt bad for whomever Biss was going to snatch. Then I caught a glimpse of movement between the tombstones and the guilt went away. Back in a sec. Biss gave me a poignant look before he took to the air, a draft sending my snarled hair back as he followed Jenks out of the kitchen and presumably into the garden. We were down to kidnapping, and heart-pounding. I texted G2G to tell Ivy to go to ground, then hit her number, wanting to give her more than a text could handle. I've got zip strips in the top drawer there, I said, phone to my ear. Please pick up. Please. I've got something better. Motions holding a hard intent, Trent cleared off the center counter, piling everything on Ivy's stuff. I knew it would irritate her to no end. My skin tingled as he pulled more heavily on the line, and I hoped they didn't have a magic user out there with them. They might be able to feel it. Finally Ivy answered her phone, and I pressed it to my ear. Ivy, thank God. Rachel? Why are you up so early? She said, following it immediately with shit, what happened? Is everyone okay? Clearly she hadn't gotten the text yet. She sounded fine, and my eyes closed in relief. I could hear dogs in the background. We're okay, I said, and I heard her say something muted to someone else. Nina, probably. The church is surrounded. This is going to jump us out as soon as we know who it is, so don't come back. You're okay, right? With a slight shock, I realized I wanted to run. It was something new to me, but perhaps I was only now realizing the fragile nature of life. I wasn't running away, I was running to find a stronger position. Whoever this was, they weren't going to get away with it. Cornwall. Ivy hissed, her vehemence taking me aback. I don't think so. I'll let you know who as soon as we find out. Are you being followed? No, she was distracted, and I wondered what Trent was wanting to do with the overhead rack when he eyed it. I jerked at the sudden displacement of air, reaching for my splat gun when Biss popped back into the kitchen. His claws were pinching the shoulder of a terrified vampire. What the hell? The young, surprisingly muscled living vampire shouted, eyes pitch black and short fangs sheened with saliva. He took a breath to shout for help. Tanache, Sarnovo, Trent said softly, every word seeming to have edges. My skin crawled, and the aura about his hand glowed a soft silver. I froze when he reached out and the glow vanished from his hand to blossom anew over the vampire, swamping him in a heartbeat. The vampire's exclamation choked off. He stiffened as the charm soaked in, and he went still. Sarnovo, Trent said again, shoving the vampire against the center counter where he slumped, eyes open, breathing, but clearly unable to move voluntarily. The entire thing had taken maybe 3 seconds. Ivy, I have to go, I said, impressed and a little scared. Please. Don't trust Nina, I said, ashamed, and the hum of Jenks's wings dropped in pitch. Ivy was silent, then, okay, and the conversation ended with a click. My eyes were on the terrified vampire as I put my phone in a back pocket. Biss had puffed himself up larger, managing to look menacing next to Trent. Jenks, though, didn't give a fig about impressing our captive, clearly more upset about abandoning the church as he wiped the soot off his wings. Rake, he started, and I rubbed my forehead. It was the right thing to do, hard as it was. The garden, my kitchen. But to stay and fight might get someone killed when we would be better off dropping back and attacking with more strength later. I was trying to make smarter decisions. I loved Trent, and realizing I'd abandoned the church to get him out of this threat was a gut-wrenching shock, both happy and sad. This won't take long. Trent didn't sound like himself, and I watched, chilled, as he reached up into the rack, his motions sure and steady, his eyes never leaving the vampire's. The vampire panted, small noises coming from him as he tried to break through the binding charm. Trent looked awful, showing a part of himself he wasn't proud of, and being with me had brought it forth again. Spoon pressed right under the vampire's eye. Trent leaned in. Voice hardly audible, he whispered, "Who's organizing this?" I felt Trent's pull on the line lessen, and the vampire wiggled, still caught but able to move now. "You're dead, Morgan. You lied to us, and your life is forfeit." "I didn't lie," I exclaimed, then lowered my voice. This smacked of torture, even if Trent hadn't done anything but threaten him with a spoon. A spoon right under his eye. "Flagro," Trent intoned, and I stiffened. The tip of the ceramic spoon glowed with heat. Whimpering, the captive focused on it, and the scent of frightened vampire rolled into the air. Jenks darted close, his irritation obvious. "That won't work. He'll make it feel good. Not if I scoop his eyeball out." Horrified, I gasped. He had to be kidding. My God. "Trent!" Ignoring my hand on his arm, Trent blew on the spoon to send the heat over the terrified vampire's face. I couldn't believe this was happening, and I gasped right along with the vampire when Trent pressed it to his skin, the word "Seekus" intoned with a terrible certainty. "Trent, stop!" I shouted as the vampire arched in pain, horrified. Jenks simply hovered, clearly not caring. Seeing me ready to smack Trent, the pixie darted over. "Get a grip, rake," Jenks whispered, perched at my ear. "It's not real." My breath exploded out from me, and I hesitated. Sweat trickled down Trent's face where it had beaded. His grip was white-knuckled on the vampire under him, pinned to the center counter with a savage force. There was a small crescent shape of red under the vampire's eye, hardly worth calling a burn. It was more of a pressure mark. It was all show. Everything. The terror, though, was real. "Who?" Trent shouted, the vampire moaning under him. "Why?" Trent pressed the cooled spoon under his other eye, and the vampire screamed again. Lip between my teeth, I darted a glance at the window. They weren't going to wait for sunrise if they knew we had one of their own. "My eye." The vampire howled, struggles growing violent. "You took out my eye." His eye was fine, blind under that last spoken charm, but I didn't like this side of Trent. "Tell me, or I'll take out the other." Jenks shivered, his wings making a cool spot on my neck. "Tink's a Disney whore, rake. Your new boyfriend is kind of scary when he's pissed." "Tell me," Trent threatened, pressing into him. "Now, dot." "It's the elves." The vampire screamed. "The elves." My lips parted, and I met Trent's suddenly ashen gaze as he let up. "Some elf called Landon. He said you're lying," the vampire gushed. "He said you know how to bring back all the undead souls and you lied that it would send them into the sun. He said he'd bring all the undead souls back from the ever after, but we had to kill you first to keep you from reversing his magic. He said you want us to die without our souls. That you're a demon. He's the one lying." I exclaimed, and Jenks started out. That scream had probably traveled. "Landon wants to wipe out the masters. He's the one who put them to sleep last July." Trent let go and the man dissolved into a sniveling whimper. I could see Trent's self-disgust, and I brought his hand to my lips, startling him. He hadn't hurt the man babbling before us. He'd tricked him to save our lives. "You lie," the would-be assassin said, his fingers feeling his face. "I saw Felix. He has his soul. He doesn't hunger. He's whole." Fear flashed over him, stark and ugly. "I don't want to lose my soul." "You're a monster. You took my eye." Trent frowned. "Landon betrayed you," he said, making a decisive ending gesture. The vampire gasped, hunching into himself as the spell broke. Slowly his hands fell and he looked straight at us, wonder in him. "I can see." Expression still holding that awful hardness, Trent turned to Biss. "If he moves, claw his eye out for real." I knew Biss would never do such a thing, but after seeing Trent bluff his way to a confession, the gargoyle hissed, claws scraping lines in the stainless steel. "I told you Landon was going to use us," I said, then softened as I saw Trent shaking. He'd waved off my concern, but I'd known something like this was going to happen. Cincinnati had gone to her knees when the masters had merely fallen asleep. That Landon would try to kill them again wasn't surprise. The surprise was that I kept thinking he was sane. Trent splayed his fingers to gauge their shaking. "We'll be okay. There isn't a safe way to bring all the souls back," he said as he made fists of his hands. "Elizabeth hasn't called me in over 6 hours. You told her to call back in 4, yes?" His voice had hardened, and I nodded. He thought Elspeth and Landon were working together? Maybe, but Elspeth wouldn't destroy an entire demographic to further herself. Would she? But you told her if she ever did anything like this again. My words trailed off. I'd really thought she'd play nice if she had a shot at something normal with the girls. Logic said she was working with Landon, but my gut said different. I'd seen her with the girls. She was Lucy's mother and loved Ray as if she were her own. She wouldn't risk them like this. Not now. Not if there was another way. Maybe I should tell her killing me won't give her Lucy, Trent said. My shoulders tensed. Gwen gets custody first. That's a great idea. No one can kill him. Trent made an embarrassed sound. Glancing behind me to the cowed vampire, he winced. Ah, not exactly. I made you Lucy's legal guardian if I died or was missing for more than 6 months. If we both go, Al gets her. Elspeth probably doesn't know about that clause. Shocked, my head snapped up. Al? I stammered. Why not Gwen? But what I really wanted to know was why Al. Trent was swooping about the kitchen, jamming charms and Ivy's bottled water into my bag. Making Gwen Lucy's guardian would make him a target, and I won't risk Ray. Al being Lucy's guardian will create a custody battle long enough for Gwen to run off with both Lucy and Ray. Besides, if Al has custody, no demon will dare touch her. Or Ray. I dropped back a step as I looked for the logic. It made sense, sort of. Trent handed me my bag. The sill was empty, and I looked in my bag to see Al's chrysalis among the rest. Really? I'm sorry, Trent said, jaw tight. We have to go. Crap on toast, we were going to leave them the church. I started as Trent took me in a quick embrace, my arms pinned between us as he gave me a squeeze. The vampire was watching, but Biss gouging the counter with his nails kept him unmoving. I should have seen this coming, Trent whispered, his breath making tingles against my neck. He sighed, his grip beginning to loosen. I thought that by bringing Landon in close, I could outthink him. You were right. Is Ivy okay? Jenks darted in, his dust telling me everything I needed to know. They were advancing. She was when I called, I said as I reached behind me for my splat gun. The vampire's eyes widened when I smoothly pulled it out and shot him. He started to rise, then fell back, slumping all the way to the floor in a tangle of arms and legs. Geez, rake. Jenks complained as he rose up and down. Give a pixie some warning, Dot. If there hadn't been umpteen more coming our way, I would have shoved the window open to air the place out. Frustrated, I faced Trent. We need to get the girls. Both Lucy and Ray. Trent shook his head. We need to play dead. Huh? Why? I said, taking the tablet Trent was handing me and shoving it into my shoulder bag. Frowning, Trent stepped over the vampire to look out the window. If we play dead, Landon will have to admit he can't bring their souls back. Support for him will fall apart. All we have to do is wait. Let the vampires bring Landon down. And Elspeth, I added silently, knowing Trent was upset she'd taken this drastic step. God knew I was disappointed. He must be crushed. But the church, Jenks said, and Jumok and Izzy flew in, each of them holding a bundle and looking tragic. I swallowed hard. If we were going to play dead, something was going to get busted up really bad to sanction it. It's just a pile of rock, right? I said, voice breaking. Is Rex outside? Belle? Jenks nodded, scared. Belle won't leave. Rake, we shouldn't either. Trent gestured to Biss, and the gargoyle jumped to my shoulder, his tail wrapping tightly around me to secure his hold. The kid could jump only one at a time on his own, but if I warped everyone's aura to look the same, we could all go together. Probably. I'll try to contain the damage, but if worse comes to worst, Jumok and Izzyana can move into my gardens. You too, Jenks, he added, and Jenks frowned, a black dust falling in the center of the golden sparkles. Belle doesn't have out-of-season nolings to look after, he added, and Jenks stiffened. I'm wherever Ivy and Rake are. Trent's arm slipped around my waist. I don't want any of you hibernating. Can you get them there safely, Jenks? We can't go. It's the first place they'll look for us, and I can't take this to my girls. Looking even more disgusted, Jenks nodded again, his expression softening as he saw Izzy holding her tiny middle. Call me. Trent's expression relaxed, making me love him all the more. Thank you, he said, looking over the church as if it was his own. Have Gwen escort Elspeth out and close the grounds. He's to go into hiding if he has to, but Elspeth is not to leave with the girls. My gut hurt at the thought of damaging the church. It's just a pile of rocks, I told myself, but it was my pile of rocks. It's going to be fine, Rachel, Trent said, but the pinch to his brow said differently. Elizabeth will be years contesting it in the courts. We'll be back long before that. I met his eyes, and he added, the trick will be to die convincingly without doing too much damage. You think a modified heat charm? I said, knowing there was a firewall between the old part of the church and the new. Trent shook his head, his eyes on the vampire at our feet. He took a breath to say something, then froze. His eyes went to the hallway. Jenks's wings clattered. Jamoke and Izzy darted out, wings silent. See you in a few days, Jenks said as he circled me, his dust falling as if in protection. Trent, if she dies, I'll cut your pointy ears off and eat them in front of you. I wasn't sure if he was joking or not, but Biss had tightened his grip. Where do you want me to jump you? He asked, clearly worried and smelling of iron and pigeon. The tunnels? I thought, but it was too late, and we ducked below the counter at the soft scrape of shoe in the living room. Go! I mouthed to Jenks, and he gave me a last disparaging look as he darted out. This was going to be tricky. We had to destroy the back of the church and get out before it took us with it, and do it all so whoever was attacking would think we were caught up in it. Victor? A masculine voice hissed, and I glanced at the vampire, his legs still in view of the hallway. Oh yeah. What about him? Now! Trent shouted, and we stood, my hand reaching for my splat gun. What in hell am I supposed to do? I wondered, shooting at the vampire in black. Apparently it was the right thing as the man snarled, showing me his teeth as he rolled in to make room for the rest. The window over the sink exploded inward, and I swung my gun, little puffs of air unnoticed in the howl of attack. Someone touched me. It wasn't Trent, and I loosed a blast of energy through my body, sending the vampire screaming in pain to fall backward into two of his buddies. That's right! I yelled, shooting at them, but they darted back and my spells broke harmlessly against the cupboards. Run, you little chip-fanged wannabes! My heart thundered. Eyes wide, I found Trent. He looked magnificent, magic arching from hand to hand as he blasted anyone who got a foot inside the kitchen. There were 6 down already, and he took out the 2 I'd missed even as I watched. Breathless, I smiled as he shouted and blew a hole right through the wall and 4 more crashed backward into the fireplace. That was okay. Ivy had been talking about opening the 2 rooms up. Trent! I shouted, realizing Biss was still on my shoulder, his wings open as he kept his balance. I think we can do this. I wouldn't have to leave my church. I wouldn't have to abandon the only place I'd ever felt was mine. His expression was wild. He met my eyes, and something blinked through me. He loves me, I thought, knowing he'd do anything if it would keep me safe, even if that meant letting me do something stupid like try to save my church. A head poked up behind the smoldering couch, visible past the broken wall. There was a sudden flurry of motion, and 5 bodies dove out of the open back door. The one remaining slowly stood. Smirking, he dropped something heavy. I watched it fall as if in slow motion. Trent grabbed me, spinning me down and around. Biss's wings flapped madly as we hunched into a ball. The last vampire launched himself at the door, fleeing. I gasped, trying to figure out what was going on. Now, Biss! Trent shouted, and the world exploded. The roar of fire washed over us, eating away at the bubble Trent had thrown up. And then it was gone, the pulse of heat vanishing into the hum of the lines and then evolving into the shush of water on a beach. Biss had jumped us, and I had no idea where we were. My heart thudded as we slowly stood from our crouch. It was dark, hours before dawn. My feet sank into cool sand. We were on the west coast? Behind us was the great blackness of the Pacific, before us the extravagant lines of a modern 2-story home, wall-to-wall windows facing the beach. The wind lifted through my hair and pulled the heat from the bomb away. My church, I thought, forcing the lump down. Everyone I loved was safe. Ah, where are we, Biss? Trent said, and I let go of his hand. Biss shifted his claws, and I winced, not wanting him to know he'd broken skin. I hope you don't mind, the clever kid said, his wings arching out behind my head in his version of a shrug. I had to pick somewhere the sun hadn't come up yet. It's not Lee's, Trent said, and a knot of worry eased as I heard a piano playing the same phrase over and over until something sounded right. Alice, what do you think about this? A familiar voice called out, faint over the surf as the phrase was hammered out again, and I smiled. It's my mom's, I said, starting forward, eager and trying not to cry. Biss had taken me home. He'd taken me to my mom. Chapter 12. I woke for the second time in the same day with a smile on my face. Eyes closed, I stretched a foot down to find Trent's, feeling his arm over me tighten as I nudged him awake. My mom was cool. The thought of offering us 2 rooms hadn't even occurred to her as she fussed and burbled over getting us settled, finding us toothbrushes and me a nightgown. The shower had been heaven, and the cool sheets better than death, as Ivy would have said. My eyes opened. A deliciously masculine arm was resting on me. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the sun was nearing noon by the slivers of light leaking in past the half-open blinds. Trent, too, was just waking up, having spent some of his morning talking to Takata before slipping in behind me for a couple of hours. Our usual sleep schedules weren't compatible at all, but that didn't seem to matter when you were fighting time zone shifts and an all-nighter. All I cared about was that I woke up with Trent beside me for the second time in less than 24 hours, and it felt right. Warm and content, I rolled to face him. The soak of my mom's nightgown was a soft hush, and when Trent pulled me close, I snuggled in, wishing I had more mornings like this. "Hi," I said softly, and his eyes opened. They were brilliant green from behind his tousled hair, clear and rested even if his stubble was thick. It made me feel good to see him that close. His thumb traced tingles down my bare arm, and I tilted my head, finding the soft skin under his throat with my lips and giving a gentle pull. Suddenly he was a lot more awake. The bed shifted as he found my mouth with his, the kiss lighting through me with a shocking pulse. His hand pressed my shoulder, and my fist tightened at the back of his neck. I was suddenly a lot more awake, too. "Donald?" echoed in the hallway. "Do we have any more strawberries? They've got to come out of there eventually. It's afternoon." Breathless, I pulled back. Our lips parted with a sharp smack, and I realized his leg had slipped between mine, almost pinning me, not that I minded. His smile was content as we listened to Takata's rumbling voice answer my mom, and I snuggled into him. I didn't particularly want to get up, but even as my mom might have bunked us together, she also wouldn't have any hesitation about knocking on our door. My pulse slowed. I listened to Trent's heartbeat, breathing him in and reluctant to move. I liked waking up like this, but was it realistic to even hope it could last? As in a permanent situation? I knew better than to look for a happily ever after. My track record spoke for itself. "Still can't see it?" Trent said. My lips quirked. "How do you do that?" I asked softly, and his hand traced tingles on my shoulder as he slipped the thin strap down. "It's inevitable," he said, as sensation raced from his touch. "We do well together. For example, what do you want to do today?" My schedule was already full of handling the unknown, but I sat up, willing to play the game. "Oh, I don't know," I said, knowing Trent would be recognized anywhere the moment he set foot in public. "Have strawberries for breakfast, lay out on the beach, maybe do some bikini shopping. A little light dinner on a boat. Go to bed before the sun comes up. Wake around noon and do it again." Propped up on an elbow, he smiled and tucked my snarled hair behind an ear. His stubble caught the light, and I wanted to feel its roughness. "See what I mean?" he said, the sheet slipping to show a new and very nice angle of him. "That's exactly what I want to do." Smirking, I scooted down and tucked myself next to him. My real list was a lot different: check the news to see if our fake death gamble worked, make a soul bottle for Ivy, dodge uncomfortable questions from my mom. Suddenly I realized Trent's hand was moving, ever moving, against me, running behind my ear with a comfortable security, as if he'd been doing it for years. "There's absolutely nothing I can do," he said around a sigh, gazing past me to the private beach. "And 100 things I should." He was worried about his girls, but I couldn't resist letting my fingers drift downward over his chest. His body tensed, and I smiled. "We should play dead more often. This is the nicest morning I've had in a long time. There's always room for improvement." Trent's weight shifted as he leaned over me. His hand made a delicious path of tingles as it slipped up under the hem of the short nightie, settling in a tight grip on my waist. I smiled and reached for him, pulling him down into another kiss. My eyes closed as I breathed him in. The hint of my mom's soap made him even more familiar, and my hand made steady progress down his side and thigh before I drifted inward to find him. His breathing changed, and I lingered as his lips left mine, skating down my neck into my breast. "Alice, they're still asleep." Takata's voice jerked through me, and Trent jumped. "They're 3 hours ahead of us," my mom protested. "We've got to go, and I'm not going to sneak out of here and leave them a note." "So you knock on their door," Takata grumbled. "Why are you making me do it?" "Oh, for God's sake, I'll do it," she said, and the sound of her steps rang loudly on the tile. "Watch the waffles, will you? They need to get up." Trent looked down at me, his interrupted passion shifting to amusement crinkling the corners of his eyes. "I am up. They need to go away." "Sorry," I said with an apologetic wince, and he rolled to sit up, settling himself beside me with the blankets pulled across his lap. "Good morning, Ms. Morgan." Trent said loudly as he stared at the ceiling, and I gave him a backhanded smack. See, they're awake, I heard her admonish Takata. Go check the waffles. She barely knocked before pushing the door open, and I yanked the blanket up as she peeked in, bringing the scent of maple syrup and cooked batter with her. Good morning, she called happily, her hair pulled back and looking more like my sister than my mom in casual jeans and a classy sweater. Breakfast is ready. You can eat it while it's hot or let it get cold, but I didn't want to leave without at least saying good morning. You're leaving? I said, grabbing the blanket when Trent threatened to drag it off me. My mom bustled forward, heels clicking as she went to open the blinds all the way. Sunshine poured in, and my eyes hurt. We're catching a flight out this afternoon. Big day today. She turned, beaming at us. Damn, you look good together. Rachel, if you screw this up, I'm going to be pissed. Trent has. Mom! I shouted, and she blinked, turning a slight shade of red. Trent wasn't helping, and I gave him a pinch to keep quiet when he opened his mouth, presumably to ask what she thought he might have that I might be interested in. Sorry, she said, surprising me. I just wanted to see you before we left. Where are you going? I asked again. I've got some spelling to do, and I thought you might be able to help. With the shopping if nothing else. Alice? Takata shouted. Where's the cinnamon? Her eyes lit up, and then she frowned, clearly torn. Oh, I can't, sweetheart, she said as she scooped up my jeans from the floor and folded them. Donald and I have a flight to Cincy in a few hours. I've got your funeral to plan. It worked! Trent exclaimed, and I smiled as my mom's eyes glowed in anticipation. This is going to be fantastic. She gushed as she fiddled with the fringe on the 70s lamp they had stuck in here. If I can't plan your wedding, I can at least arrange your funeral. Donald has a song and everything. You're going to love it. Oh God, she was going to do the eulogy. Ah, Mom? Get yourself up, she said as she backed out of the room. We leave in 10. The door clicked shut, and I thumped my head back. I'd never be able to leave my church again. If I had a church to go back to. Trent threw the covers back and swung his feet to the floor. I don't know what you're talking about, he said as he stood, every yummy inch of him catching the light from the beach. Your mom is. Is what? I looked at the slowly rising spot in the bed where he'd been inside. Just 20 minutes more. Was that too much to ask? Fun, he said, stretching. Aha. I sat up and wrangled my hair back into a scrunchie. Picture fun on prom night or a PTA meeting. My mom was an active parent. Head down, I scuffed past Trent toward the attached bathroom. I told Ivy we were bugging out, and I hadn't called her since, not wanting to blow our story of being dead. But now, after a handful of hours, I probably should tell her we were okay. Even the 6 hours it would take for my mom to get there was too long to have her worry. I gasped when Trent snagged me, pulling me, bouncing, back onto the bed. My breath came in fast as his weight pinned me, and I gazed up at him, feeling desired as the entire length of his body pressed into me. I like you in the morning the best, he said, eyes on my hair as he tucked it away from my face. I'd give just about anything to have this forever, and I smiled up at him, liking him the best when he was relaxed and happy, stubble and all. Maybe we should just keep playing dead. Silent, his worry slid back behind his eyes. I'm sorry you saw that yesterday. Saw what? My fingers played with the rims of his ears. I knew what he was talking about, but sometimes it was better to pretend. Propped up on his elbow, he took my fingers in his and kissed them. With the vampire. My breath came in fast, and I tilted my head, trying to catch his eyes with mine. It wasn't anything I didn't know was there. I promised myself. Trent. I pulled him to me, finding his lips with mine, feeling a thrill coil down through me and rebound against his own desires. Slowly I eased back into the pillow, but his eyes were just as worried, just as furtive. I know who you are. And I love you. His eyes darted to mine, and the first hints of a smile eased his worry. I don't deserve you, he said, sitting up and pulling me into a heartfelt embrace. I love you, too, he whispered, his warmth tingling between us as he held me close. Waffles are out. Came faintly through the walls. My throat was tight. I gave him a final squeeze and his arms eased their grip. I wanted this to last, but even now I knew better than to hope. Trent gallantly held my robe out for me to shrug into, tying it with a suggestive firmness before finding his own robe. Disheveled and feeling odd, I followed him out of our tiny space and into the world again, my hand loosely in his as if I was afraid that if I let go, I'd lose him right then. I'd gotten the full tour last night, or this morning rather, but seeing Takata's home in the daylight only accentuated the clean lines, spacious rooms, and sparse but comfortable furnishings. It didn't look much like my mom's old house, but my mom didn't look much like herself either. She was wearing trendier clothes and had a far more relaxed smile. Losing the emotional baggage in Cincinnati suited her. The kitchen was bigger than mine, with rich wood and gleaming metals. It opened up to a lower living room, 3 sides of which were glass looking out onto what had to be a private beach since I hadn't seen anyone on it yet. The ceilings were high, and the second story where the bedrooms were overlooked it. A piano took up one bright corner, and a small library the other. Between them, a TV was turned to the news, and as we entered, Takata muted it from behind the kitchen counter. Takata smiled as he took off his apron, still shy over my finding out he was my birth father. Most of his more famous songs had their inspiration in what he'd lost by giving me and my brother to his best friend and the only woman he'd ever loved. Now my father was dead, and though my mother missed him, it was good to see her in love again. "Morning," he said, pointing to the eat-at bar in 2 place settings. "Thanks, Donald," I said as I slid up onto the seat, feeling both welcome and awkward. My mom was out of the room, and I leaned in across the bar. "Hey, try to keep her from making my funeral into a circus, okay?" Trent snorted, turning it into a cough as he took the chair beside me. The waffles steamed, but he reached for the coffee instead. Takata smiled, his big teeth and wide lips almost a shock as I saw myself mirrored in him. "I'll try, but you know how she gets." I sighed, my wandering gaze finding 3 bags and Takata's guitar sitting next to the door. "Enthusiastic," I muttered, then blinked when Trent took his fingertip out of his mouth, smiled, and poured a dollop of syrup into his coffee. "Must be the real stuff." "You get your drive from her," Takata said, and I met his eyes when he reached across the counter and gave my shoulder a squeeze. "It looks good on you." "Thanks," I said dryly, not sure if it was enthusiasm or desperation that kept me going. I usually didn't put syrup on my waffles, but seeing Trent enjoying himself, I dribbled some on, needing to shove my robe sleeves back out of the way as I cut dough into pieces. Takata hustled to take Mom's bag, and from the corner of my eye I saw the front of Trent's main building on the TV. The banner, Calamac Pie Slicing Up Sour, ran below it before it went to commercial. It was official, then. We were dead. I took a bite of waffle, leaning forward as the syrup dripped. If this was dead, then sign me up. "About time you got out of bed, sweetheart." My mom called cheerfully, then gave Takata's orange pants and striped shirt a disparaging look. A pang went through me as I saw the little clues we learned as children telling us that our mother was leaving to do grown-up stuff. Her hair was brushed into a professional topknot, her heels clicked smartly on the tile, there was a blush of heavier makeup, and her jewelry was just shy of extravagant. Her expression was eager and her motions deliberate. I knew when I gave her a hug goodbye that she'd smell of her favorite perfume. Suddenly, I wasn't hungry. "What are your plans for today?" My mom said as she fixed her scarf, not oblivious to my mood but ignoring it like always. "Use the house as if it's yours," she said before I could even frame an answer. "There's a boat at the club, and the sweetest row of shops in town, but..." "Ah, I need to do some spelling," I said, giving Trent a thankful glance when he gave my fingers a supportive squeeze under the bar. My mom paused, then strode forward to take a key from a rack behind the pantry door. "I've got a studio upstairs. It's nice and sunny up there. Help yourself." I took the smooth, small key thinking it looked like it would open a file cabinet, not a door. "You keep it locked?" I asked hesitantly, remembering my mom liked to experiment. She was quite good, and I'd been told on more than one occasion that if it hadn't been for Robbie and me, she could have been one of Ohio's premier spell spinners, the elite few who have the knack of creating new spells by modifying existing ones. Just the expensive stuff. My mom's eyes were on Takata as he came back in, this time wearing something a little more subdued but still clearly retired rock star with metallic socks and red shoes. "Thank you, dear," she said as she adjusted his white collar, then turned to me. "Ah, ignore what's under the sink, okay? I've been meaning to take care of it." "Sure," I tucked the key in the robe's pocket, exchanging a questioning look with Trent before I spun on the stool to watch her getting ready to leave. My plate was on my lap, and I picked at a piece of waffle. "I'm working on something for Ivy. God knows when I'll have another day off again from saving the world." I had meant it to be sarcastic, but my mom nodded, totally serious. A car had pulled up outside, and Takata headed for the bags. "Use what you need," my mom said as she checked inside her purse. "That woman needs a little goodness in her life. If you can't find what you want, I've got an account in town at Jack's Imagineering." She looked up, breathless and alive, and I set my plate down and went to give her a hug. "You're the best, Mom," I said as my arms went around her, and I was a little girl again, watching her leave for a job interview or rare overnight trip. "Thank you." She blinked fast, eyes bright as she pulled away. Just looking after my little girl. Gotta go. See you later, sweetheart. Enjoy. Don't show up until after the funeral, okay? Oh, and I'll tell Ravi. Don't worry about it. He's going to be pissed. She hesitated. That you played dead, not that you're really alive. Good to have that clarified. I glanced at Takata. He was laughing. Okay. I'll try. Trent stumbled as my mom jerked him into a loud, noisy hug, and I edged sideways over to Takata. I'd hugged him only a couple of times, and he still felt tall and awkward to me, his arms holding me with a hesitant firmness before he rocked back, face having a touch of sadness for opportunities lost even as he stood in my life again. You're doing good. So are you, I said, meaning it. She's happy, and I'd love you for that if nothing else. Head down, he smiled as he looked at my hands in his. Don't wait too long to come out of the woods, he said, his gaze coming back to mine with a wise wariness. Too many people depend on you to stand between them and the rest. I knew what he was saying, and I nodded even as Trent reached between us and shook his hand. The two of them exchanged words that really didn't matter apart from the meaning behind them. It was weird and sort of uncomfortable as Trent and I stood in white robes and with sticky fingers in an extravagant house that wasn't ours and watched my parents leave. The car drove slowly through the winding curves until it was lost behind skinny evergreens and boulders the size of my car. The silence of the house soaked in, and I heard the wash of the water for the first time. No one knew we were here except for Biss, and he was sleeping. It felt like Sunday, but no Sunday I'd ever had. Well, I said as I turned, startled at the figure Trent cut before me. I saw him so rarely with such a thick stubble. He had the remote in his hand, and I wasn't surprised when he pointed it across the huge room and unmuted the TV. It was showing a mix of familiar and unfamiliar reporters in front of Trent's gatehouse. The big names were there this time along with the local, and I frowned. Even the Washington Inderland Press. The continuing investigation into Kalamac's supposed death, the woman was saying, and I followed Trent back to the sunken living room and the cushy white couches. I recognized some of Trent's security people, and I felt bad for their stricken expressions. Longtime associate Rachel Morgan has been called into question as the IS's main suspect, despite claims that she perished along with Kalamac during an organized vampire hit. What? I exclaimed, bouncing back up before my butt had even hit the cushions. Me. Trent shushed me, upping the volume. But until a body can be found, or Rachel Morgan herself, this theory will remain a wishful thought by IS personnel. My breath puffed out. The press knew it was bunk and that was half the battle. Oh, Rachel. I'm sorry, Trent whispered, and my head jerked up, my stomach clenching at the image of the church now on the TV. It had been taken from across the backyard and it showed the entire back end burnt and black. The original stone of the church was covered in soot. Ivy's grill still stood sadly under the big tree beside the picnic table. I think the original structure is okay, he said, and I realized he'd taken my hand and I was sliding into him as our weight pushed on the cushions. I'm so sorry. You know we'll rebuild it. Before the first snowfall. No one was in there, I thought, eyes closing as I remembered my spellbooks. Those would be hard to replace. And the picture of Jenks and me in front of the Mackinac Bridge. All my ley line stuff. Everything that Trent hadn't stuffed into my shoulder bag gone. I'm okay, I said, though I felt like throwing up. At least I hadn't done it. It had been someone else. Landon. Though the IS denies allegations that Morgan and Kalamac were the victims of backroom deals and assassination, it's interesting to note that the deaths of Morgan and Kalamac fall closely alongside the elven doer coming forth with a magical-based method to restore souls to the undead, something Morgan and Kalamac publicly touted as dangerous. We did? Surprised, I glanced at Trent. He was flushing, his lips pressed in irritation. I issued a statement, he said, eyes riveted to the TV. Your name came up, but I never said anything about you agreeing or disagreeing. I was used to the press getting things wrong, either through carelessness or intentional bashing, and I turned back to the TV. A frown pinched my brow at Landon being interviewed before the FIB building. The banner ELF High Priest, SHN, Landon Alexander scrolled under it. The sky was bright and his hair was shifting wildly under that funny ceremonial hat. The sun in his face made him look older. My eyes narrowed. Now that I thought about it, that hat of his looked a lot like one that Newt favored. Son of a bastard, I muttered, and Trent grimaced, trying to hear. The newly evolving elven community is pleased to offer a way for a long-suffering demographic to find peace and wholeness. Bull! I shouted, and Trent pointed the remote again, upping the volume. I'm personally delighted that with a collective show of union and direction we can help another species find a permanent, healthy balance that we've only recently found ourselves, in great part due to Calamak's efforts. I tensed. Did he just say the vampires killed us because we stabilized the elf population and that he's trying to make up for us shifting the vampires down a rung on the power ladder? Trent nodded, his elbows on his knees, making his robe fall open. Be careful, Landon. Again I was reminded of David's threat, and I stifled a shiver. Landon had the backing of the Doer and Enclave, but Trent had practice at doing the ugly thing. The reporter had taken the center of the screen again, clearly wrapping up. The sudden disappearance and probable death of Calamak has left lawyers from many fronts scrambling for control of Calamak's continually dwindling assets, a prospect that promises to be tied up in the courts for years as obscure contracts and entitlements suddenly emerge. The rims of Trent's pointy ears turned red. But ask for their silence, and you have to buy it. I don't want to do this anymore. I glanced at him, knowing he loved the power plays, the intrigue. Meanwhile, the announcer said as the TV went back to a shot of the newsroom, daughter Lucy Calamak will remain in the care of Elizabeth Whithan at the Calamak estate. What? We both shouted, and Trent reached for his phone, his hand slapping into his robe instead. Elizabeth Whithan has been fighting for legal custody of Lucy for nearly a year, since Calamak secured custody of the then 3-month-old. Ms. Whithan is also a person of interest in Calamak and Morgan's disappearance. She has the girls, Trent rushed, and I felt his fear slip through him, turning him tense. Trent, breathe, I said, pulling him back down when he tried to stand. Look at me. It's okay. Panic rimmed his eyes as they finally met mine. It sounds as if they haven't left the compound, I said, scrambling to keep him thinking, not reacting. He was safer to be around when he was thinking. It might not even be true. Gwen might have Elizabeth locked in a closet for safekeeping and just be feeding that tripe to the press to explain why she's there. Elizabeth Whithan had this to say when she invited us onto the grounds, the newscaster said, and we both turned to the TV, our hands joined. Or maybe not, I breathed as I saw Elizabeth sitting in the greenhouse, Lucy eating a cookie on her lap and Ray patting the table and the sparkle of pixie dust there. I will not believe that Trenton is dead, she said, her chin raised and her professional speaking skills making her seem just scared enough and deserving of sympathy. He was with Morgan at the time of the fire, and if anyone can keep him alive, she can. Until he comes back, I will keep our girls safe. She was looking right at the camera, and I shivered. She was talking to Trent. Trent was as pale as his robe, and he sat back, almost vanishing into the cushions. I knew he wanted to call Gwen. It might destroy the illusion that we were dead. We'd never be able to flush Landon out. We had to wait. Maybe she had nothing to do with it, I suggested, remembering her silence when I told her not to call back for at least 4 hours. She hadn't called back at all. Had she been trying to give him the room I told her he needed, or had she been trying to keep him asleep until the sun rose and we couldn't jump out? Trent silently fumed, and I gave his hand a squeeze. You don't know she's working with Landon, I said, and his eyes finally came back to me. No, but she can play it very cool, he said. She won't move until she's sure we're dead or her lawyers have a way to take Lucy. I remembered Jenks telling me how Elizabeth had tried to kill Trent when he had abducted Lucy. Part of me was outraged, but another part knew I'd do anything to stop someone from breaking into my house to steal my child, too. Stopping is different from killing. People change, I mused, still wanting to believe Elizabeth wasn't involved. Maybe we should have left little pieces of our DNA on the ceiling. There was no time. Trent's response was so fast I knew he'd been thinking about it, too. The TV was back to commercials. I was kidding, I said. At least she can't take Ray. The mention of his adopted daughter seemed to bring him back, and Trent worked himself out of the cushions. Gwen would kill her if she tried, he said, clearly uncomfortable. He stood, turning the TV off and frowning at the newly black screen. Sighing, I wiggled my way to the front of the couch and managed to get up. My God, the thing was a comfort trap. Come on, I said as I took his hand and tried to lead him away. What? Where? He demanded, following obediently. I shrugged as I looked over my shoulder at him. We can't do anything, and playing dead was the entire point. Let's go look at my mom's studio. His fingers slipped from mine, and he set the remote down, reluctantly turning from the TV. They aren't even at the airport yet, and you're in her spelling cabinet? Somehow I found a smile. You never poked around in your mom's spelling cabinet when she was gone? My heart seemed to melt when Trent smiled. It was laced with worry, distracted, but it was real, and it meant a lot. I knew how hard it was to want to fix something and have to wait. I stole all my best revenge spells from my mom when I was in junior high, I said as I hiked up my robe and took the carpeted stairs. I swear, I think she left some of them out for me to find. Like the one that gave you zits or made your voice break? Clever. And hard to trace since hormones were already jumping around, I said, hesitating when we reached the top step. It was a huge, open corridor, windows letting in the light and the sound of surf. My mom was cool, and she believed in plausible deniability as a way to find justice in the dog-eat-dog world of teen angst. Trent eased to a halt beside me. Which way? I felt a light pull to the right. I couldn't even tell you what it was. The scent of ozone, maybe? The faint vibration of an uninvoked circle? Here, I said, following my nose past open windows all the way to the end of the hall. The sound of surf became louder, and quite unexpectedly the outer side of the hallway opened up to a sun-drenched corner room. Wow, Trent said as we slowly crossed from the carpeted hallway back onto tile, the floor a beautiful mosaic of white, black, and teal laid out in spirals and circles. It would be my favorite room just for that, but it got better. Several benches, each having an overhead rack or fume hood, gave it the look of a lab. There were several built-in burners, a waste zone, and one corner devoted to live plants. One tinted glass cabinet against the interior wall held herbs, and another books. I assumed the ley line stuff was in cupboards. An open, ultra-modern-looking hearth took up a corner. From the hook hanging down from the high ceiling it was functional, but I think Takata used it as a place to sit more than my mom to stir spells at by the number of magazines piled up beside the pair of comfortable chairs between it and the wall. There was an empty coffee cup on the table between them, and a sheet of music half hidden under the rug. This is fantastic, I said, fingers running enviously over the magnetic chalk-ready slate counters as a smile of delight eased the tension from my forehead. I could tell there were no electrical lines, no pipes, no phone, no TV, nothing to break a circle. It was a fortress by way of lack, like an island. So, you think you can work here? Trent said, beaming at my awe. I nodded, eyes on the open notebooks with works in progress carefully detailed in my mom's handwriting. She was spelling again, and it made me feel good. Absolutely. Trent went to the spelling library, his fingers running over the spines with the fondness he reserved for the horses in his stable. Rachel, your mom has been sandbagging. She has a fabulous collection. I fingered the key in my robe pocket, knowing that anything I could ever want would be here. Trent knew the charm, and I could tweak it so Ivy could invoke it as needed. The rest would fall into place. Finally something was going our way. It's going to take some trial and error, though, Trent said, surprising me anew with his stubble and disheveled appearance. Smiling, I leaned against the counter, hardly able to wait to get started. It was a beautiful room, a pleasure to work in. Maybe we should get dressed first if we want to save the world. Trent's grin was wide as he came back, tugging me to him. And a shave, maybe. Sounds good to me. I love watching you work. I swayed into him, my eyes on Takata's little piece of the room and wondering if Trent was going to claim it, but by the gleam in his eye, I thought not. He was going to help, whether I wanted him to or not, and that was the best feeling in the world. Chapter 13. The sound of the water through the open windows echoed my intent as I sat cross-legged atop the slate counter within a protective pentagram and carefully etched an ever smaller spiral into the bottom of the tiny bottle. I barely breathed, my entire world cycled down to the golden glow of glass and the thin tracing of silver flowing from the stylus. The shushing of the waves was the heartbeat of the world, ever present, seldom noticed, and linking every moment together from before there was life to now. To say it felt as if I was connected to the all, to everything, was an understatement. I reached the center. The stylus lifted, but I didn't want to move. I was content, still, and I knew with an unshakable certainty what was important and what wasn't. Ivy, I thought, and a stab of fear broke through my muzzy piece. A drop of silver quivered at the tip of the stylus, and I held my breath as I moved the pen from the bottle. I thought I lost you there, Trent said, startling me, and I looked up, smiling even as the silver dripped onto the counter. I should take a break, I said, handing him the bottle. Beside me were over a dozen rejects making me feel guilty about using my mom's silver ink. It wasn't exorbitantly expensive, but we couldn't melt the silver down and reuse it either. They had to be trashed, bottles and all. Saying nothing, Trent put the bottle under the scope modified to look at odd-shaped things. I stretched for the ceiling. My back cracked and my legs protested as I slid to the edge of the counter and my feet hit the tile floor. The sun was past its zenith, not close to setting but still making a bright glare on the water that reflected in with a wavy, relaxing pattern. Good. I said around a yawn, and he pulled back from the scope. I rather liked his smile. Looks good on the scope, he said, taking the bottle out from under it. Let's see if it resonates. This was the real test, and I watched his focus become distant as he somehow put his consciousness into the spiral. He began to whisper the elven words to resonate along the silver, and I shivered as I felt a slight pull when my soul recognized the summons. Perfect. Exhaling in a puff, he came blinking back to me. Take a look. The lines actually glow. Flustered, I shook my head when he extended it. Ah, no thanks, I said, then added when he gave me a questioning look, I might attract more attention than I want. Mystics? Green eyes expressive, he put the bottle in my hand. Your aura lost most of its sparkle yesterday. I think you slipped them. They're probably halfway to St. Louis. My lips parted, my relief surprising in its depth. Seriously? He nodded, and I took the bottle, smiling at the thought of the mystics stymied in slowly crossing the same terrain that we had last year. Exhaling, I tried to put my awareness into the bottle. It was kind of like focusing on my navel, and I whispered the words of invocation. Tizlan, Tizlan. Ta na she Koreen nada. The world became less important, and a remembered soothing numbness stole out from between the cracks of reality, rising up to envelop me, dissolving me in the words slowly spinning in the circle of sound and lassitude. Until a sharp jerk pulled through me. My head snapped up, and I blinked as I stared at Trent. He was right in front of me, his hands on mine still wrapped around the bottle. Concern, quickly hidden, flashed over him. I take it back, he said, using more force than expected to yank the bottle away. Don't do that again. So it works? I was breathless, and I unkinked my hands and rubbed at their stiffness. I think you almost put yourself in there. Brow furrowed, he set the bottle on the opposite counter where there was no chance of mixing it up with the discards. I think it works fine, but I'd still put a drop of blood in it as an attractant. I nodded, not as pleased as I thought I would be. My intent was to help Ivy, but what if it worked on pulling healthy souls from healthy people, too? Crap on toast, had I just reinvented a demon curse from an elven one? Maybe this isn't a good idea. The clatter of flawed bottles shocked through me as Trent ran a hand over the counter to dump them into the same box we'd found them in. I see what you're thinking, he said, the box going back on the counter. A faint smile on his face, he came close. I didn't lose myself. I think it's only because you scribed it. Or maybe because you've been centering yourself all afternoon drawing spirals. He squeezed my shoulder to bring my eyes up to his. It's not going to pull anyone in without an attractant. I suppose. My thoughts turned to the question of whose blood I should use. Ivy's was what her soul was used to, but mine might be what her soul longed for. You did good, he said confidently as he slid the unused bottles to the back of the counter. My mom had a most excellent spelling area. We'd used about a third of it, spreading out to help minimize possible contamination. It was getting late, and I squinted at the lowering sun as my stomach rumbled. We'd been here all day, not even breaking for a real meal, though Trent had raided the kitchen to bring up cider, sliced apples, and more strawberries. My eyes drifted to the empty plate by the fireplace. My mom had a little piece of heaven here. She deserved it. It's a great spell, Trent said, concern furrowing his brow at my continued silence. I think you should register it before someone else copies it. A flash of pride pushed my anxiety out. We don't even know yet if it works. Flustered, I took a saltwater-soaked rag and began to wipe down the counter. We had no real way to test it, but my thoughts turned to Ivy as I slowly cleaned the counter. If I didn't have 2 bottles, she'd only give hers to Nina. My eyes went to the sun, still fairly high over the water. It was dark in Cincinnati. I can make another one before the sun goes down, I said softly. I knew Trent wanted to get out on the beach, but I didn't know how long this interlude of peace would last. We've got time. Leaning in, he gave me a quick kiss before taking up the box of waste bottles and starting for the stairs. I bet there's a grill somewhere. I can make kebabs and rice. My cheek was tingling from where he'd kissed me, and I touched it. Sounds good. This shouldn't take long. I can chop veggies. Nodding, he headed down the open hallway, box of bottles in his arms. The sound of the ocean became obvious again, a heady warmth radiating from the sand coming in with it. My hands were damp with salt water, and I went to rinse them. I'd have to redraw the pentagram for the new charm. I knew the recitation words by heart now after having done this for each of the flawed bottles. It wasn't just the bottle that made this work, but the 20 minutes prep work of intent and sympathetic magic that went along with it. Hands dripping, I reached for a paper towel with Halloween bats and tomatoes on it. A quiver rippled through my chi, shocking me to stillness. From nowhere, malevolent intent spilled over me. The shush of waves slowed, ebbing as the sound of ancient drums pulsed within me, rising, ebbing, coming back even more insistently with thoughts of revenge and the intent to punish. Focus blurring, I reached for the counter. The sensation of hatred rose until it leaked through my aura to sheen like an evil sweat. It was an attack. Dizzy, I stumbled into the counter, hand to my middle, a sparkling, breathless pull shifting through me as if searching, looking under the puddling black smut on my aura for something. My eyes widened as I felt the searching intent wrap around my chi, and take me with it. Stop! I thought as I yanked myself back, panicking as the alien sensation redoubled its effort, assaulting my soul with more demand. The drums fell back to my core, and I gasped as ancient rhythms beat out a punishment and my fear opened cracks for it to delve deeper. Let me go! I screamed when the curse fastened on a different part of me. It was an attack, looking for something in me to trigger its full strength. Get out! I demanded, but I couldn't wrap my will around it. It was like smoke, evading me as if I wasn't even there. I reached for a ley line, shocked when it slipped my grasp. It was damaged from 1,000 years of earthquakes, and I didn't have the knack of cradling it to me like those who lived on the coast did. My pulse hammered. My knees gave way and I hit the floor as the curse dug in, using my own fear to protect it. The world tilted and jerked as it adjusted its grip like a shark on a fish. The drums thundered. My heart beat in time with it. I didn't have what it needed to invoke, but pulse by pulse, it swallowed me further. Groaning, I felt my palms hit the tile floor. For one instant, the drums and the thundering beat of the curse were contrary. My breath came in with a gasp, and I caught a glimpse of sun and blue tile. With it came the realization that I was caught in a rhythm-based curse. If I could find one tiny bit of separation, I could wedge it off. I had to make my pulse erratic, out of sync with the drums. Terrified, I held my breath and huddled on the tile. My knees pressed to my chest, and I closed my eyes. My pulse had matched the drums, and the curse grew stronger. Panic was a white-hot wash, and my lungs burned. I had to shift my pulse. It was my only chance. Let it go, the curse demanded as sparkles flashed before me and my lungs burned. I would not breathe. And then, my thudding heart stuttered again, missing a beat. It was enough. With a snap, the curse's hold on me broke. I gasped as if coming up from the ocean depths, sucking in the air as if it was heaven itself. My pulse raced. The drums were counter to my body rhythm and they couldn't find it again. My hands pushed on the cold mosaic tile, weak as I lay there and breathed. My head hurt, and I wanted to throw up. Rachel! It was Trent, and I groaned as he sat me up. His hands were hot, burning almost. Not so fast, I whispered, eyes still closed. My God, he said as he sat on the floor and held me. You're ice cold. What happened? I felt it all the way downstairs. Shivering, I managed to crack my eyelids. Nothing, I croaked. I didn't do anything. I was cleaning the table. It felt like I was hyperventilating, and I stopped breathing to try to slow it down. Something attacked me, I said, then took a deep breath. I couldn't help it, and I fell against him, cold and nauseated. It was aimed at me. It was aimed at me, but not me. He was silent, and realizing I wasn't making any sense, I forced my eyes open. I'm on the floor, I thought, then lifted a hand to touch his shoulder. It took a lot of effort. I'm okay, I said, but he wouldn't let me get up. It was a curse. It never fully invoked. The invocation element was missing. I didn't have it. Okay, that didn't make much sense either, but it was hard to explain. Who makes a curse that needs something from the victim to invoke? A highly complex, person-specific charm? But then why hadn't it found what it needed? The invocation element was missing? He echoed, and I bobbed my head. It searched my mind, and when it didn't find it, it tried to invoke anyway. I managed to beat it off. I don't think I could have stopped it if it had found what it wanted. Trent's brow furrowed. Okay, he said, arms going all the way around me. No more spelling today, he added, and my stomach lurched as he lifted me. Trent, I'm fine, I protested, but it was all I could do to put my arms around his neck and hold on. I'm telling you, I didn't do anything. And you haven't had anything to eat today but half a waffle and a handful of chips. I looked over his shoulder at the dishes by the fireplace. It hadn't been a real sit-down lunch, but there'd been a lot of calories in it, and it hadn't been that long ago. I ate more than that. I said, making a little wiggle. If you felt it, then it wasn't anything I did. Right. Huffing, he started for the hallway. We're done for today. Trent. I'm fine. Put me down. I stiffened. Feeling it, he hesitated at the top of the stairs, his jaw tightening before swinging me down. My feet hit the floor, and I staggered, hand going behind my back to prop myself up on the rail without him seeing. I held my breath, pulse thundering as the world swam and steadied. Maybe that curse had taken something from me after all. But I knew it hadn't. I had just needed everything I had to fight it off. Trent looked mad, his hand ready to catch me. I thought of the dwindling daylight, then my queasy feeling. I couldn't spell like this and get any usable results. Maybe we should turn on the news, I said meekly. Immediately Trent's irate expression eased, telling me how hard it had been for him to stand there and wait for me to come to the same conclusion he had. I couldn't help a tiny little smile. He cared, not only that I was okay, but that I made my own decisions even if he felt they were the wrong ones. Why are you smiling? He grumbled as he followed me down the stairs, hovering almost. Because I love you, too, I said, and he chuckled, the last of his anger vanishing. My balance shifted as I stepped down for the next step, and I froze, unable to move as a sudden uproar exploded in my mind. I cowered, hands over my head. It was the collective. Something had happened in the ever after. Thoughts of revenge and joy were a slurry of contrasts. Trent's hand touched me, and like a knob twisting the focus, it swamped me. I woke up at the bottom of the stairs. My elbow hurt, and I stared up at Trent as he held my head to his chest. He looked scared. I was too. Trent, what's going on? I warbled, and his expression hardened. I don't know. His eyes looked deep into mine until he was sure I was okay. I'm carrying you to the couch. Don't try to stop me. Fear kept me silent. The memory of being helpless sifted to the topmost of my thoughts, scaring me even more as he lurched upright with me. I knew how to be passive. I knew how to be still to preserve my strength. That didn't mean I liked doing it. This too will pass, I thought, pinning my fraying calm to it. Something had happened. I was okay. But it might happen again. Trent set me gently into the cushions. It felt different from this morning, and I pulled my knees to my chin, making room for him as he pointed the remote and turned on the TV. A sitcom blared out, the laugh track sounding trite. Trent began flipping through the channels. My tension won tighter, fear growing as I put distance between myself and both the attack and the outcry from the Demon Collective. I couldn't have been the only one who'd felt it. Trent paused at a news station. The woman was professionally charming, and the man flirted harmlessly as they discussed the new school format being implemented. Nothing on ICTV, he said, arm extended to change the channel. Try the Weather Channel, I said, eyes fixed on the screen. Are you serious? I nodded. They don't have to check the validity of their stories like the national news. Frowning, Trent looked at the back of the remote where Takata had taped a mini-guide. Okay. The Weather Channel. Arm pointed, he clicked again. Strange phenomena in the sky observed over the Atlantic Ocean tonight, an uncomfortable-looking woman on the beach was saying, the wind shifting her jacket even as her eyes kept darting to the surf. Experts at the local marine study outpost are trying to link it to the sudden crab migration you see about me. She jerked, kicking at something outside of the camera's lens. The beaches are covered with the rarely seen but not uncommon tomato crab. Most mass migrations are tied to full moons and high or low tides, and it has local and international animal behaviorists stumped. And the woman standing there with them creeped out, I thought. Trent's arm lowered. That's odd. My lip curled. Revenge and thoughts of punishment had searched my soul, tried to take me. There was usually a reason for the myths and symbols that dogged some animal species like flies, snakes, and crabs. Crabs were the worst. The crabs are steadily moving inland, the woman was saying, making an awkward jump as she almost stepped on something. Apparently it's happening up and down the coast as far north as Maine and as far south as lower Georgia. Not Florida? I wondered, stifling a shiver as Trent sat beside me. No one's lived in Florida since the turn. They probably haven't checked yet. The newscaster handed it off to the station, which had somehow gotten an interview with a local marine biologist. See what Interland Entertainment Tonight is saying, I asked, knowing their programming wouldn't have to be cleared or verified either. Trent turned the remote over to find the channel number. IET isn't on until 6. It's 6 in Cincinnati, I said, and he grunted, hesitated in thought, frowned, and clicked the right number. Yeah, I didn't like that the sun was down on the East Coast either. Whatever was happening there would probably hit us in 3 hours. Interland Entertainment Tonight, he said, eyes fixed forward. What do you think they will know that CNN doesn't? CNN is an hour late in breaking anything new, I said, listening to the trendy, size 1 woman in 6-inch zebra heels interviewing a beatnik college kid with wide eyes and too many friends in the background trying to get on TV. Ghosts? I said, turning to Trent. Are they talking about ghosts? I think we should try CNN, he suggested. No, wait. I said, grabbing for the remote, but he was too fast, jerking it away. Go back, I demanded, breathless until he did. He came right at me. The kid was saying. Creepy as shit and ragged. I thought it was a joke until it grabbed me. I tried to get it off me, but I sort of went through it a little. My friends pulled it off me, and we got the hell out of there. I've never seen anything like it. It wasn't even real except where it grabbed me. It was a surface demon, I said, pulse quickening. Trent's wandering attention snapped back. No. But the skinny woman was talking, a still shot of an underground train platform behind her. Reports of similar incidents have been coming in from all over Manhattan, she said, and I wondered if she was going to change to more sinister makeup before the night was over. Maybe put a bat in her hair. The first indications that this is a below-ground-only assault seem untrue as the wraiths are beginning to venture above on the streets, causing havoc, but... Yeah, it's kind of hard to grasp the concept of polite society when you've been out of it for 100 years, I said, grimacing as a blurry, shaky shot clearly taken from a phone showed a surface demon hissing at a car before diving behind the stone wall at Central Park. Those are surface demons. Trent blurted out, sounding almost betrayed. Great. Just great. Depressed, I unkinked my hands from around my knees and put my feet on the floor. Damn it, Trent, I complained. I never would have played dead if I had thought they could actually do it. But they can't. Trent's gaze was fixed on the TV, his shock obvious. Tired, I rubbed my forehead. Maybe that's what I felt. What we both felt, I added, even though he hadn't said anything about an elf-born curse ripping through his soul. He jerked straight, and I could almost see the thoughts aligning. I didn't feel an attack. I felt a call to arms. Hand rubbing over his face, he leaned back into the cushions, his brow lowering and his expression getting darker. Subdued, I took the remote and set it on the table before it fell between the cushions. Elven magic had attacked me. It had passed over him and struck me, even if it hadn't found what it needed to fully invoke. I had a bad feeling that whatever it had been aimed at the demons, not just the surface demons. You're a demon, Trent said softly, and I nodded, taking his hand in mine. You're in the collective. I'd felt an outcry, one so violent and explosive it had reached me even without a scrying mirror, knocking me flat on my ass. Depressed, I watched a group of people on a bus try to catch a surface demon only to have to beat it off a woman when it turned the tables on them. How did they manage it? Trent said, distraught. It can't be done. But they did it. Try the regular news now, I said, and Trent let go of my hand to stretch for the remote. New phenomena of what spellogists are calling a spontaneous release of surface demons from the ever after. Elven Sahans are telling us these are actually the material manifestation of the souls of the undead and to leave them alone as they search for their bodies. Trent grimaced. They are not Sahans. They're frauds. Frauds or not, they'd managed to get the surface demons into reality. I was starting to think again, and my shoulders scrunched up almost to my ears. Something had happened in the ever after, something bad. Uneasy, I looked over my shoulder to my mom's unseen spelling room. I'd been through most of the cupboards, and there'd been no scrying mirror. I could probably summon Al without it, but he was pissed at me. Unless he's trapped somewhere. He won't kill me if I rescue him, will he? The ghostly, frightening images with half-substance are showing up in most major East Coast cities, the newscaster was saying, the vampiric souls appearing in a steady progression west with the setting sun. Trent crossed one ankle over his knee. I'd never seen him look so confused. I don't get it, he said, gesturing. There isn't a way to move them to reality. I glanced at the clock on the cable box. It was very close to sunset in Cincinnati. Stretching, I took the remote and clicked over to CNN. Sure enough, an excited, somewhat nervous man was standing at Fountain Square, the sky still holding the pink from the sun. I had figured they'd be either there or in Detroit. It was too early for Chicago. Behind the reporter were clusters of living vampires. The atmosphere was one of breathless anxiety. Sunset, Trent whispered, and the newscaster spun, voice rising as he described the sudden appearance of nearly 20 surface demons. My expression twisted as the cameras zoomed in on them, their ragged auras and gaunt limbs standing out against the sunset-red sky, making it look like the ever after. People squealed, and most of the surface demons ran for the street, looking for somewhere to hide. Two, though, hesitated, hunched and furtive as they hissed at the vampires coaxing them closer. Trent said nothing, and I clicked back to New York. The undead there had probably figured it out and were likely in the streets looking for their souls. Trent grunted, easing closer to the TV as a news reporter tried to stay in the limited streetlight as she nervously explained what was going on behind her. The sun had been down for a while. It was dark enough for the undead. My lips parted as the camera swung and steadied to show a surface demon melting into a rapturous vampire. He wasn't a master vampire. He was hardly a vampire at all, actually, one of New York's homeless vamps living under the streets and existing on attics until someone bigger took him out. But he'd found his soul, and it was trying to bind to him. My God, Landon did it, Trent breathed, but I wasn't so sure this was going to have a happy ending. You couldn't see an aura through a TV, but it still didn't look like a repeat of what had happened up in Luke and Marcia's apartment, even if the vampire was sobbing, holding on to the corner of the building as the guilt and shame of his soulless existence crashed down upon him. Spontaneous joining? I wasn't buying it. What's to keep it from spontaneously leaving? I asked. We'd had to burn the gateway through which Felix's soul had entered him to keep it from simply going back out. Someone had stopped to help the vampire, now weeping inconsolably. The newscaster looked uncomfortable as she told people to stay off the streets and out of the way as the vampires found their souls. I guess they think we're dead, I said, not feeling at all good. I wanted to call Ivy and see how Felix was doing. The surface demons will be showing up here in about 3 hours, I said as I looked at the bright golden light. His eyes on the TV, Trent got to his feet. They seemed to be staying in the main population centers. So far, I thought glumly. You really think they're free? For good? If they were, then that soul bottle I'd made was going to be more than useless. Trent hesitated, watching the TV as if it might have the answers. I've no idea. Maybe their release was what you felt on the stairs. Or the attack in my mom's spell room, I mused, an ugly thought trickling through me. If it had almost taken me, then maybe it had hit the demons, too. I jumped as he spun, almost running to the stairs. Where are you going, Dot? To get Biss. He shouted. Fidgety, I looked out the big windows at the bright sun. Trent? He won't be awake, I called, then gestured as if to say I told you so when Trent came back with Biss perched on his arm like a huge sleeping owl. My bag was over his other arm, looking funny against him. We have to get to the ever after. Find out what happened. Trent stumbled into the living room. He thrust my bag at me as he sat down on the edge of the couch. Motions tense, he tickled Biss's ear. Biss, wake up. The little guy scrunched up his eyes and pushed at him with one leathery wing. One red eye opened, saw me, and squinted closed in the sun. It's kind of hard when he's in the sun like that, I said as I shifted to put him in my shadow. Biss! I shouted, pinching his wing. That sort of worked as Biss flung his wings out to smack Trent in the face. Biss, wake up! I shouted again. Kind and gentle wouldn't work. We'd be lucky to get even an eye open again. Biss, we need to get to the ever after. Biss? Biss! But he didn't even stir. Trent stared at me, and my teeth clenched. I've got an idea. Trust me? I said. Trent stammered, and I tugged my shoulder bag onto my lap and grabbed his arm. Biss! I shouted, touching that awful ley line and shifting all our auras into it. Rachel! Trent exclaimed, but I wasn't sure if it had reached my ears or was only in my head as we suddenly were in the line, broken and tasting of earth and sky all at the same time. With a mental gasp, Biss was awake, startled as he suddenly found himself floundering. Dalliance, I thought, and with a curious flip of awareness that I had yet to master, Biss tuned our auras. If I could get any answers at all, it would be at Dalliance. Chapter 14. What is wrong with you? The little gargoyle shouted, red eyes glaring, his voice echoing in the empty space as we materialized. I was sleeping. I could have dropped you. His voice came back again, all the louder. But then he turned, wings drooping as he saw where we were. Dalliance was currently an Asian eatery, the low tables holding bowls of steaming rice and pots of tea, overlooking a courtyard complete with a koi-stock pond, raked pads of sand and gravel, and tiny trees. A jukebox, out of place and time, stood as the only indication that everything was a solid illusion. Several cups of tea had spilled, and the place was empty. Where is everyone? Trent said, his tension evolving into a cautious investigation as he lifted a lid and breathed in the steam. There was no damage, no evidence of threat apart from the spilled tea. They simply were not here. Anyone. Not even the staff. The teapot clinked as Trent set the lid back in place. An elven spell had attacked me. I'd barely fought it off. But I wasn't a cursed demon. Al. Biss, take us to the mall, I said, scared. I could probably find someone at the mall who'd talk to me without charging me for it. Subdued, the little gargoyle nodded. Trent stepped to us, and with hardly a breath of displaced air, the varnished wood and rice paper screens melted into loud 80s music and a steamy warmth. My mouth dropped open. People were everywhere, howling, dancing, swinging from the banners the demons had hung to try to dampen the echo. Shocked, I fell back against the fountain. Foam spilled up behind me, and I jerked forward. There was a bubble charm in it, and blue and pink froth spilled over and onto the floor. What happened? Trent gripped my elbow and pulled me off the jump-in circle. Speechless, I shook my head as I tried to take it all in. People were everywhere. They were ecstatic, even the familiars in charge of the shops had left them to get slushies and ices from the abandoned pushcarts. It was as hot as always, but goosebumps rose when I realized that there were no demons here. None. Biss, take me to Al, I said, and both Biss and Trent turned to me, aghast. Take me to Al, I demanded, hiking my shoulder bag up higher. The demons are gone. That's what I felt. Something attacked them. How? Trent whispered, but I was already pulling him back onto the jump-in circle. The demons were gone. Every last one of them. Something had tried to kill me. Al had to be alive. He was stronger than I was. But as Biss's field enveloped us, I realized what had happened. I was a witch-born demon, free of the original elven curse. Al wasn't. That's what the elven spell had been looking for to invoke on, and Al had it. My heart pounded as the heat and noise of the mall vanished, echoing in my thoughts as the scent of woodsmoke filled my lungs and the stone floor of Al's spelling kitchen formed under my feet. If not for the accompanying glow from a nearly dead fire and the subliminal whisper of voices from that creepy tapestry, I'd never know we'd arrived. This was getting good at these short hops, and I touched his wide-spaced claws on my shoulder as I looked to the small hearth and then the shadowed ceiling. It was dark, but I could tell that Al wasn't here. That doesn't mean he's dead, I thought, my shoulders nearly to my ears as I handed my bag to Trent and went to stir up some light from the fire. There was a stack of actual wood logs instead of Al's usual peat moss chunks that reeked of burned amber, and I put the smallest on the coals. Orange sparks flew when I dropped it on, and I wiped my fingers free of the greasy bark, turning to take in the room as it brightened. Mr. Fish sat on the bottom of his glass, gills pumping, and I frowned at the tall glass-fronted cabinets, all open and the books and ley line equipment gone. The small table between the two hearths was clean, not a notation or hint of script remaining. Anything smaller than a bread box was missing. Where's his stuff? Trent said, and a muffled, surprised grunt came from the bedroom. I spun to the archway as the thick wooden door engraved with spells and embedded with metallic symbols swung inward. Light spilled out, and I squinted at Al's trim silhouette, his gloved hands holding a mundane oil lamp. I backed up in relief, both happy to see him and unsure how he might react. He was okay, but that didn't translate into his being glad to see me. Newt? He said cautiously, low voice utterly devoid of his usual British lord accent. It's me, I said. Thank God you're all right. Wah! I gasped, backpedaling. My back hit the slate table, and then Al was on me, his hand across my neck. Al! I cried out, and then my voice gagged to nothing. I smacked his arm, digging at his fingers, and he let up enough for me to breathe. I said I'd kill you if you ever showed up in my rooms again. Stop! I cried out as Trent grabbed Al, and my air choked off again. Da Trudeau! Al snarled. I heard Trent and Biss slam into one of the cabinets, glass and wood shattering. I had to know if you were okay. I said, and then his fist tightened again, choking off my air. Reaching up, I pinched his nose, and he jumped, fingers easing enough to let me breathe. My air came in quick, thin pants as he lowered his face until inches separated us. You came to steal my things. I fixed on one of his eyes, seeing myself in their red, goat-slitted pupil. I came to see if you were alive, I said, and his grip tightened, his eyes narrowing as my breath gurgled to a stop. Let her go, you ass! Trent shouted from the floor, and the sounds of sliding glass became obvious as he shook the shattered cabinet off. She's here because she thought you might be dead. To steal what's left of my miserable life, he breathed. My hands ached and my arms began to shake as I kept trying to wedge him off me. If I used magic, he would, too, and he knew more than I did. She thought you were hurt. Trent said, his voice between us and the fire. She doesn't care about your things. She thought you needed help. Snarling, Al pressed into me, fingers tightening until black stars began to block my vision. You are killing her. Trent said, and I heard a dull thud as his fist met Al's face. Al's fingers let go. My breath came in with a gasp, and I rolled to my front, the cool slate of the table soothing against my flushed cheek. Hand to my neck, I choked and gagged, eyes watering as I pushed myself up. This was on the mantel beside Mr. Fish, scared to death. You are going to kill her, you putrid little elf. Al snarled, and Trent drew himself up, his face white and his expression hard. There is nothing that will survive what's coming. And it's your fault. I'm okay, I croaked, trembling as I waved Biss off, and he landed on the back of Carrie's old chair, still in its accustomed place. Seeing me upright, Al scooped up a carpet bag and tried to shove the rolled-up tapestry into it. Trent was going to kill me? Nothing here was his fault. It was sort of mine. Trent stood between us, my bag spilling out over the floor behind him, and I don't think I appreciated him more than at that moment. What's coming? I whispered, voice raw. The end, Al muttered, his frustration growing as he fought to get the tapestry into the bag, clearly bigger on the inside than the out. I see you washed the goddess slime off you. Too bad it will keep coming back. He was talking about the mystics, and I squared my shoulders. It was going better than I had thought it would. I was just glad he wasn't dead. An elven spell tried to kill me, I said, and Al turned the tapestry end over end to fit it in the bag, but it unrolled as if trying to stay out. It wasn't the goddess, it was the doer in the enclave. Surprise, surprise, he muttered. It couldn't get a grip on me, I said, gently pushing Trent's hand off me when I edged past him. But then I heard the collective cry out. I thought, it took you. Shoulders hunched, Al threw the tapestry at the wall in frustration. It hit with a thud, the sliding fabric sounding like a muffled scream as it landed on the floor and slowly uncurled. It was, he said, eyebrows lowered as he stared at me, a cry of joy, Rachel Mariana Morgan. My chest hurt. Please don't call me that. You left me. I didn't leave you. Al flicked his eyes at Trent as he yanked his carpetbag up. I stepped closer, feet scuffing to a halt when Al growled, yes. You did. Because he's an elf? I exclaimed, frustrated. Al's expression twisted even more. Exactly, he said, the words dripping scorn and hatred. Love has made you into a tool, Rachel, and like a tool, you are oblivious and will be cast aside when your job is done. I am not, I whispered, cold, but the thought that Trent would soon remember his place among his people weighed heavily on me. Quen was right. I was a phase, a happy dalliance. You are blind, Rachel, even as you are a part of it. Al pointed at me, his anger stemming from a deep wound. Elves ask too much. They bring only destruction. That is what they are. They've always been such, even when we tried to crush them from existence. And it will kill you. But you loved Carrie, I pleaded, and Trent grunted as if only now getting it. Al's pointing finger slowly dropped, his depth of hatred chilling me. Just so, he said bitterly, looking at his empty room. You begin to understand? You can't blame this on Carrie, I said, a new fear slithering through me. He'd loved her enough to break the rules and free her from her servitude in such a way that I could save her life. From there the world changed as Trent used her to begin to pull his people back from extinction. Love had turned my goals to his, and I found a precursed DNA sample so Carrie's baby would be free of the curse. And now, bolstered by the mere hint of success, the elves had begun to eliminate everyone more powerful than themselves. Perhaps Al was right. Horrified, I watched him stuff the last of the things on the mantel into the bag like Santa in reverse. His thick fingers hesitated at Mr. Fish, and then he closed them, leaving the brandy snifter where it was. Where has everyone gone? I asked, scared. Gaze flicking to Trent, then Biss, sitting wide-eyed on Carrie's chair, he hesitated. Anywhere they want, he said, waving at Biss until he moved to Trent's shoulder. Anywhere? My thoughts went back to the empty state of dalliance, and then the celebration of familiars at the mall. He said it had been a cry of joy. Oh, your elven brethren have made a large mistake, Al said to Trent as Carrie's chair was wreathed in a haze of black and shrank down to the size of my hand. One we will exploit to the fullest and wipe them from existence once and for all, he said, using both hands to shift the smaller but clearly just as heavy chair into the bag. Revenge is a tricky beast. Her claws face both ways. I don't mind a few more scars. They'll be unnoticed among the rest. Trent paled. The curse that attacked you, he whispered, and then he reached for the slate table, his balance gone. The goddess help us, he whispered, expression haunted. That's what I felt. It was a call to break the curse. What curse? I said, feeling as if I was on the brink of a precipice. Al snapped the bag shut and lifted it easily. Not break exactly, but when they modified it to force the surface demons to reality, they created a loophole. He spun to his fire and took the iron, wrapping the ash from it. I'm leaving now. You can have the tapestry. I never liked that thing anyway. My heart thudded. Al, wait. I called out, but with a tweak on my awareness, he vanished in a curl of black tainted ever after. Biss shifted his wings, and the room abruptly seemed a lot colder. I turned to Trent at his soft scuffing of feet. He had sat down, sinking into Al's simple three-legged stool, elbow on the table and head in his hand as his thumb ran over a tiny scratch in the surface. I'd seen Al like that more than once. The hatred between the elves and the demons went far deeper than I'd thought. Trent? What happened? He looked up, a hint of the fear of the unknown in the back of his gaze. It must have taken the doer working in concert with a good portion of the Enclave, he said, and then his focus sharpened on me. That's what you felt in your mom's spelling room. The unbinding spell recognized you as a demon, and when it couldn't find the curse keeping you in the ever after, it just kept trying to take something, anything. The demons figured out what was going on, and now they're free. My lips parted. Free? As in reality? Suddenly I got it, the entire mess. Landon had made a huge error. He'd freed the surface demons to get rid of the undead, but once they walked into the sun, which I was sure they would, it'd be the demons who'd replace them as the rule makers and breakers, not the elves. Grimacing, I reached for Mr. Fish. I didn't think Al was coming back. We should go, I said, bending to pick up my bag. There was nothing here. Everything that had meant anything had been taken, held in that little carpet bag. Cincinnati? Biss spread his wings in anticipation. But you're supposed to be dead. Trent edged from the softly newling tapestry. It doesn't matter now. No, it didn't matter. And I was not going to help Landon save the world. He'd made his choice, and it wasn't my responsibility. But as I felt Biss's aura slip around us, I had a bad feeling I was going to have to anyway. Chapter 15. The steeple was a dark slash against the underside of the clouds, red with the reflected light of the hollow stray gleams of streetlight eked through the unmoving trees, making lumps and shadows in the graveyard. There was no friendly glow from the back porch. There was no back porch at all, and I held Mr. Fish carefully as my steps through the damp, unmowed grass slowed and the extent of the damage became evident. Trent steadied me as I stepped over the low stone wall separating the garden from the graveyard. His hand was warm on my elbow, and I leaned into him, trying to tell him with my touch that I didn't believe what Al had said. He's not using me, I thought, but the uglier part of me added, this might not have happened if you'd walked away 6 months ago. I slowed, pulling away from him as the heartache of my church fell on me. The rank, acidic scent of things that shouldn't be burned was choking. The kitchen and back living room were gone, only the broken remains of what wouldn't burn were left to show there'd ever been anything there. What was probably the stove and the fridge poked through what was left of the roof, all of it well below the original floor in filling the crawl space. Gutter work, twisted from the heat, was the most recognizable thing. The stones of the original church were black and glistening from the soot and heat. Plywood had already been fixed over the open hallway, and it looked oddly high up from the ground without a porch to ground it. It was worse than seeing it on TV, cold, dark, and sad with chunks of our lives out of place and hardly recognizable. I'm sorry, Biss said, and I touched his feet, ignoring the lump in my throat as I pushed forward. My pace faltered when the ground became squishy from the water used to put out the fire. My coffee maker, gone. The mug with the rainbows on it, gone. My spelling books, gone. There's Jenks, Trent said in relief, and somehow I smiled at the bright trail of sparkles arrowing down from the belfry. Biss's wings shushed against my head, and my smile became real as I continued my list of don't-haves: no funerals, no songs of blood and daisies, no feeling guilty for surviving because I had fled. Jenks! I called as he circled, his wings a slow hum of indecision as he tried to read my mood. Wow, they made a mess. You okay? Hell yes. Clearly relieved, he dropped down to Trent's shoulder since Biss was on mine. You're lucky I'm not human size or I'd give you a smack, he said, and Trent hid a grin. Where've you been? You, the ever after, the pixie said, answering his own question. Is that where you ditched the mystics? Your aura looks great. The demons are here. In reality. Why by Tink's little pink dildo did you let them out? I didn't, I said, and Jenks looked at Trent, the shock on his angular features lit from his own dust. It was Landon. Trent grimaced at his shoes, now 3 inches deep in the mud that had once been my backyard. He made a mistake. He took my hand, and I gave it a squeeze. His eyes held a thread of heartache, a need to talk. This wasn't a mistake. Al was bitter and jealous, unable to look past his own hurt, and Trent loved me. But even I knew I wouldn't be able to help him reach his goal. His goal of elf supremacy? God, I wasn't going to do this right now. Jenks's wings brightened to a hot silver. Landon? Figures. I shivered when a drop of water from the big tree landed on my back. The bark was singed, and I hoped the fire hadn't killed the tree outright. Apparently, if you engineer a curse loophole big enough to allow shambling zombies/surface demons through, real demons can follow. I picked my way through the mud, both wanting and dreading to see what was left. Jenks's wings clattered. Ah, you have to go in around the front if you want to go in. I wouldn't. It's pretty bad. They hosed everything down. Nice. How many times is my church going to be trashed this week? Jenks winced, arms over his chest. Cleaning crew comes Wednesday. I would have had them sooner, but the building inspector has to give it an all clear. Again Trent's hand found mine, his touch easing my clenched jaw when a soft warmth stole into me, sparkling where our fingers twined. I know it's uncomfortable with Elizabeth there, but I could use your help with the girls, he said, his anger at Elizabeth making ugly, half-heard shadows in his voice. Tink's panties, yes. Jenks exclaimed, and Biss shifted his wings, clearly uneasy. Your house. That's a great idea. Jumok and Izzy are already there. Jenks wants me to leave? Maybe it was worse inside than I imagined. My gut said Elizabeth wasn't doing anything other than trying to roll with the punches, but logic said otherwise. The chance to look her in the eye might tell me more. Thanks, I said as I turned to the stone walk that led to the front. I'll take you up on that. There were huge boot prints in the mud where there'd never been mud before. It made me feel violated in a way the missing kitchen didn't. Ivy knows I'm not dead, right? Jenks's wings clattered as he left Trent. Yep. She's at her folks with Nina. Everything okay? I questioned. You think I'd be hanging out here waiting for you if she wasn't? True. Cormel knows you're not dead, too, Jenks added, and I jerked to a stop. Mr. Fish's water sloshed in. Trent almost ran into me, his attention fixed on his phone. Don't look at me! Jenks shouted. I didn't tell him. He came over about an hour ago. Told me to tell you not to interfere with the undead souls. The unsaid or else was obvious. My frown deepened as Trent's phone went dark and he slid it away. If you didn't tell Cormel I was alive, who did? I muttered. Your mom? Jenks hovered just a little in front of me as I headed for the tollgate, his eyes darting nervously to Trent and back again. She's having too much fun arranging your funeral. The news has a wake watch going. Tink's tampons, she's a little scary, you know? Yeah, that sounded like my mom. Frustrated, I shoved the gate open with my foot. Biss left, making widening circles until he found the steeple. Jenks went with him, the pixie talking so high and fast I couldn't follow it. Landon isn't going to be happy you're still alive, Trent said softly. Too bad, I said, tired, and Mr. Fish shuddered at the bottom of his glass. One thing an elf hates more than giving something for nothing is when a plan falls apart and it's falling apart. I doubt freeing the real demons from the ever after was his intention. Cormel saw what we had to do to keep Felix's soul bound. He knows this spontaneous melding isn't going to stick. He hesitated as I dug my car keys out. Rachel, you're not a tool. I jerked to a stop, shocked at the quick topic shift. Trying to smile, I met his eyes. I know. But my heart ached, and seeing it, he pulled me close, careful not to spill Mr. Fish. His arms were warm, and he smelled of burnt amber. Tears threatened as his hand found the back of my head and he held me close, sighing heavily. Al is trying to drive us apart, he whispered, and I nodded, needing this. He's jealous that we made a stand and he didn't. He leaned back, smiling at the track of a tear on me. I'm not going to walk away from you. I never wanted to see the elves destroy everyone, just not go extinct. I know, I said, voice wobbling. The I'm not going to walk away from you hit me hard. But Landon does. What Landon wants doesn't mean anything. He's not the Sahan. I was starting to wonder if Trent was either, anymore. Maybe that was why he'd agreed to reopen relations with Elizabeth. Damn it, he wasn't using me, but I wasn't going to come out of this where I wanted to be either. He couldn't be both. Jenks rose up from the carport, his dust an impatient red. I swallowed down my heartache, disentangling us and starting back to the front walk. Trent's hand stole into mine immediately, and my chest hurt. Thanks for coming back with me, he said. I know it's going to be hard with Elizabeth there, but I love you, Rachel, not her. This is for the girls, not me. For the girls? Yes, I put up with Elizabeth for the girls. Somehow I managed to smile. And don't worry, Trent said, his hand trailing deliciously along the small of my back as we passed the untouched trash cans, I won't make you cook or anything. I can cook, I said, then louder, I can sew, when he arched his eyebrows. I've never seen it, he muttered, and Jenks darted to us. Hey! You mind if I ride over with you? He asked. Jumok, he said I could bunk with him and Izzy. This is so weird. He was leaving the garden unguarded? I turned to look behind me at the destruction. Oh God, is it over? This is going to watch the church along with Belle, he added, and my breath came rushing back. He wants to talk to his dad if that's okay with you. Squinting in the dark, I tried to find Biss, looking scary and solemn on the very top of the steeple, his red eyes glowing. I think that's a great idea, I said, again wondering how much I'd messed the kid's life up by being in the wrong place at the right time. But Mr. Fish's water was showing little rings from my trembling hands. It wasn't over. We weren't going to live at Trent's. It was temporary until we sorted everything out. I didn't think any pixie or fairy would mess with the garden in the meantime. It was Jenks's by law, and even the pixies respected that, in awe that humanity recognized one of their own as having rights and responsibilities. Rachel, are you okay? Trent asked, and I nodded, gazing at the church as if I'd never see it again. The streetlight was brighter here, and I could just make out our names over the door. The IS tape across the door moved, and an official-looking paper fluttered under the bell. Mind if I drive? No, I got it. Trent sighed as we headed for the carport, and my smile slowly faded. He is not using me. I knew it to the grit in my soul. But the end result might be the same, especially if the elves continued to refuse to follow him, because of me, because I was a demon. Landon's fairy tale was one they could get behind, easy and satisfying. Learning to understand those you hate and fear is harder. I was pulling Trent down. Making his life impossible. My boots were silent on the stone walk. 3 streets over I could hear shouting. Sirens were coming from downtown. Maybe we should take the long way to Trent's. Some things shouldn't be changed, I whispered, meaning the vampires but thinking it related to me, too. Trent's hands dropped to my lower back and I shivered. Convincing Cormel of that won't be easy. Head tilting, he eyed me. That's not my phone. Starting, I pulled my bag open, surprised when I found my phone glowing. I hadn't even felt it ring. 6 calls? I hadn't been in the ever after and out of service that long. My eyes flicked to the don't cross tape as I read Eden's name. It's Eden, I said, setting Mr. Fish on the hood and flipping my phone open. I gotta take it. It might be about the church. I'll drive, Trent said, his worry obvious, and I handed the keys over. Eden, I said as Trent went to open the passenger side door for me and I hustled around the front of the car. What are you doing calling a dead woman? No, his preoccupied, muted voice said. Yes. Yes. Settling into the seat, I held the phone closer. Eden, Rachel. Eden's voice became stronger. Don't you ever look at your messages? Not when my answering machine is melted, I said, and Jenks snickered, the pixie having parked it on the rearview mirror where he could hear. I've been trying to reach you for an hour, the FIB captain complained. Why did you let the demons out? I didn't let them out, and I didn't take your calls because I'm supposed to be dead. I said, echoing the irritation in his voice. My jaw clenched at the thought of Al running around Cincinnati. But if he was truly free, wouldn't he go somewhere sunny? If you didn't do it, who did? Eden said, and I heard a door shut and a new silence. Grimacing, I wrangled the phone as Trent handed me Mr. Fish. Landon, I said, pleased when the brandy snifter fit perfectly into the cup holder. On purpose? Eden barked, and then sighed, realizing how dumb that was. You don't happen to know where he is, do you, Trent settled behind the wheel, and we exchanged a worried look. No, Landon was AWOL? Great. I could really use your help, Eden said, and then muffled, no. You want them to end up as toads? Set up blocks and keep people back. That's it. There was a brief silence. Rachel? The car had started with a satisfying brum, and I watched the open top fold out, settling over us with a whine and a thump. Any leads on who blew up my kitchen? I asked, and when Eden said nothing, I added, sorry, I'm retired. Jenks made a burst of dust from the mirror, and Trent put up a finger for him to high-five. Rachel, Eden complained. No phone tucked between my shoulder and ear, I managed to lock my side of the top down. Ask Landon to help you. Rachel, the IS is focused on policing the soul parties in the big parks. They're ignoring everything, demons included. We're trying to handle it, but you can guess how that's going, Trent leaned close as he turned to look behind us to back up, and I swear my skin tingled as I breathed him in, burnt amber and all. Demons are terrorizing Carew Tower, Eden was saying, but I was still enjoying Trent. They let the big cats out of their enclosures at the zoo, and I've got multiple reports of them taking over the bus line. The demons, not the tigers. Sunrise is hours off, and I need your help. I pushed my fingers into my forehead, trying to decide if I wanted to tell Eden this might not go away with the sun, but my home had exploded and no one had admitted it had happened other than the building inspector. And this is my problem, why? I asked as Trent backed up. Jenks clutching for the stem of the rearview mirror. It's your problem because you're the only one who can help. Eden said. With great power must also come great responsibility. That is bull. I shouted, and Jenks's wings burst into a surprised red. The only thing great power ever gave me was a dwindling bank account and a court order to stay out of San Francisco. Where was the FIB when my church was attacked, Eden? Where were you when you knew damn well the vampires were plotting to kill me? The IS. I can understand, but what about you? Has anyone even been out to my church to investigate? Trent's grip on the wheel tightened, and I settled back in my seat and angled the vents to me. Look, I gotta go make spaghetti for Trent. He doesn't think I can cook. Little girls like spaghetti, don't they? Eden's sigh only made me angrier. Making the vampires accountable will take more money than rebuilding the church, he muttered. So they get away with it? I said bitterly as Trent took a turn too fast and Jenks swore at him to slow down. You're a demon, Rachel. What can we do that you can't? Pissed, I held the phone closer. I'm not saying you should have tried to stop them, but you are ignoring the fact that it happened. If you don't say it's wrong, then you're telling them you agree. And now you want me to bail you out of trouble because I have the balls and skills and associates to make a fist of it? Make a fist of it? Crap on toast, where had that come from? Jenks was looking kind of worried, and I resolved to ease up a little. Eden was way over his head and the IS wouldn't help. I was going to do what I could, such as it was, but I wanted to know I wasn't out there by myself. Eden, though, hadn't said anything, and not wanting him to hang up, I said, look. I agree that master vampires crying in their cups isn't a good thing and that demons laughing in theirs is even worse, but either I'm a part of this world or I'm not. Either you stand up and say something, or you ignore it and tell them it was acceptable to try to kill me. I jumped when Trent's hand landed on mine and he gave it a squeeze. I see your point, Eden finally said, and I exhaled. I should have lodged a formal protest, posted on the FIB newsfeed, gotten a team out there to make a report. We're too used to ignoring things out of our control. Thank you, I whispered. But the IS isn't functioning and demons are causing trouble. Eden's voice quickened. Can you get them to back off? We've got laws on the books for demons now, but no way to administer them. Laws on the books. If there was one thing demons understood, it was rules. The trick was to get them to go along with them because I wasn't going to spend the rest of my life enforcing them even if I was the only one who could. Damn it, how did I get here? Fingers pushing into my forehead again, I hoped Ivy was okay. Where are they? Jenks sighed, and Trent's grip tightened on the wheel once more. We'd stopped at a red light, and when it turned green, he sat there and waved at the car behind us to go around. I've got a group at a coffeehouse 2 blocks from the FIB, Eden said, and Trent flicked the turn signal on. We've got it cordoned off, but... Juniors? I mean marks? I asked, wincing. Sweet ever-loving pixie dust. What was it with that place? Ah, yes. I think that's the name of it. I had my shoulder bag, but there wasn't anything in it that would be of use against uncooperative demons. Damn it, back to the turn. Okay, I said around a sigh. I'll talk to them. Keep your men back. Just having them there is enough of a statement. I don't want anyone turned into a toad. Rachel, I'm sorry, Eden said, his entire demeanor shifting now that I'd said yes. I never thought of it that way. You seem so capable of anything. Don't worry about it, I said, not liking the empty streets as we sped over the bridge and into Cincinnati. No one was out here, and it was creepy. I'm still going to send you a bill. I could hear the smile in his voice, the relief, when he next spoke. I've got a couple of tickets for the FIB picnic with your name on them. Oh, and don't get Trent killed, okay? Trent's teeth caught the gleam of the streetlight as he smiled, and I felt his hold on a ley line tingle through me. Hey, tell the IS. I could use a couple of vans designed for ley line witches, eh? A burst of dust lit the car. Shit, rake. You're going to arrest them? I didn't have time for this. Maybe. You got it, Eden said, and I nodded as I hung up and closed my phone. My stomach quivered, and I dropped my phone in my bag. Splat gun, lethal detection charms, gum, keychain flashlight, a pair of ankle socks I'd worn the last time Trent tried to teach me golf. Mr. Fish. Yeah, that ought to do it. Chapter 16. You sure you want to do this with Jenks and me? I said as we slowed at an FIB blockade. Trent waved at the FIB guys, and recognizing us, they gestured us through. Absolutely, he said distantly, and I felt warm, loved in a way. This sucked. It really sucked. It was so not fair to have Trent this close and finally understand what Al and Gwen and Jonathan had known all along. What Trent and I wanted was never going to happen. I couldn't keep dragging him down like this. He could end all of this by taking control of the Enclave. But he couldn't do that with me at his side. What we wanted might not make any difference in a few minutes, though. The lights were up high at Mark's, and I could see figures at the tables even before we parked. My grimace deepened as Jenks checked his sword, and I pulled my shoulder bag onto my lap. Ivy would be fine at her folks' house, and she was in no state of health to help me. I swear, this place has got to be on an invisible ley line or something, Trent said as we pulled in. There were only a couple of cars, and my brow pinched seeing the people afraid to move as they sat between demons in suits. Crap on toast, Mark is probably in there, too. What's the plan, Rake? Jenks asked, the snick of his sword catching my attention. Plan? I looked up from Mr. Fish. Ah, yeah. Right. Plan. Trent put the car in park, and I got out. Hip-cocked, I waited for Trent, knowing he probably had that cap and ribbon of his somewhere and needed a moment to get it in place, but he immediately joined me. The music was loud, and there was masculine, aggressive laughter. Plan? Jenks said again, and I waved to the FIB guys at the end of the street. I felt good with them there, even knowing they couldn't do anything. Plan, I said, rocking into motion when Trent's shoes scuffed. How about, let's go in? Jenks's dust flashed an irate red. Tink's titties, that's her plan? Go in? Trent shrugged, relaxed on the surface as he pulled the door open. Works for me. Just like old times, Jenks said, cracking his knuckles as he darted in over my head. I'll take the ones on the right, Trent muttered as the door closed, chimes jingling. The laughter stopped as they noticed us. Trent was pulling deeper on the ley lines, but I did little more than make a casual connection. I couldn't best one demon, much less 8. No, there were 9 now, and they were shifting in their chairs to face us. If I couldn't do this without turning it into a magic slugfest, then it was over before it had begun. When you got right down to it, magic was an asset only if you were up against someone who didn't have any. My heart thudded. Demons hated elves. Sure, they had ridden with Trent to bring down Cusack's, but bringing Trent in here had been either really stupid or really smart. He had some protection as a freed familiar, but accidents happened. Al was in a corner booth with Dolly and Newt. 6 paper anwax cups of coffee in various stages of emptiness sat between them. Newt beamed at me, in contrast to Al's outright hostility. Most of the demons were at the long center table tormenting those 2 couples. The people were terrified, unable to leave with the demons draping their arms over their shoulders. Their relief when they saw me made me angrier still. Plan. We get them out first, I said, boldly striding to the counter. Mark was there making something with crushed ice and hadn't heard us come in. He was holding up pretty well, but his relief when he saw me was astounding. Trent moved behind a couple. Go, he said, and they stood, chairs sliding and demons staring at Trent in uncertainty as the couple scrambled to leave. Seeing them headed for the door, the remaining 2 people stood, sinking back down when the demon beside them growled. So far, so good. Let's push it a little more. You really should re-evaluate your life choices, I said as I leaned against the counter, thumbs in my pockets. The demon looked vaguely familiar, but I didn't think I'd ever done business with him. Like the rest of the demons here, he was in a business suit, jewelry flashing and hair slicked back. Only Newt and Al maintained their usual attire, Newt in her androgynous robes and elven doer hat, and Al in his green crushed velvet finery. His anger that Trent was still with me was almost palpable. My skin tingled as someone pulled heavily on a line. I didn't think it was Trent, and my knees went wobbly when 2 more demons did the same. Why are you here? With that elf? The demon said, voice oily with domination. His barest hint of doubt was like a spark on a dark night, and I pulled it to me, fanning it higher with a confident smile. He was unsure, not about his skills but that this might end when the sun came up. I could use that, give them a fairy tale to think about so they'd go away and ponder the truth of it for a few hours until they knew for sure. Smiling, I leaned over the table between him and the couple, showing him some cleavage in exchange for their freedom. You remember Trent? He's my boyfriend, I said, and the couple rose at Jenks's urging, racing for the door. He's taking me to his place and I'm making spaghetti, but the FIB asked me to stop on the way and give you a little welcome to reality message. The door chimes jingled, and I straightened. Seeing as you might be here for good and need to start being, what's the word, accountable? He laughed at that, ugly and mean. Pulse racing, I backed up, glad Trent had put himself at the door. Past the windows, a car's engine revved and the small Pinto drove right over the sidewalk, taking the curb hard enough to leave sparks as it found the street and drove away. If he had really wanted them, my cleavage, such as it was, wouldn't have stopped him. "Mark, my usual." I called out, making a finger motion for Jenks to join Trent in a doomed attempt to keep my way open. "SS sure, Rachel. Double espresso grande latte, no fat, no foam, with a pump of raspberry in it. Extra hot." I felt better. Mark had been through this before. He had the emotional skills and a circle behind the counter to hide in. With cinnamon on top, I added, and the demon I just flashed snorted. "You got a problem with my drink order?" I said, and he raised a hand, his expression mocking. I gave him a long look before turning my back on him to go to the pickup window. The speakers blew with a pop, and chuckles rose when I jumped. Shaking my hair out, I leaned against the counter. More demons were jumping in, and I was getting nervous. Well, more nervous than I had been. Even with Trent at the door, I'd never make it out of here unless they let me. I thought it interesting that no one had gone to the other side of the globe and to the sun. They were afraid it wouldn't last. "I know you're having a good time on a Sunday night, being freed from the ever after and all, but if you're going to stay, we have some rules," I said, smile wide. Al clenched his jaw, but Newt was delighted even as that demon, Micah, I think, brought his cold stare from Trent to me. "We weren't freed, we fought our way out," Micah said. "You're Micah, right?" I said, and he nodded. "Sure, you fought your way out," I agreed, "but tomorrow is a weekday and you should be thinking about finding somewhere to work and a place to live because you're not bunking with me." They were laughing, Micah's face holding the most amusement of all. "You don't want to exchange one prison for another, do you?" I won't say Alcatraz is inescapable, but they plugged the hole I used. My God, is she serious? Micah turned his back on me, but I thought it telling that he was looking for support among the rest. It was a new world despite their boasting in power, and they didn't know if they were going to see the sun. Such a small thing, but it would chart their every thought until they knew. Trent's hold on the line strengthened, and my gaze flicked to his. "Not yet, Trent. Not yet. This is our world now," Micah bragged, but more than one set of eyes was pinched in concern. I had a scant few hours to convince them that condescending to play in our rule set was better than them playing out of it. "The elves will fall first," he said, and those who just popped in agreed with him. "Vampire society will falter if they lose their souls again. It will fall if they retain them. The witches will align with us as our poor cousins, and the wars will heal or be leashed. The world will change. Why even bother shifting realities if you're going to make it just like the ever after in your new war?" I said, and more than one demon furrowed his brow in thought. "Coffee up," Mark said, and I took it, eyes closing in bliss as the first sip hit my tongue, warm, sweet, and bitter, all at the same time. "Oh God, that's good," I said, and Mark backed into his uninvoked circle with a nervous smile. Trent was still at the door, and I told Jenks to stay with him with a twitch of my finger. Dolly noticed, putting a hand on Newt's arm to keep her silent when she took a breath to say something. "The world will change," I said, echoing Micah, setting my coffee down even as that first swallow buzzed through me. "See, I think that's funny." "It already has, and you missed it." A.L.'s scowl hesitated. Emboldened, I pushed from the counter to claim a spiral circle and laid on the floor as my own. "Why are you here?" Micah said, but he wasn't moving. "You think the elves mean anything?" he added, goat-slitted eyes flicking to Trent. "They have no Sahan. It's the only reason you've been allowed your game of pretend. You're doing us a big favor." Guilt was a quick stab, and I refused to look at Trent, knowing my feelings would give me away. "I'm not here for the elves, I'm here for the FIB, I said flippantly. "Before you get yourself into more trouble, you need to know there are laws on the books now concerning demons, demon magic, and demon activity." They laughed, but there were more than 20 of them in here now, all but the original 8 or so standing at the windows, listening. "We don't recognize any law but our own," Micah said, turning his back on me. "It's your choice." "You sure it's a good one?" It wasn't me who made him turn back around, it was the questioning faces at the window. At the corner booth, Dolly squinted at me in warning. "Warning me to be careful? To be quiet?" "I'm serious," I said lightly, moving to keep their eyes on me. "You've been stuck in that stinky hole of forced existence for too long, and the world has changed. Al might be able to adapt, but most of you need help." "I can do that." "You think we need help?" It had been Dolly, and my pace bobbled at the flash of fear that lit through me and died. "Damn it, they noticed." "I don't think you see what's going on here," the round, powerful demon said. I could actually hear the soft hush of sliding fabric as everyone turned from him to me. Swallowing, I lifted my chin. I see demons having coffee in a coffee shop. What do you see? Dolly hesitated, looking at the deeper meaning past my simple statement. I'd gotten to know them pretty well in the last year or so, and I knew that this was what they wanted. They wanted acceptance. They wanted to be part of something alive again, something where their voices and actions meant more than a stale circle of parties and distractions. But their pride, I knew, would get in the way. They were all friggin' powerful. Blah, blah, blah. What did it really mean when all was said and done? Nothing. Nothing they did meant anything. Feeling them waver, I shook my head. It's not the same world it was 2,000 years ago. Hell, it's changed in the last 6 months to make room for you, I said, words almost tripping over themselves as I tried to get it out before someone opened his mouth and ruined it. They knew you were coming, and they made room for you. Someone snickered, and I spun. Hey! I shouted, and Trent jumped, his hold on the line zinging through me. They made room for you. Don't you get it? They didn't make weapons, or spells, or traps. They made room. Arms crossed over his chest, Micah stared at me. They're scared and stupid. It means you belong, damn it. I shouted as a rumble of discussion rose. Are they scared? Hell yes. Are there going to be people who will try to ruin it for you? Goad you into making decisions so that fear overflows and starts a war? Absolutely. They wouldn't be people if they didn't, but that doesn't rub out the fact that they made room for you. We thrive on war. Micah exclaimed as the demons closest to him inched away. I gave him a disparaging look until his eyes narrowed. Right, I scoffed. And that's why you can't live on the ever-after's surface anymore. Micah stood. Trent stiffened, and I moved. Arms swinging, I got in Micah's face. The demon hesitated for the smallest instant as I stared up at him, expression cross. Trent just spent almost a year getting legislation on the books for you. Lost his fortune doing it, I barked at the demon. It seemed to be the right approach, as the tension diffused with a soft chuckle from Dolly. Ah, not all of it, Trent said from the door. Ruined his reputation, I continued, hands on my hips. Trent muttered. An elf did this, I said loudly. Not just any elf, but the same one whose father found a way for me to survive being a demon. He broke the curse, you idiot. What more do you want? I want this to work. I want all of you here with me in the sun. Don't screw this up for my kids, Micah, or I swear I'll take care of your family planning for you the hard way. Permanently and painfully, I added just for the hell of it. Oh God, I couldn't back up without looking scared, so I stood there, praying someone would say something. Work in their system? Al said, and I spun, both relieved and petrified at his next words. Of all the demons here, I feared his voice the most. Settle down? Get a job? Pay taxes? I warmed at the titter, and I lifted my chin. Micah backed up, and I inched away from him as well. Why not? I said. It's better than starting a war that you'll eventually die from. And that's another thing. No more stealing people into slavery. It would be a nice gesture of goodwill if you freed your familiars. Trent winced, probably thinking I'd gone too far, but if I didn't ask for more, they'd give me nothing. Sure enough, most laughed. I was losing them. Al knew it. They all did. Not going to happen, Rachel, Al said, the thread of genuine sorrow sparking my hope. We will not be taken again by elven trickery. He looked at Dolly and elegantly sipped from his paper cup. A job, he scoffed. I stifled a shudder as Jenks hummed closer. They're not going for it, he whispered. My jaw clenched. This was my only chance, and I'd be damned if I let Al ruin it with his poor me attitude. Hey! I shouted, making Jenks ink a bright dust. You will keep your mischief and misdeeds within the confines of the laws of this society, or I'll sling each and every one of your asses back into the ever-after and Trent will curse you to remain there forever. Ah, rake? Jenks whispered as Trent paled. You know we can do it, I said, warming at the dubious looks. We beat Kusaks. Rachel! Trent cried in fear, but I'd already felt the pull on the line and had spun, my word of invocation filling the circles I'd asked Mark to paint the floor with last year. Demons cackled and guffawed as Micah's shot was deflected into the ceiling by Trent's cast charm before coming close to hitting my protection circle. Scared, I looked first at Trent, remembering to breathe when I saw him wreathed in his own protection, Jenks at his side. My hand glowed with my power held in check, and I slowly spun to Micah. Fine. We could get the hard part over with first. That is enough. Newt said as she stood, and the laughter slowly ebbed. Trent came forward to join me, and I dropped my circle, loving his grace and bound anger and that he was strong enough to stand beside me when my life got ugly. My God, he looked good, his feet barely seeming to touch the floor, and the tips of his hair floated, waving before his brilliant green eyes. That could have been a mistake, he warned Micah as he stood a little in front of me, his voice having a sing-song cadence and holding an unsaid threat. Don't do that again. Adrenaline seemed to rake over my skin as Al stood as well. You had my help bringing Kusaks down, he growled. I don't stand with you anymore. I edged past Trent, trying to get to Al before he jumped out. I knew him, and I knew the signs. He was leaving. Running away again. Fine, I snapped, and someone from the back laughed. Run off so they can kill me without you watching. But put a playroom in your new mansion, Al, because if Trent and I die, you get Lucy. Dolly's head jerked up, and I swear I heard Jenks's dust sizzle, on fire. He what? Jenks shouted, but I was staring at Al, reading his shock. He wasn't going to jump out now, and that's all that mattered. Mother Puss Bucket, the demon said, his blocky face pale as he looked from me to Trent and back again. His cheeks flashed red at a laugh. I will not be responsible for elf brats. Trent's presence edged in beside mine again, and it was all I could do to not take his hand, but big badass runners facing down a coffee shop full of demons do not hold hands. I had the papers drawn up 6 months ago, Trent said, and Jenks hit the table, his wings unmoving. If Rachel and I die, Lucy goes to you. You'll hold the elven future, Al. Oh my God, Newt breathed, and Jenks made it back into the air, his bright silver dust falling from him like stardust. I will not. Al bellowed as he spun and fussed, but I could tell he was flattered. The demon was dying inside that anyone trusted their children to him. I blinked fast, wanting to give him a hug, but badass runners didn't do that either. It'd be easier just to let both of us live, I said, but only Al, Dolly, and Newt heard me over the caterwauling of laughter. And if you kill just one of us, you won't survive the revenge of the other. I promise you that. Al was speechless, a hand on the table as he tried to understand. Newt gave a long, meaningful stare to Dolly, and when he shrugged, she slipped out from the booth. Gentlemen? She said softly, then shouted it, Gentlemen. Slowly they quieted. Trent and I backed to the middle of the room. There had to be at least 50 demons in here, and I heard the cooling click on. It didn't smell as bad as I thought it would. Gentlemen, Newt said a third time as she smoothed her robes. I propose we take the time until sunrise to weigh Rachel's proposal. I do not make deals with elves. Micah protested. They're chattel. Slaves. No one moved, either away from him or toward him. They were balanced, and I forced myself to breathe. Perhaps, Newt said, voice as silky as a slinking cat. But they haven't spent the last 2,000 years trapped in a bubble of reality kept alive by tenuous threads of energy as we have been. Rachel is a demon. She's also the elven Tal Sahan, the one who sways the actions of the putrid, stinking chattel of an elf. You can strike a deal with her, can you not? My mouth went dry, and I edged back until I could feel Trent's warmth. Tal Sahan. Quen had called me that once in bitter sarcasm, and while Mal Sahan held romantic overtones, Tal Sahan did not. It wasn't exactly an advisor, but rather the person the Sahan thought of when he made decisions. I asked myself, will this decision take me closer or farther from you? And then it's so clear. Even if it doesn't make sense at the time, resonated in me, and my pulse quickened. But he wasn't the Sahan. It was a title awarded by fealty, and no elf looked to him anymore. Because of me. I will not bind myself to human law. Micah said, jerking me back to the present. We're free, and we take our rightful place. You don't know that. Another demon exclaimed. What happens if we're pulled back when the sun comes up? Micah's hand glowed with black smut. What if we aren't? He proposed. Trent inched up to stand beside me, his eyes darting as he took in the demons with a professional eye. They're divided, he said, breath tickling my neck. Interesting. I suppose, but I'd be more excited if they were all for behaving themselves. Did it matter if Trent wasn't the Sahan if the demons thought he was? It wasn't as if they'd ever come to an agreement with Landon. Newt cleared her throat, putting me on edge as she came to stand beside me in a clear show of support or perhaps protection. Where do you want to be next week, Micah? She said, and I shivered at the certainty in her voice. Alone in some godforsaken island cathedral playing God with people terrified of you? I've done that. It gets boring fast. I've looked at these human laws, and they're more complex and devious with loopholes and clauses than Dolly can structure in 1,000 years. Their court system alone boggles the mind with the red tape that can be used to twist ends. If we can't work our will within them, then we don't deserve the name demon. They were listening, but only a fraction were happy, and none was convinced. We have a chance to be a part of something again, she said, stock still. All in favor of playing by the rules and making Rachel our liaison with reality-based law? I jerked, and beside me, Trent grunted. Hey, wait a moment, I said, but Dolly had stood with a resounding aye. He was the only one. Opposed? Newt said cheerfully. Nay. I said, panicking. I never agreed to this. Never. Most of the demons had shouted, but a few were silent, and I panicked some more as I shook Trent's hand off my elbow. I suggest you leave, Micah, Newt growled, and I swear the air sparkled around her. Go away so we can get on with it, ... But only Dolly had agreed, and I pulled on the line, my knees wobbling as I yanked what I could from the rest to try to prevent a bloodbath. Bravo, Rachel, Newt praised, a small smile hovering over her face. Her eyes darted past me, and her hand flashed out in threat. I spun, doing the same. Micah. Our thrown energy smacked into the demon before he could loose his magic, bowling him over the table and into the far wall. Demons scattered to avoid him, and the black flickering in his fist went out as he groaned. Maybe you should leave, I said, voice quavering. They wouldn't make a decision until they knew if the sun would sling them back to the ever-after or not. In pairs and groups they left, their expressions varying from worry to outright anger as they winked out. I didn't care where they went, only that they were gone. Micah was the last, his murderous look chilling me as he vanished. She'd called me the Tal Sahan. My pulse quickened, and I met Trent's eyes, finding him just as thoughtful as I. Damn woman! Jenks shrilled, and I shivered as his dust seemed to burn my aura. Where did you learn that? Al, I said, seeing him still with us. The demon was sweating, and I wondered if he'd been as scared as I'd been. I took a breath to try to mend the rift between us, but he vanished, the black curl of ever-after magic swirling up as if to smother him before it fell in on itself with a soft pop. My stomach hurt, and I blinked fast. At least he hadn't tried to kill me this time. That went rather well. Newt's words were precise and holding zero sarcasm. Well, you say? Trent said, shaky as he almost fell into a chair. That was good? Jenks echoed, dust sparkling as he flew to Trent. Did you really give him your kid if you and Rachel kick off? Damn. That's either really stupid or really smart. Trent eyed him sourly. It'll ensure both girls' safety if Rachel or I aren't here to see to it. Dolly snickered, easing back into the booth to take up most of the seat. His opinion that it was really stupid was obvious. They left, Newt said saucily. I'm here drinking Marararar Velis coffee. Therefore, it went well. Mark, love. Another if you will? Put it on my tab. Tab? I slowly sank into the nearest chair. Mark wobbled to the door and turned the closed sign around. Good idea. Elbow on the table, Dolly dropped his chin into his hand. I caught a hint of worry as he looked at the clock. 3 against all the rest? Not good odds, Newt. He had included me. Interesting.